If we reduce the road transport of freight to short distances, 300 kilometers, just for the first and last mile, the lorry drivers can sleep home every night. Not like we see, for instance, on the motorway between Brussels and Valenciennes. You have hundreds of lorries parked, and we have lorry drivers sleeping there for 3 weeks and more and never seeing their family. Then we have the efficiency. We need less people because you don't need 50 lorry drivers when you have the lorries loaded on a train. We have a better resilience because these intermodal trains can be routed in the very resilient way. And last but not least, the technology for multimodality is already available. We do not have to develop new technology, new solutions, and the infrastructure is also already available. It just needs to be organized. I have put the symbol of this.
In welcher Form dann auch eine Kostenerstattung erfolgen darf. Das darf man in aller Bescheidenheit an dieser Stelle dann auch mal sagen. Also Sie sehen, da ist richtig Musik in diesem Thema und insofern kann ich Ihnen jedenfalls eins sagen, wenn über Level Playing Field und sowas gesprochen wird, die ERA hat auf jeden Fall eine große Existenzberechtigung. Bei diesen vielen Themen bin ich mir sicher, dass sie auch noch viele Jahre und wahrscheinlich auch Jahrzehnte eine wichtige Existenzberechtigung hat. Wir selber in Hamburg setzen natürlich auf den Ausbau der Hafenbahn. Das ist, glaube ich, deutlich auch schon geworden gestern bei der HPA. Wir haben ja, in diesem Jahr wir haben so lange dran gearbeitet, den Hafenentwicklungsplan 2040 in Hamburg verabschiedet und Hamburg ist nicht nur der größte deutsche Seehafen, sondern gleichzeitig auch der, jedenfalls was den Modal Split angeht, der größte Seehafen Europas angeht mit dem höchsten Bahnverkehrsanteil. Ich hoffe, wenn es nicht stimmen sollte, bitte ich jetzt um Rückmeldung, aber ich lebe in dieser Welt und vertrete das nach außen. Wir beabsichtigen in und um den Hamburger Hafen auch künftig noch stärker auf den Verkehrsträgerschiene zu setzen, um die Straßen der Metropolregion und überhaupt auch das deutsche Autobahnnetz, der Vertreter der Bundesregierung nickt, das beruhigt mich, zu setzen, denn die ehrgeizigen Ziele, die sich die Bundesregierung, der Bundesverkehrsminister Dr. Wissing, Herr Theurer wird ja auch noch was sagen und Herr Böhm, auch alter Kollege darf ich sagen, der nachher auch am Panel teilnimmt. Uns verbindet ja dieses politische Ziel, das auch tatsächlich umzusetzen und wir wollen mit unserem Hafenentwicklungsplan, der viele Themen hat, auch Dekarbonisierung der industriellen Produktion in Hamburg, denn wir sind auch ein Industriehafen. Sieht man auch ein bisschen, wenn man rausguckt. Wir sind nicht nur ein Terminalhafen, der aber natürlich diese Veränderung, die Dekarbonisierung der Verkehrsströme ganz besonders zum Ziel hat. Das muss hier auch an unserer, sozusagen in Hamburg mitbetrieben werden, aber Hand in Hand oder Arm in Arm mit der Bundesregierung und auch gerne mit der ERA natürlich. Unser Plan zur Dekarbonisierung auch des Güterverkehrs in Hamburg setzt voraus auch eine Modernisierung und Kapazitätserweiterung des Eisenbahnhafens. Das ist klar. Wir glauben, dass die Infrastruktur gut ist, aber sie muss in weit noch viel, viel besser werden. Und wir wollen auch ein Universalhafen sein, der nicht nur ein Containerhafen ist, sondern auch andere Güter befördert und natürlich unsere Position, das ist ja unsere politische Aufgabe, als wichtige Drehscheibe hier im europäischen Güterverkehrssystem auch ausbauen und nutzen und das nationale und auch das europäische Hinterland so weit zu erschließen, das sehen natürlich Vertreter anderer Häfen dann anders, das ist ja auch legitim, unsere wesentliche Position, insbesondere auch durch den Ausbau unserer Hinterlandanbindung auf der Schiene verbessern. Insofern, wir glauben an die Bahn als Verkehrsträger der Zukunft, wir wollen weiter investieren und darüber die Verkehrswende in Hamburg und auch in Europa aktiv mitgestalten. Im Jahr 2022 belief sich der Anteil der Güter, jetzt in Tonnen ausgedrückt, 47 Millionen Tonnen, die wir per Schiene transportiert haben. Das ist schon eine ziemliche Menge. Und der Modal Split Anteil der Bahn liegt bei über 50% in Hamburg, aber das ist aus unserer Sicht noch zu wenig und muss deutlich mehr werden, denn wir wollen ja alle was für den Klimaschutz tun und auch ganz real tun. und nicht nur politisch als Forderung erheben. Insofern finden wir es richtig, dass die EU die ambitionierten Ziele ihres Green Deals auch nach und nach in Programme, es kam jetzt ja gerade das neueste Programm für das Jahr 24, vorantreibt und auch einen Beitrag leistet, die Treibhausemissionen substanziell zu senken. Ich bin mir sicher, dass der Schienengüterverkehr da eine ganz wichtige Rolle einnehmen wird. Über umweltverträgliche Verkehrsträger hatte ich gesprochen. Vielleicht noch zum dritten Panel, 2 Überzeugungen. Auch das darf man hier sagen, weil wir jetzt in Deutschland tragen. Die Bahnbranche kann das. Mit rund 400.000 Beschäftigten in Deutschland ist sie auch ein wichtiger Wirtschaftsfaktor. Das wird manchmal ein bisschen, wenn man nur über die Verkehrsträger spricht, vergessen. Sie ist auch ein wichtiger Wirtschaftsfaktor und Arbeitgeber. Und insofern glaube ich, dass die im Panel 3 ja diskutierten Innovationen das Effizienzpotenzial der Schiene am Ende auch zeigen werden. Also um es kurz zu machen, die Themen dieser Konferenz: Modal Shift, gemeinsamer europäischer Datenraum, besonders kompliziert für Mobilität, Dekarbonisierung Verkehr und multimodaler Transport haben eine zentrale Bedeutung für uns. Insofern glauben wir, dass wir ein ganz geeigneter Standort für Ihre Konferenz sind. Und freuen uns auf die enge Zusammenarbeit auch mit dem Bund. Ich höre mir auch gleich an, was Herr Theurer zu sagen hat. Stichwort nationale Hafenstrategie. Da haben die Länder umfangreiche Erwartungen. Der Bund hat auch durch den Bundeskanzler auf der Nationalen Hafenkonferenz zumindest signalisiert, dass er verstanden hat, dass wir da wichtige Themen haben. Geldliche Zusagen hat er natürlich nicht gemacht, das hat auch niemand erwartet. Aber wenn der Bund sich stärker engagiert für die Seehäfen, auch für die umweltfreundlichen Verkehrsträger, dann freut uns das auch inhaltlich. Die Länder, und zwar, da darf ich für alle deutschen Seehäfen und die Länder sprechen, die große deutsche Seehäfen haben, werden ihren Teil auch weiterhin leisten. Sie wollen sich nicht zurückziehen, um Gottes Willen, aus der Seehafenfinanzierung, aber eine Unterstützung des Bundes, das darf ich hier ganz deutlich sagen, setzt natürlich voraus, dass der Bund auch finanziell bereit ist, seinen Beitrag zu leisten, so wie das in den Niederlanden oder in Belgien oder anderen Ländern auch ist. Das geht dann immer so ein bisschen politisch hin und her, aber ich möchte das so klar adressieren, weil auch der Bürgermeister das schon mehrfach gemacht hat und die Wirtschaftssenatorin auch. Ohne Moos nichts los, sagt man in Deutschland. Insofern, das muss kommen. Ansonsten, nationale Hafenstrategie hatte ich angesprochen. Finanzierung der Seehafeninfrastruktur ist mit angesprochen. Und so schöne Akronyme wie SGFVG, also Schienengüterfernverkehrsförderungsgesetz, das ist besonders deutsche Formulierung, aber in der Sache ist es ja nicht falsch, um was es geht. Insofern hoffe ich auf spannende Diskussionen für Sie. Ich freue mich über die Einladung und wünsche eine gute Tagung und der gesamten Tagung einen guten Verlauf. Vielen Dank.
Vielen Dank für diese einleitenden Worte, Staatsrat Rickhoff und Friedrich Sturmann von der HPA. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as announced by the speakers, we will listen to the welcome message of Staatssekretär Theurer, Parliamentary State Secretary of the Federal Minister for Digital and Transport in Germany. Could we please play the video? So our technicians are working to get some sound with the video.
In Deutschland wird der Güterverkehr bis 2030 um 38.
So third attempt, we will have both.
Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, herzlich willkommen in Hamburg und vielen Dank für die Gelegenheit, zu Ihnen sprechen zu dürfen. Denn Ihre Konferenz hier in Hamburg ist ein wichtiger Baustein, der in der Umsetzung der Maßnahmen zur Erfüllung der verkehrspolitischen Ziele in Europa und der Bundesregierung ganz praktisch mitwirkt. Prognosen sagen einen erheblichen Anstieg des Güterverkehrs voraus. Nach der aktuellen Verkehrsprognose in Deutschland wird der Güterverkehr bis 2030 um 38% gegenüber 2010 zunehmen, einen sie noch besser vernetzt und verzahnt werden, um weiteren Verkehr auf die Verkehrsträger Schiene und Wasserstraße zu verlagern. Nur so lassen sich die anspruchsvollen Verlagerungs- und Klimaschutzziele hin zu einem nachhaltigen Verkehr erreichen, die wir für die Erreichung des Klimaschutzes brauchen. Der von der Ampelkoalition vorgefundene Zustand der Infrastruktur in Deutschland war deutlich schlechter als erwartet. Zum Beispiel steckte die Digitalisierung des gesamten Verkehrs auf so ziemlich allen Ebenen auch zu Beginn der gerade laufenden Legislaturperiode noch immer in den Startlöchern. Das so wichtige Thema der Schaffung eines gemeinsamen europäischen Datenraums für Mobilität werden Sie auch auf der ERA Multimodal Conference diskutieren. Und seien Sie versichert, dass Ihre Gesprächsergebnisse auch auf die Realisierung unserer Verkehrspolitik Einfluss nehmen werden. Deshalb vielen Dank für Ihren Input. Damit das Entwickeln neuer Anwendungen schwungvoll weitergehen kann, ist ein Rohstoff nötig: Daten. Sie müssen breit verfügbar, leicht zu finden, einfach zugänglich und auch nutzbar sein. Um das zu erreichen, setzen wir zum Beispiel auf Datenräume sowie die neue Datenstrategie und erarbeiten ein Mobilitätsdatengesetz als gesetzliche Grundlage. Ich bin davon überzeugt, all das wird zu neuen Innovationen führen. Die Finanzlage erlaubt es aber nicht, diese Probleme alleine über die Bereitstellung zusätzlicher staatlicher, öffentlicher Mittel zu lösen. Es ist völlig klar, dass wir bei Ausbau und Bereitstellung der notwendigen Kapazitäten deutlich schneller und mit größerer Effizienz vorankommen müssen als bisher. Aus diesem Grund hat Bundesminister Dr. Volker Wissing als einen Auftrag aus dem Koalitionsvertrag Mitte 2022 zum Beispiel eine Beschleunigungskommission Schiene unter meiner Leitung mit hochrangigen Expertinnen und Experten aus dem Schienensektor eingesetzt. Es wurden 22 Maßnahmencluster mit insgesamt 70 konkreten Handlungsempfehlungen vorrangig zur Frage ausgearbeitet, wie kurz- und mittelfristig die Kapazität auf der Schieneninfrastruktur gesteigert und beschleunigt erweitert werden kann. Die Handlungsempfehlungen dieser Kommission richten sich an alle Akteure. Sowohl die Branche als auch die Politik sind hier gemeinsam gefordert. Die Ausarbeitung der Kommission werden wir dabei ebenso in unsere Überlegungen einfließen lassen, wie auch die im Rahmen dieser Veranstaltung formulierten Ergebnisse und Forderungen. Ganz wichtig sind dabei die schnelle Modernisierung und Digitalisierung von Infrastruktur und Fahrzeugen. Das geht nur mit qualifizierten Fachleuten, die ein hohes Systemverständnis auszeichnet. Die Bundesregierung sieht diese Leistungen und möchte die Wertschätzung dieser Arbeiten durch schlankere Planungsverfahren und vereinfachte Finanzierungsarchitekturen erhöhen. Durch ein besseres Zusammenwirken von Unternehmen und Behörden, von Public and Private Sector wollen wir Verkehrsprojekte zügiger und damit vielleicht auch in einer für die Beteiligten befriedigenderen Form umsetzen. Was wir außerdem brauchen, sind attraktive, überzeugende und bezahlbare Mobilitätsangebote. Deshalb haben wir in der Bundesrepublik Deutschland das Deutschlandticket eingeführt und werden den öffentlichen Personennahverkehr mit einem Ausbau- und Modernisierungspakt stärken. Zudem sanieren wir das Schienennetz und setzen den Deutschlandtakt schrittweise um, damit künftig mehr Menschen und Güter mit der Eisenbahn unterwegs sind. So verschieden die Bedürfnisse der Menschen, so vielfältig die Verkehrsmittel und Verkehrsträger, so umfassend ist auch unsere Politik für eine moderne, klimafreundliche Mobilität. In diesem Sinne wünsche ich Ihnen eine ertragreiche Tagung mit vielen positiven Ergebnissen und guten Gesprächen. Herzlichen Dank. Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren.
Ja, vielen Dank, Staatssekretär Theurer. Und wir wechseln jetzt zur nächsten Videobotschaft von Frau Anna Depanay-Grünenberg, Abgeordnete im Europäischen Parlament. Können wir
Ein
bitte
paar Worten aus Brüssel zur Multimodalen Konferenz 2023 willkommen zu heißen. Das Thema Multimodalität und Datenverfügbarkeit sind hochaktuell in Europa. Erst letzte Woche habe ich die Kommission aufgefordert, noch in dieser Legislaturperiode das Gesetz für eine europäische Buchungsplattform vorzustellen. Beim multimodalen Ticketing denken wir häufig erstmal an Personenverkehr, an die Möglichkeit von Hamburg bis nach Mailand endlich verschiedene Verkehrsträger in einem Ticket zu verbinden und auf alle Informationen zugreifen zu können. Doch die freie Verfügbarkeit von Daten ist auch im Güterverkehr von höchster Relevanz. Insbesondere Deutschland trägt hier eine Schlüsselrolle aufgrund seiner zentralen Lage inmitten von Europa. Der Hamburger Hafen ist dabei Vorreiter und europäischer Champion im multimodalen Frachtverkehr. Mehr als 50% der Güter werden hier bereits vom Schiff auf die Schiene verladen. Doch wir müssen noch mehr Güter auf die Schiene und andere umweltfreundliche Verkehrsträger verlagern. Der Bericht des Europäischen Rechnungshofes hat klar gezeigt, wir müssen endlich handeln. Die Verlagerung auf die klimafreundliche Schiene scheitert immer noch an operativen und technischen Hürden im grenzüberschreitenden Verkehr sowie an ungleichen Wettbewerbsbedingungen gegenüber anderen Verkehrsträgern wie die Straße. Hoffnungsträger ist unter anderem der kombinierte Verkehr. Er kombiniert eben das Beste der verschiedenen Verkehrsträger und schafft so enorme Einsparungen an Emissionen und Energie. Deshalb enttäuscht mich das sehr, dass die EU-Kommission auf die europaweite Zulassung von Gigalinern drängt, statt endlich die Richtlinie zum Kombiverkehr zu finalisieren. Die Branche, das Parlament und der Ministerrat warten. Zeitgleich zu ihrer Konferenz machen wir im EU-Verkehrsausschuss deshalb einen Workshop zum Thema Kombiverkehr. Ebenso warten wir alle darauf, dass die Kommission einen guten Vorschlag liefert, wie im Verkehrsbereich Daten besser geteilt werden können. Der Mehrwert für Reisende und für Unternehmen liegt auf der Hand. Ich wünsche uns allen anregende Diskussionen und schicke freundliche Grüße aus Brüssel nach Hamburg.
Many thanks, Anna Grünenberg. And data sharing is, I believe, exactly what we need. Anna Depanay-Grünenberg has also referred to the cross-border issues. And now, as announced, we are not yet at the coffee break. We need to do the voting. We do the test vote, and I will ask the following question to you. How much time can be saved for rail freight on the Brenner cross-border session between Italy and Austria by reducing technical and operational rules? Some of you might, of course, know the answer because you have read our report on cross-border potential, which you can find on our website. So, Cyriel, I guess this is live. So, I think we give you still some time to cast your vote. So, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, the result actually is quite good because the true answer is indeed up to 6 hours can be saved by reducing national rules, in particular multiple brake tests. I always give the example, Brenner base tunnel will cost 10 billion euros and the time saved will be 55 minutes. Compare 55 minutes to the potential we can have by reducing the operational rules. Now, we have finished the introductory session. As already announced previously, we go now into the coffee break. After the coffee break, we will start with our first panel. So enjoy the coffee and see you back after the break. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. As you might have noticed, we had a slight problem in the agenda. One of our speakers, who was foreseen in the opening session, unfortunately had a bike accident. And of course, such things always happen during the ceremony. But Axel Volkeri has informed us that he can do his intervention after lunch. So now it's time to continue with the presentation of our co-host, Hamburg Port Authority, and it is my pleasure to invite the Chief Commercial Officer, Friedrich Sturmann, to the stage. Friedrich, please, the floor is yours.
Excellent. Hello again. Pleasure to give you some more information about the Hamburg Port Authority in connection to the interplay of maritime and rail transportation. Dear Josef, Mr. Doppelbauer, many thanks again. I made it very, very brief in the beginning, so to save 2 or 3 minutes to extend maybe my keynote, because I'm always very focused on facts and figures, which I would like to start with. If we talk about the Port of Hamburg, as stated also by Mr. Rieckhoff, the Port of Hamburg is Germany's biggest seaport and number 3 in Europe. The Port of Hamburg is not only a container port, the Port of Hamburg is a universal port, so we have coal, we have crops, we have oil, we have diesel, we have containers. So we are kind of a universal port who takes care of many, many different goods. And of course, these different goods, they need different infrastructures. Overall, we have roughly 8,000 vessel calls per year. And in total, the Port of Hamburg has quay walls of 43 kilometers, which is a big challenge for everyone to keep them up and running, but it also shows the power of the port. And in total, as we speak about railway today, we have over 170 railway undertakings which operate on the Hafenbahn. And in total, in the maritime perspective, which is of course in a port, in the first step, very important, we handle over 120 million tons a year, which is made of 2/3 of container and then conventional cargo, liquid bulk and dry bulk. The Port of Hamburg is not only, of course, a logistic hub and Europe's rail port number 1, it's also the powerhouse, one of the powerhouses of Hamburg and northern Germany. It has significant effects on the wealth of the city. With the Port of Hamburg, there are over 600,000 workplaces related. As Mr. Rieckhoff also stated, it is also an industrial port, so we have a lot of industry in the port. We have gross value added. We made several assessments, and there are over 50 billion euros connected to the Port of Hamburg, which shows the importance of the port to Germany. And of course, which is always important for us as a port authority, as a port also costs a lot of money. There is a direct link to taxes paid by the companies within the port and around, and these sum up to over 2.5 billion euros per year. So from our perspective, this is not only a logistic hub, it's of course also a business case for the region. And as a port authority in Hamburg, we take care about the area of the port in total. We own the port. The city of Hamburg gave the area to the Hamburg Port Authority, which was founded roughly 20 years ago. And in the Hamburg Port Authority, we are 1,800 employees who take care about 7,200 hectares, which is really large. We have a rail network of over 300 kilometers, and we also organize the maritime transport. So in comparison to some other ports in Germany, we also have the Harbor Master Division, and we operate also the infrastructure in terms of roads. So it's, as we say, port management from one source. As also stated, we had completed last year the port development plan. We have identified within the port development plan 7 action points. This time the port development plan is a little bit different. We don't have a map where we describe which road we need to improve or which keyword we want to extend or which buildings we want to build. We focused on the megatrends, which are from our perspective digitalization, which are climate change, which is of course the transformation of work due to demographic changes. It's also the e-commerce business, which shapes logistic and supply chains differently. And of course our core business is also represented, is the maintenance of the infrastructure, of quay walls, of roads, of rail. And as the Port of Hamburg is located directly in the city of Hamburg, which is beautiful to have a view on, it's also kind of a challenge because it's limited to the space. We cannot extend limitless, and we cannot build a Maasvlakte 2 into the open sea because there's a city around. So we need to manage our area we have more effective, more efficient from our perspective. So this is a specific action point in the port development plan. And the city and port, which is in the 7th big chapter in the port development plan, is how do we get around with the city, have the acceptance from the citizens of Hamburg. And the Port of Hamburg is part of Hamburg, it's part of the identity. And both the citizens of the city and the port, they need to take care of each other and to respect each other. And of course, therefore, we have a specific topic in the Port Development Plan 2040. Some more facts and figures in terms of railway, which we always stress to show the importance of the Port of Hamburg. 13% of the rail traffic in Germany has its source or destination in the Port of Hamburg. We have roughly 210 trains per day arriving or leaving our port network. This sums up to over 5,000 wagons a day, and in total in 2022 we handled 2.7 million TEUs and 47 million tons of cargo, which, if we look onto the modal split in the Port of Hamburg, we can see that that sums up to over 50%. And this is a chart we are of course also very proud of because it shows the success of our investments in the previous years. If you look onto the left-hand side, the red line is the Port of Hamburg. You can see the container volume handled via the Hafenbahn network. And as many of you maybe are aware, the Port of Hamburg, in terms of total cargo handling on the waterside operations, there was not a big growth. There was more stable development in the previous years with some ups and downs. But if you look onto the rail transportation, there's a clear up. It's from 1 million TEUs to 2.7 million TEUs, so it's doubling the volume, more than doubling it. And if you compare it to other ports, just to put that into relation, it's far more than in Bremerhaven, Rotterdam, or Antwerp. And in terms of modal split, there was also a very, very successful development. On the right-hand side of this slide, you can see the percentage share. And we are in 2022 over 50%, and the aim of the Port of Hamburg and Hamburg is to get that share up to 60%. And that's going to be a challenge, that's very clear. But as Mr. Doppelbauer already mentioned, we share the same view on logistic chains and on decarbonization. We believe that rail transport is one of the key success factors to achieve a significant reduction in carbon emissions in the freight sector. We do see in the rail and in our logistic maritime transport some trends I would like to highlight. We can see on the left-hand side there is a general growth in cargo handling. If we look onto the North Range ports in Europe, we do see there is a growth. In the German ports, there was more a stable volume with some ups and downs, as mentioned, but we believe that there will be also in future, as also Mr. Theurer stated, there will be a further growth in transport volumes. And we need to make sure that we have more sufficient, efficient use of the infrastructure. The second trend, which also affects the port network and the Hafenbahn, as we call it, is the modal shift of rail. So on the one hand side, we believe there will be a growth. Secondly, there will be more transportation need to put onto the rail network. And we also see the big mega trend of decarbonization, of sustainability. Society expects from us that we get the modal shift towards the rail done. And the German ministries and also here in Hamburg, there are ambitious goals to increase the share of rail. And therefore, we believe at the Port of Hamburg that the Hafenbahn is one of the key success factors, which we need to further invest into. And furthermore, we see also the 740-meter trains, which will also improve the capacity of the rail network, and that will also bring us to further investments in the port. As also stated, the city of Hamburg wants to invest into the Hafenbahn. We as a Port Authority are the organization which are executing this investment. There is the need, which I would like to underline, as the rail network in the Port of Hamburg is not a local thing which one city can handle. It's a network which is beneficial to the whole country, to Germany, and of course also to Europe, as one of the biggest markets for Hamburg is of course also the Czech Republic, Hungary, Austria. And this investment into the Hafenbahn is from national significance. And if we want to get the modal shift done, we also need to talk about money. And there's an intense discussion in Germany currently going on into the Nationale Hafenstrategie, the strategy for national ports. As you may be aware, in Germany is a federal state, so Hamburg has its port, Bremen has its port, Niedersachsen, especially with Wilhelmshaven, is developing its ports, and there's a discussion how can we manage these challenges in a more efficient manner. And we have a very, very close interaction between these managements. And at the end, it is, of course, as Mr. Rieckhoff said, nichts los ohne Moos. It's at the end, we need money. But we know it's limited, of course. So our approach in the Port of Hamburg is a two-step approach. You can see on the left-hand side, you don't need to see all the details, is the map which you can find also in the port development plan. So we made a very clear assessment what is necessary in terms of infrastructure extensions, building new tracks, building longer tracks, more shunting yards, more connections to the national grid. That's on the left-hand side. There is a very detailed plan which we want to execute in a stepwise approach depending on the volume development, and we are ready with that investment plan to nearly double the capacity of the Hafenbahn. But Of course, it's also necessary that the national network provides the capacity to the freight transport in Germany to get that growth, which is potentially in the market, over the railway network. But the only answer won't be building infrastructure, because infrastructure is expensive. Building infrastructure takes a lot of time and, of course, needs a lot of money. So therefore, we are really happy that also data management is one of the topics we discuss today. As a Port of Hamburg, we developed, I think, quite unique IT system. We call it Transport Rail, TPR. And we believe that with data exchange, management, optimization of supply chains, and of course rail operations, there is a big potential of handling more freight trains on the Hafenbahn Port of Hamburg network. We believe that we are already quite good, but there is always room for improvement. And we have, in particular, just 3 highlights I would like to address. There are many initiatives going on and a lot of work always to get better and better and better. But 3 highlights I would like to present to you. Number 1 is the rail data gate. We installed OCR cameras and sensors at the main entrance of the port in terms of rail entrance, where we benefit from OCR technology to check if data is right, if it's the right train with the right wagons, is something missing, do we have a lack of information? And we are also planned to do a damage detection, which is important for us to reduce maintenance and repair costs on the one hand side, but also improve the reliability and availability of capacity within the rail network, because if we have to do maintenance and repair, of course, then there is a downtime and we want to reduce it. And there we are already, well, that's more or less up and running. We are currently also working, but this work is going on for already some time, and that's something we believe there is a really huge potential. And that's the integrated slot management. And that's also something about data sharing, because the challenge is that I think everyone is in favor of doing it, but many operators, actors within the logistic chain, they have some, I would say, fears maybe too much. But if you change data, you also get transparent, and that's sometimes good and sometimes it's a challenge. But we believe if we have a clear slot management where every operator and terminal and rail network operator knows when which train goes into which terminal, we believe that we can optimize our network and also provide to our customers more capacity without building new infrastructure. The third action point we have, or initiative, is the shunting locomotive tracking. Currently there are, as stated, 170 railway undertakings and many shunting companies within the whole port network, the Hafenbahn on the tracks. This is, from our perspective, brings a lot of complexity to manage all these different undertakings. And the shunting operations are, of course, less transparent as the regular trains. And a lot of shunting and all these different companies, they of course block capacity. And we believe that there is a potential in optimizing the shunting operations by data sharing also, and also by GPS tracking potentially, to make a better use of the infrastructure. But at the end, it needs to be, our target is to have an open access network for the shunting, but we believe that there's a potential in tracking to have a better knowledge about what's going on in your network, and to have then a higher availability of capacity and slots. We are also very happy and that's my last slide I would like to present to you, that we need to decarbonize. The transport mode of rail is already far ahead of other transport modes, but at the end we have the last mile, the shunting, which is currently mostly done by diesel locomotives, which have an age of 40 or 50 years. And there are also some new ones, of course, but they are quite robust. But we believe that we need to decarbonize the last mile as well. We can do it by electrification, potentially, yes. We can do it by e-fuels, maybe, sustainable fuels, or which is kind of an e-fuel maybe, but the hydrogen, where the Port of Hamburg is also one of the front runners in port industry. We believe that there is a lot of potential. That's why we also are part of the funding project H2 or S-Hunter ports at ports. And we will hear later on, I heard in the third panel, I think, further information about that project, so I don't want to spoil too much. But we believe that we need to be open to different technologies, and this is a very promising approach to decarbonize shunting operations, to have finally at the end, in the presentation from Mr. Doppelbauer, a zero at rail transportation. And there we have many interesting developments also in the Port of Hamburg, and Port of Hamburg wants to strengthen the front runner position in terms of railway operations and hinterland connection in Germany and in Europe. And we are very happy that all the federal states and Hamburg, we have a very clear view on that. We want to invest into rail operations. We want to increase the rail share up to 60%. And there will be infrastructure investments, but we also need to improve operations by data sharing and also then further improve it by decarbonization. I wish us all a very interesting discussion. I hope that gave you a good overview on the Port of Hamburg and the Hamburg Port Authority, what we do with the rail network. And yeah, many thanks for your attention.
Many thanks, Friedrich Sturmann, for this most interesting presentation on the Hamburg Port. Now we come to our first panel, and I introduce the moderator Giacomo Potenza of the European Union Agency for Railways. The first panel will be on the European mobility data space. And Giacomo, please introduce the topic.
Thank you, Joseph, and good morning to all of you. This panel is my honor to be the moderator. Is definitely a hot topic, as we already heard from the previous presentation. I work at the EU Agency for Railways in the economic analysis team, and today for this panel we will have hopefully a lively debate, exchanging in two main parts. So a first round we will discuss, and all the speakers will be able to give their point of view, the importance of data sharing, what are the challenges and what concerns there are or business opportunities out there in terms of sharing and opening up data from the different companies and sectors. And second round we will speak more specifically on rail freight ICT and the role of telematics in connecting ports and terminals. Before starting with the panel, we have a speech from Jan Seimandi from the European Commission. He will be joining us from Brussels online. And while we establish the connection, I can present Jan is a recent policy officer at the Directorate General for Transport and Mobility of the European Commission in the unit in charge of rail safety and interoperability. He is currently responsible for the ongoing revision of the technical specifications for interoperability in the field of telematics. and in general for digitalization aspects in safety and interoperability. Prior to joining the Commission, Ian was working at SNCF Réseau, the French rail infrastructure manager, and he has been also active in public affairs in Brussels in the field of the technical specifications for interoperability. So I see Jan is connected. I hope you can hear us, and the floor is yours.
Many thanks, Giacomo. Many thanks, Joseph. Good morning to everybody. This is today my pleasure to provide you with some insights on Commission vision to move together toward a common European mobility data space. So that without waiting further, I would like to present you first the background of these initiatives, or this initiative at the crossways of two EU strategies. On one hand, with the European Strategy for Data, the Commission has proposed the creation of EU-wide common interoperable data spaces in strategic sectors, such as, for example, manufacturing, energy, tourism, and of course, transport, the reason why we are there today. Our objective is to overcome technical and legal barriers, ensure trusted and secure data sharing by combining data governance frameworks on one side, and on the other side, technical infrastructure, while using, where possible, common design principle and, among others, common ontology. So in this context, in the context of the data strategy and later the sustainable, smart and mobility strategy, we announced a common European mobility data space, so the EMGMS, at stake today. And with that, we want to facilitate the access, pooling and sharing of data from existing and future transport and mobility data sources. All that can be found in the Action 49 of the Sustainable and Smart Mobility Strategy. So what are the challenges so far we identified on mobility data sharing? And I'm sure we will have the opportunity today to come to these. So as you see on this slide, we've identified a number of challenges when it comes to data sharing of mobility and transport relevant data. And the fragmentation needs is the one to be urgently addressed from our perspective for the EU to successfully embrace the benefit of digitalization in mobility and transport sector. So with the creation of a common European mobility data space based on common ontology, we believe this would be a key measure in this context, helping market actors and public authority to find, access and make use of relevance data more easily. This will also be complemented based on common ontology, still with artificial intelligence, which will be a key enabler to enhance mobility and transport services, particularly as data volumes have potential synergy increase exponentially. The second one we would like to tackle is the reluctance to share data, which is also an interesting topic, of course, and where policy action are expected to ensure data sharing is transparent and fair. But considering the current development of the rail market, where several undertakings are public undertaking, in the sense of the Open Data Directive, we believe we can move forward in a swift manner on that. One example, of course, is rail ticketing, even though not the discussion of today. We will focus on freight aspect. A few objectives now. That we want to tackle in the context of the European mobility data space. The first one, which I believe will be one of the debate we will have today, is to identify crucial data and increase their availability to support services considered as essential across the EU. and to cover sustainability and multimodality among other thematics. The second objective for us is to help the users of such data in the discovery of available data sources. And doing so, we would like to provide tools facilitate tools to be provided for the users to understand the data quality, and related access conditions. Another objective would be to facilitate data access, but most importantly, data reuse through modal and cross-modal harmonization of conditions for data sharing, and data sharing as fair, transparent, proportionate, and non-discriminatory, of course. Another one would be to enable technical, organizational, and legal interoperability. Interoperability for data access, reuse of data, as well as data sharing between public and private actors through modal and cross-modal data ontology. Another one would be the optimization of the data collection and the reduction of administrative burdens. And to do that, we would like to identify gaps and overlaps in existing data collection arrangements and make recommendations for respective adjustments in sectorial legislation. And last but not least is the connection with other common European data space from other sectors to allow data sharing and reuse among those to transport and cross-sector data ontology in line with new and emerging EU data-related legislation. So as just mentioned, there is also other common European data spaces. So a quick overview on those, which are, we believe, relevant for mobility and transport. So the European Commission, we are working not only on the mobility data space for sure, but also in other data spaces as they are announced as part of our data strategy. Some examples, as mentioned, are on the screen. And the one we identified as relevant for mobility are visible here. Complementing, or let's say hand-to-hand with DigiMove initiative, DigiConnect has also launched recently 2 horizontal initiatives, which I believe are important for you to acknowledge as well, to support the development of data spaces with, in particular, the delivery of common data ontology. And to that effect, the Data Space Support Center will focus on coordination and governance aspect. So now, let me introduce you with a few use cases and what we see as added value for the mobility transition to come. To explain those, maybe a bit of background. Back in November and December 2022, sorry, we published a call for evidence on this initiative. And one of the common feedbacks that we received from this call was the need to outline some use cases for MGMS. So here is a non-exhaustive list of some example that we will elaborate more on in our upcoming Commission communication, on which I will come at the end of this presentation, which is yet to be adopted as a package with other related initiatives. And this communication will include our preliminary indication on the benefit for member state, local and national authorities, of course also business and citizens. The first use case we identified is the increase of efficiency in the logistics sector at EU level, and by combining data from different modal sources, as navigation services will be able to provide more accurate estimated time of arrival, dynamic rerouting, and optimization of rest times. The second use case is the enabling of local authority identifying well-targeted measures with their sustainable urban mobilities plan. And this by combining data from different data spaces, for example, as the mobility data space, energy data space, or even tourism data space, and use the data to monitor the progress towards the objective sets set by those local authorities. A third use case is the implementation of urban vehicle access regulation, where you will be able to inform travelers when they are about to enter such UVAR through navigation application, or even to get ad hoc exemption, for example, transfer of people with reduced mobility. Here again might be a bit out of scope of freight, but still valuable use cases we identified. Last but not least, the cross-border freight multimodality, we believe can be boosted through the integration of information as real-time schedule and disruption. And the last one would be the facilitation to the access to electromobility data at EU level, enabling the information of users about facilities to that effect. Beyond those use cases, here is our concept, which we foresee around the European Mobility Data Space Framework. As a data space is actually not only a single database or simply a piece of hardware infrastructure, but the common European mobility data space should be a framework for interlinking and federating many different transport data ecosystems that today are rather heterogeneous, and also often difficult to discover or access. This being said, it is clearly important to note that we are not starting from scratch. There is a lot of existing initiatives that we would like to federate and interlink. And thus the European mobility data space will build on and complement the cross-sectoral data legislation, such as the Data Governance Act and the Data Act. We will also take due account of data sharing mechanism proposed in this act and in existing transport-related ecosystem domain legislation for both passenger and freight, which in some cases are already quite advanced. A few examples among those is the Electronic Freight Transport Information Regulation, so-called the FTI, the data ontology of the Union rail system under the aegis of the European Union Agency for Railways, so-called ERA ontology, but also the expert group of the Commission, such as the Digital Transport and Logistics Forum, so-called DTLF, or other national or private initiative as the German Mobility Data Space and EONA X. So last but not least, before opening this panel, presentation of a few actions supporting common European mobility data space. So as mentioned, we have at the moment a preparatory action that we just closed since October till September 2023 to map existing mobility data ecosystem and recommend first common building blocks that we will announce in an upcoming presentation, in an upcoming communication. We'll come to that in the next slide. Then currently being kicked off, or the kickoff will be upcoming actually during a 36 months deployment action period. We will deploy mobility data sharing use cases I just presented related to traffic and urban mobility indicator. And then to be launched from December this year during 12 months, we'll focus on the governance and interlinking layer and also the definition of building blocks and interoperability requirements. And all this will be building on the Data Space Support Center initiative from DG Connect I mentioned earlier. So what about this upcoming communication on our side? The goal, as visible here, is to announce publicly our objective and propose way forward. This is supported, as mentioned, by a call for evidence. And this initiative for communication is actually foreseen for adoption at the end of November this year, but also subject to being packaged with other data-related initiative. So the date is yet to be confirmed by my colleague in charge within DigiMove. So with this presentation, I would like to thank you very much for your attention and give back the floor to Giacomo for kicking off this interesting discussion. Many thanks again for your attention.
Thank you, Ian. I would like to invite the panel one speakers here on stage to join me. Meanwhile, they walk up here. On my right is the stairs for reaching the panel. I will introduce our speakers. Conor Fagan is the Secretary General of the European Rail Freight Association, which is representing private and independent rail freight companies. Stefan Jugelt is my colleague from the European Union Agency for Railways. He's a project officer dealing with telematics and technical specifications for interoperability in freight and transport. Gilles Peterhans is from the Secretary General of the UIP, the International Union of Wagon Keepers. We have also Ralph Charlie Schulze, who is the president of UIRR, the International Union for Road, Rail, Combined Transport, and is representing terminal operators and intermodal operators. Then we have Wolf Jobst Ziedler. He is the head of telematics and logistic processes at the Hamburg Port Authority. And he's also in charge of dealing with the railport community system. And last but not least, we have connected online from Brussels, Alberto Mazzola. He is Executive Director of the Community of European Railways and Infrastructure Managers, the association representing incumbent historical operators and integrated rail infrastructure managers. So a warm welcome to all of you. I hope we are getting also Alberto connected. Good morning, Alberto. Can you hear us?
Yes. Good morning, Giacomo. Yes, I can hear you.
Excellent. So I would like to kick off the discussions in this interesting panel with you, Alberto. You heard earlier on some discussions around the data sharing and opening of data, and also following the presentation from the Commission. What would be, from the point of view of the main operators, your views on this topic, and what you think could be some of the concerns that there are from the operator point of view? It would be great if you could elaborate on this.
Thank you, Giacomo, and thank you also, Ian Seimandi, for presenting the Common European Mobility Data Space. As association, from the moment we heard, and it was probably 3 years ago, the idea of the Commission to develop common European data spaces, we started a bit to reflect about what we should see in these data spaces concerning at least transport, and how we should interrelate with the others. We have looked also at the German experience with our German partners. So far is the only experience, at least that I'm aware, where a data space has been developed and where different aspects have been there. Let me say that, if I may say, it's work in progress. So it's not, we will not get to the final data space soon, but it's good that we start, and it's good that we start, and we see how we develop in these things. I want to make this point because, in my understanding, this will take some time, but I think we need to start. And we don't know from the beginning, what will be the final results. I want to make this point because also when we look at the German case, you might see why these things are not in, why the other things are in, and sometimes you can question yourself where we are going. But let's say, this was the first point. I think the point of inventory, what Jan said, is a key point. I think we don't need to reinvent a lot of, I would say, databases. We need to look for what is around. If I may say, this will be the first point. Let's try to be as complete as possible, but I think we need to look around and make the inventory what is around in terms of mobility. And based on that, for different modes, we are discussing for rail here, but it's good also for maritime, for aviation, for all modes of transport, the inventory and what is around, and we'll find that we have a lot of databases, a lot of data that we have around. When I look at the communication on data spaces, 2 points that I found there quite interesting. Businesses, individual will be in control of the data they generate. So I think we need to find a way how we will be in control of the data we generate and how we are going to share in this common data space, as well as to find ways to have neutral data intermediaries. So EONA X can be one, but I think we need to reflect what will be the data intermediaries that will match data demand and data supply for this. And then another point, I still remember when I was discussing the first time with the Director General of DG Connect, and he was pushing railways, why don't you take the initiative and you start voluntary to find or to become, I would say, a supplier of data and so on. I think we need to explore these things, but this will require a bit of effort. I understand we are not commenting now on telematic application for freight or any other telematic application, but let me comment certainly on EFTI, so the electronic freight transport information. I've seen the Commission publishing 2 days ago the first implementing regulation, at least starting to consult the sector in their opinion. I think to a certain extent, EFTI, when it was approved, there was and there is a high expectation to simplify bureaucracy and paper going all around Europe concerning freight. The expectation is to have a value of some billions euro of reduction of cost. I think we still need to get there. So this is a point where I want to make a comparison with the mobility data space. We need to start and then we need to develop. EFTI is a good example. I think we need to get all the benefits possible and we need to be able to source all the data that will be available there, at least for the transport. But we will need beyond that also to reflect about operations. EFTI is more about, say, commercial papers that you send around when you move freight or goods around Europe. In terms of operation, we need to reflect on that. I will stop here, Giacomo. I don't know.
Thank you, Alberto. And without further ado, I would then continue discussion from the rail sector representatives, so with Connor from ERFA. So from your point of view, developing on what you have heard and what your members believe, what are the, not only, let's say, the data concerns around, but also what tools should be in place and how should be facilitated data exchange from the railway undertakings point of view to other operators of the multimodal chain.
Thanks, Giacomo, and thanks for the invitation. Very happy to participate. I think when we talk about data, I think anything can be shared by everyone. It's about creating the framework to allow for that data exchange. I don't think we see an industry that's fundamentally against sharing data. It's about how do we create that framework and how do we ensure data is an added value to operations. So when we talk about data sharing, I think an issue we see, especially from the private side of rail freight, and I think we need to recognise sometimes this. For railways, there is a bit of a baked-in problem that prevents some data sharing. When we talk about data sharing, usually you're talking B2B or B2A. And in many sectors, there's a very clear line. You know, if I look out here, for instance, it's very clear what is the terminal operator, what is the port authority, and there's a clear division. In railways, that sometimes isn't the case. You might have, let's say, one company that is both your competitor and the authority. So how do we create a framework that ensures that, let's say, when I am communicating information to the authority, that there is a good framework in place that ensures this isn't putting me at something of a competitive advantage with my competitor. So I think that's one of the clear things we believe that we would need to see addressed, is a very clear framework. And there I was happy to hear Jan say the need for clear rules on data, because I think when we do talk about railways, we do need to recognise that there is some issues in terms of governance that might not exist in other sectors, like I said, like the port, where there is clear divisions in who is doing what. The other point we think needs to be clarified is, and we've seen this in some countries, when we talk about data sharing, we shouldn't be talking about creating data dumps where you just share everything and it's not of any operational use. For instance, I see in some countries when we talk about temporary capacity restrictions, you get 20,000 lines of an Excel document and it's of no use to anyone. So how do we create data that's actually operationally useful and can be used? And I think crucially is international, and we don't end up with 27 different national data systems. So I think for that reason, I think the involvement of the European Commission is quite welcome, and the European Railway Agency, of course. I guess that when we do look at, let's say, the development of the railway sector over the last 50, 60 years, it has been a victim of innovation, you could say, and that we've had a lot of national innovation. So when we do look at data, it's important that we do move towards a more of a European approach. And then when we get to data, it's important, like I said, that we're talking about the same data. You know, railways, we have lots of classic examples where we're not talking about the same data, very basic things like a train number, that we are still at a system where we have national rules here, or national requirements. So I think it's very linked to the point, how do we make data useful? And I think if we can create a framework that introduces clear rules and requirements on how data is treated, how data is shared, clear lines between the B2B and B2A, and to ensure that, crucially, data is useful, I think that opens the door. But fundamentally, yeah, we need to create that operational usefulness to the data. Thank you.
Thank you, Conor, for elaborating on this. And remaining on the rail sector point of view from the wagon keeper. So, Gilles, you also get a bit the same question, although, of course, it's interesting to go into the detail of not only, let's say, the train running information, but sometimes I think here in ports also the loading, what is loaded or what is to be shunted can be an important aspect. What is, from your point of view, your views on this initiative of creating a framework, and how do you see things for wagon keepers?
Thank you, Giacomo, and thank you also for the invitation. It's a pleasure to discuss data again. I mean, I don't know how long we have been discussing this, so that's why I don't fully agree with the problem description by Alberto or with your analysis, Conor. In fact, if I look at UIP, for example, there is a paper which is called European Strategy for Efficient Data Exchange in Rail Freight. It's dated July 2013. It's 10 years old. And of course, from the business, and we see in the presentation of the Port of Hamburg in the discussion, many people are, let's say, working around data. And I don't think we have a problem of a framework. We have, sure, a problem of common. It's called the common data space. Yeah, it's very much of the initiative are national, and now we come to the European. So we here agree on the problem description. On the framework, in the paper we have from 2013, we said exactly what you said, Conor. we need a dual approach. The dual approach is business to administration, what are here the requisites, and business to business. And when we do that, we need also to make sure that institutions don't do too much on B2B, because that's disturbing. That disturbs the business, in fact. So we have another problem, to my personal opinion, from what we have discussed also internally. We have an implementation problem. EFTI, good example, electronic freight train information. Transport, not train, freight transport information. Proposal Commission 2018. We are 2023, and Alberto mentioned, we are doing now the implementing acts. 6 years. A business will not wait 6 years until something happens. So I think the implementation is one point which we are missing, and the use of the tools which exist. We always say there is no tool. There are tools, a lot. TAF-TSI, we will discuss. Problem of TAF-TSI, implementation. GCU broker, problem of GCU broker, implementation. RSRD squared, tool we developed in 2012. It took us 8 years to convince people to use it. So basically, for our discussion internally, we have more a problem of using what is existing, addressing, okay, some shortcomings, data governance, ownership, user rights, commercial aspects, sensitive data, cybersecurity, yes. But first, start small. Sometimes less is more. And I think that's where we want the perfect solution before we begin. That's typical rail. And that's not working in the data work. Why? Because also for us, what we learned from the wagon keeper, when we built the wagon is for 30 years. When we speak about tools on digitalization, it's 3 years, and then new technology, new tools, so you need to address that as well. So in terms of what should we do, or let's say what are our expectations towards the institution, I think ERA, ontology, yes, common language, necessary, no question. On the Commission, try to make sure that the things are done in common, yes, need to be done. But on the other side, we should find a way to force people to use what exists and stop the wish list. If you ask someone, oh yes, I need this, I need this, I need that, and you say, for what? I don't know yet, but I need it. And the problem is not the reluctance, Jan said, the reluctance to share. Sometimes they are not able to share because we don't have the data. But the presentation from the Port of Hamburg is excellent because we have only 3 topics. We have data about operation, we have data about assets, rolling stocks, and we have data about infrastructure. That's business to business. Data organization codes, the agency is doing it. That's important, that's central. Data from authorization, central. From certification, central. Today, offered as platform for human to human. 21st century, it's machine to machine. ERADIS, wonderful tool, but you need to be a human to read it. You cannot integrate the data in your processes. And what we are looking for, what we need to understand is we are looking for data in the process. I was wondering once, why we're asking for location data of the wagons. Why? A wagon never moves alone. Never. Why would you need location? You say, yeah, because our processes are not perfect. Sometimes we lose them. It can be in a port of Hamburg, it can be somewhere else. Sometimes you don't know in which of the marshalling yards the wagon is. And that's why you need it. But then tell us why you need it. And then there will be no reluctance to share. There will be some topic to solve, data ownership, user rights, commercial aspects, yes, but there will be no reluctance to share.
Thank you, Gilles. And elaborating on this, Ralph, Charlie, from the intermodal operators, you have ongoing experience in trying to go into the implementation or into with pilot what the challenges are. So from your point of view, also elaborating on what Gilles just said, so how do you see then the last mile that is missing in terms of going a bit faster into the actual implementation of this data exchange at the benefit of multimodal operations?
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. I very much like the way that the Commission set the scene in saying that we are in an environment of reluctance, of heterogeneity, of diversity, and of fragmentation. And I would like to introduce a very new dimension with this dimension of the customer. I think at the end of the day, we don't have to forget that all what we are doing, we're doing it on behalf of somebody who's paying for it. And let me take the position of the customer. As combined transport, we identified already 5 years ago in our roadmap for digitalization for combined transport, the key drivers. And the key drivers are, there are new entrants today who increase the logistics footprints, if you think at Amazon, for example. There are shippers who use advanced software to perform 3PL tasks. They improve communication information richness. You can integrate 4G, you can integrate Internet of Things, you can integrate AI. And the regulators, as was said before, they push for digitization. Concerning ERA, it's tough TSI, it's FT, it's digital market, data mobility space. All this is coming and somebody wants to regulate it, which is not bad, but we haven't to go too far. And the most important point is the customers who come with their high expectation on reliability and on valid information. And if you look at the enhanced digital vision for combined transport, there are 5 points that you have to bear in mind. One is the creation of a fair framework conditions for all stakeholders in the CT environment. So tough TSI or TSI in general will fit to this. We need a collaborative and coordinated ecosystem requiring the involvement of all players, including the customers. Stakeholders clearly are identified in the data exchange flows, which is unfortunately not always the case. Free and easy access to non-sensitive data. Of course, we need some firewalls to commercial data. And the use and dissemination of standards and reference files is something which we need. We think, for example, at EDIGS. We also think at the Rail Facilities Portal, which is a good initiative because it gives you transparency. And our approach from combined transport was to have a project on improving data interoperability and sharing combined transport. This is the EDIC project. Just a few words on the EDIC project, because the EDIC project is a project which tries to find the right solution for this question which we pose today. If you look at the number of stakeholders we have to bring them together. Behind there is a logistics chain, a supply chain, and the customer at the end of the day would like to get all the information he needs. Sometimes he wants information that he doesn't need, that's true, Gilles, but at least the information should be there. And the big issue at EDIGS is we would like to have a standardized interface in the communication with the terminals. So we have the rail system on one side with the infrastructure managers and the railway undertakings, and they have to communicate with the terminals. They have to communicate with the CT operators, and behind the CT operators you have the customers, meaning the logistics service providers and of course the shippers. If you look at this picture, you see that we integrated in this project all these stakeholders, all these players. We thought it would not be a big issue to integrate terminals into the chain, and in fact we discover it is a big issue. We thought that we have to go out of the blame and shame game between infrastructure managers and railway undertakings, because if we look as customers at the rail system, we discover that very often they play ping pong. So they say the other one is responsible, no, the other one is responsible. And in order to get out of this blame and shame game and this logic of KPIs, which not always fits together, we said, let's do a simple monitoring. Let's do a total quality management system. And with this total quality management system, we can achieve a full transparency. Unfortunately, if you let the IT guys do it, it will not lead to the right conclusions and to the right results. So we need to integrate operations as well. So IT cannot do it without operations, and operations cannot do it without IT. So we need both in order to satisfy, at the end of the day, the requirements of the customers. We always tried in this project to enhance the interoperability also of data, not only the technical operational one, but the interoperability of data. And the approach is connecting all the stakeholders in the chain, giving a better track and tracing system and an ETA based on algorithm or whatever. And the most important point, it's a quality system, a monitoring system, because only if you have the full transparency on the reasons why the train was delayed, you can make it better afterwards. So this is, in a nutshell, what we are talking about. So from the combined transport perspective, please don't forget the customers, and between operations and IT, there has to be a very strong collaboration as well, otherwise there will be misunderstanding at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Ralph Charlie, and your intervention fits very well a question for you, Wolf Jobst. Given the, I would say, a bit special setup that you have here in Hamburg, where you are a rail infrastructure manager within the port area, deeply involved in operations, in coordination of the shunting operations and the main line freight transport in such an important port. From your point of view and from your experience of dealing with the port community, if I would say, which includes, of course, terminal operators and shipping companies, how do you see this initiative and your views on open data, and what do you think the sector should do differently from different point of view?
Okay, please allow me to state first, I do represent here not the infrastructure manager, not really the train operators or the wagon keepers. So we have a slightly different perspective, but we also share a common vision. The common vision is that the flow of cargo should be smooth and preferably fast, without interruptions, or at least with a chance to recognize where is an interruption, then I can address it and try to rectify that. So in a way, the microcosmos of the Port of Hamburg is actually like a small best practice for what data sharing can achieve. Here within the port community, we have a rail port community system. I know port community systems are nothing new in port operations worldwide, but we focus on the rail port. And the point is here that it shows the power of data sharing. The actors over several decades and even across liberalization phase, they more or less voluntarily decided to join, to share data with the focus on streamlining operations. Obviously, in this community system, the point of commercial data has been excluded. This seems to be perfectly logical to us, but sharing the data is a benefit, because shared data means that the different actors can take optimization and they can save on information transmission efforts. But at the same time, they can synchronize their optimization efforts. In a multimodal facility like a port, everything is interlinked with everything else, at least roughly. That means that if stakeholder A takes some optimization, it might affect stakeholder B. Give an example, the shunting operator wants to keep costs low, so the organization will deploy only a limited number of engines. That could mean in turn that wagons are not delivered or picked up in time, and the infrastructure is blocked, at least in small scales. So it makes sense to share data here. It makes sense to optimize in collaboration in order to get things improved. And I think we may say it works quite well. I do believe it's also a good idea that the organization, which is sort of the foundation of everything, the infrastructure manager, is taking here the initiative in the Port of Hamburg, because we have the common interest to enable as much cargo flow on rail as possible. This has been mentioned before, and we are not sort of limited to individual commercial terms. We do recognize there is competition, there are commercial terms. One organization might be more efficient, more smooth, offer better prices, but overall, the overall aim is to get cargo on rail, and therefore we need to have it smooth. And Charlie mentioned it before, it has to make the customer happy. At the end of the day, even we as the infrastructure manager, we are just part of the complex network to make the customer happy, that the cargo will flow, that any disruptions in the cargo flow will be identified immediately. However, there is, in our opinion, at least if there are a few aspects to be concerned about. Data governance has, by the colleagues here on the panel, has been mentioned before, and in general we think it's a good idea to share the data. However, we need to take into account there are efforts, there are costs to process all this data and make it available, and it is our plea, please do not forget that. It's not about turning data into huge piles of money, but instead for the public infrastructure like us, we have to make sure that there is at least a fair compensation. The subject of fair compensation has been addressed before, so I'm not the only and the first one to introduce this to the discussion here. We are happy to hear that, and we just have to plea everybody, including the Commission, please do not forget that.
Thank you, Wolf Jobst, and then we can turn to our online participants. So, Jan, we heard from the previous interventions some requests or even some challenges to the regulators, and how do you see the initiatives ongoing going into the implementation phase beside the data governance issues that were discussed at length already in recent past?
Many thanks, colleague. Many thanks, Giacomo. I would like to first echo the point made by Gilles earlier on the what I will summarize by let's not reinvent the wheel. I think, Alberto, you said something like this as well in your introduction. I would like to confirm that what we are doing with the support of the rail agency in the context of the ontology is for sure to define a common ontology, but we are not starting from scratch. What we are doing is simply reusing at this stage what exists already and integrating that all in a common ontology. Of course, when we do so, we detect that there is some conflict between defined concepts which were originally defined in silos. So the objective is to make that in common and overcome those conflicts when there is any. Most of the time there is very few of them, but it may happen, of course. One of the famous topics is the location reference data, of course. So this is the work we are doing to make in common and harmonize the ontology which exists at sectoral level. So on this, I believe you can be reassured that we are in the same page. I also listen about the common objective raised from a customer perspective by Ralph. Many thanks for that. And I would like to confirm that the three aspects you mentioned, Ralph, which are the recognition of all actors involved in the transport chain beyond pure rail stakeholders, let's say, or the historical rail stakeholders are railway undertaking and infrastructure managers, but also the reliability of the ETA and a harmonized process to define it, as well as the setting up of quality and monitoring processes for this ETA. All this aspect, thanks to the work performed by the sector, I believe all the organization around this table contributing to that. We have these requirements to be included in the upcoming TSI telematics. So this, I believe, is also a great collective achievement toward something which works for the sector and for the customers. And on the point raised by Wolf just a few minutes ago, from the perspective of the Port of Hamburg, and I understand the infrastructure manager, I also understand that there is common objective with operators of the ports to ensure smooth information exchange. And here, also in the light of the EDIC project raised by Ralph earlier, I believe we are close to make some concrete move, and perhaps the TSI telematic revision will be also the opportunity to make sure the existing data sharing ecosystem, which is in place at port level, can be reused as an enabler of the implementation of the TSI telematics for the port operator, either they are infrastructure manager or operator of the port.
Thank you, Jan. And as a further question to Stefan from the European Union Agency for Railways, we heard about harmonization, data sharing. What is your return of experience in developing legislation that is allowing a common interface without dictating a common system to try to put together these data streams from different parts of the logistics chain?
Thank you, Giacomo, for the question and for the opportunity to present a bit the point of view of the agency for the telematics. Common interface is a good point to be addressed, because at the end, it's not the data exchange there, it's only the infrastructure to exchange the data. So the common interface is only the communication layer being able to link the different systems exchanging data, but it's not determining which data can be exchanged, because it's quite flexible. But the common interface is a tool which allows you at least to connect easily to any actor you would like to address in the telematics environment. Means you would like to have access to reference data, you set up a common interface, and you have access to those databases, because you have a single way to access all the data from the actors. But I would like to step back a bit and explain some ideas about data sharing and what does it mean in the telematics. And a lot of these points were addressed already by my predecessors, but I would like to bring a point of view from a slightly different angle, because maybe we have here three different groups of data. We have, all of them have to be able to be discovered, to be accessible, and to be reused. And here I think we have, first of all, the public data. Public data are data, also you mentioned here, from the business to administration data. These are data which should be public and should be accessible. For instance, this means reference data for locations. For a customer, before he starts to purchase a rail service, to purchase a rail transport, he has to know where he can load his goods. Where are the loading points? Are they near enough to the factory? He can use his own lorries, or he has to hire another service to bring the goods to the rail, or he has their own railway facility where he can load his goods. So it means those data which are necessary for the customer to discover, yes, there are rail services available, are public data. Otherwise, you would not be able to encourage freight customers to use rail if they don't know where they can load their goods. And this means also, if they are public, then we have to think about how they can be made accessible for them. I mentioned the tool Common Interface, but this is a tool which is in the frame of the telematics application. It means before you can use and
communicate with your party-sit tool, you have to set up an IT infrastructure, which is maybe in the first stage not necessary if you only would like to know where I can load my goods. But for this, we have, for instance, portals like the rail freight portal, like the reference data, like the register of infrastructure maybe at the agency. And all these sources can serve to the purpose to inform customers where they can use and load their goods. Then we have a second type of data, I would call it private data. Private data means these are data which are not 100% public, but maybe more intended for the communication between two parties which have already agreed a contract. And when we speak about telematics, a lot of those data exchanges are based on contractual agreements. If you would like to reserve a train pass to operate a train, of course you need an agreement with the infrastructure managers that you are allowed to reserve a train pass. If the train runs, you are allowed only if you have a contractual agreement between the railway undertaking and the, for instance, lead railway undertaking to receive those data. But maybe you cannot forward all of them to your final customer, which has also a right to receive some parts of those data. Means there are some restrictions already in the data set on the private data, but at the end, all these private data, at least from our point of view, are to a certain extent regulated in European legislation. Means even if they are private ones, the procedures, the data formats, and the processes are harmonized in legislation. And then we have a third part, this is also business-to-business data, where we, from our point of view, have at the end no stake at all, because this is not our business, because this is something to be exchanged between the business partners. But here we may reuse, at least for the exchange, for the accessibility, the infrastructure which has been already defined by legislation. Because why to set up a new communication channel if we have already a legally binding common interface in place? Use the infrastructure which is there. And the last point I would like to address is how to make data reusable. And this is sometimes also a critical point, and we have mentioned several times here, for instance, ERA ontologies, data exchange with ontologies, which means at the end, you have a clear understanding, if you receive a data item, a data piece, what is the purpose, who has generated this data item, and how it could be used in the further process. And I think Connor meant a quite interesting example, the train number or train ID. Here you need to know what train ID you mean. It's a train ID for the path management. It's a train ID to log your train in the GSMR network. It's a train ID used for operational purposes. It's a train number to be used for the reservation of a seat in the train. 4, 5 different usages of the same item, but if you don't know what item is exactly addressed in a data exchange, you will fail with any of your processes. And therefore, it's quite important, and I think this is sometimes forgotten. If we exchange data, we have to be 100% sure for which use case those data are generated, and all parties participating in the data exchange have the same understanding about the data item. And this also sometimes tricky discussions about the bits and bytes of the data exchange. And we should keep this in mind, otherwise data exchange will fail.
Thank you, Stefan. And Gilles, you wanted to say something?
I want to react on that, because that's indeed one of the key aspects. I mean, the three you mentioned, private data, public data, reusability, everything okay. But the fact is that sometimes we are still thinking in our old process. And trying just to, we know the saying, a shitty analog process is a shit digital process. And sometimes you need perhaps to come with a new concept. And train ID is the best one. Why is that the same item? Yes, we always use the train ID for this, but then make it different. And then only when people from the IT, but also from the processes, are ready to rethink the way they've conceived the exchange of data in the formal world, we make progress, right? And the other topic we always forget, apart from the mental shift, we need to rethink what we do, is we have 100 years of national system. And sometimes it's not reluctance, the problem is not fragmentation, it's not heterogeneity, it's just we had one national system for all the exchange of data in Germany, managed by one company. Liberalization, we have changed, we have introduced new roles. Did anyone care about the IT system? No, we didn't. We introduced the TAF-TSI back 2004, 2000, to have an obligation to exchange some messages. But at national level, to take care of this IT system, these monsters, we didn't do it. So now, to move towards, let's say, more actors exchanging some data in a common format is sometimes very complicated. I can understand it. And that's also a blocking point we should never forget in terms of implementation. And I think all the things we are doing in the railway sector in terms of data exchange is to serve a customer. I mean, that's what we have in mind. The problem is when we say estimated time of arrival, the first discussion, I'm not interested to know as Eurogate when the vacancy is arriving in Wedel, or I want to know when it's under the crane. But that's not only the path of the infrastructure, there is shunting operation, there are a lot more for estimated time of arrival. And then when you discuss with the customers, they say, but in fact, the arrival of the wagons, of the train, not interested, of the wagons, but perhaps the shipment. I want ETA at shipment level. That's when you realize, oh, okay, perhaps what we developed was wrong. Because we developed for the train. We thought ETA, it's like in passenger, it's for the train. No, a customer has no interest in a train arrival at the station. The shipment under the crane or the shipment in the logistics center. And that, of course, means we have an intramodal competition with passenger, to say, no, this process is good for passenger, but we in freight, it's something else. We're speaking about the same terms, but it's something else. And that's where ontology, I think, is so important. So 2 topics: be ready to rethink the way we deal with the processes to generate the right data to be exchanged. And secondly, take care as well of the national system, which have been in place for 50, 60 years. Not so easy to change, I'm sure.
Thank you,
Alberto will confirm.
Indeed, and we will get a point from Alberto, and then we will have also a few minutes for questions from the audience, because we don't want that this debate is a monologue, of course, only from the panelists. Alberto?
Thank you, Giacomo. And I have the impression that we are discussing about rail data space. The proposal is a mobility data space, not rail data space. I think what we discussed, we need to do. All the telematic application for freight, telematic application for passenger. What we have been developing also, digitalization of traffic management, and then telematic application on top of it, digital capacity, all these things we need to do. But this is our rail business and we need to do it. And we are doing this with good and bad, let me say, but we need to continue. My impression is that these data spaces, which is not just mobility, are beyond what we are doing today. So our data, the data of wagons or Gilles, should be available probably to insurance companies or maybe to somebody else who can make a business of it. So this is what happened on ticketing, for instance. I would like for a rail operator to have the information about maritime in order to optimize my trains when the shipping is coming in the port. And maybe if the ship is coming 20 days later, to use the train for doing some other things. I would like to have the information on aviation, how to optimize also my traffic, how many trains I need to bring to this airport, or if I can reduce it. And as well as the synergies with the other data spaces. We discussed a lot with tourism. I think tourism and mobility is an important issue. And we are not using this data. So my impression is that data, this will be a bit of data mining. So data will be, and this is why I raised the point of inventories. And we have a lot of data. This data will become more transparent, what they are around. And we will find people that we don't know today that maybe come and say, look, I want to have your data.
Thank you, Alberto.
Could be on many other points. I would say that's my impression on the data space, but maybe I'm wrong. I think our rail business is what we are doing. We should continue, but this is something new.
Thank you. Ralph, Charlie, you want to also add something?
No, just to stress that we are in a perfect storm, and the rail data is one thing, but the rail data have to be integrated in the whole logistics chain. So you cannot, it's nice to say we are concentrating on rail data space, yes, but it's only part of the reality. So we have to integrate it fully in the supply chains of the customers, meaning that we need the data not only under the crane, but also in the logistics centers at the customers.
Thank you. Jan, you wanted to add something before we move to the audience questions?
Many thanks, Giacomo. Indeed, Alberto, many thanks for striking exactly the right point. Here, there is need and way forward to implement what we need to implement as rail sector. But to connect with other mode of transport, then I think it requires also, and this is where we would like to help as Commission with the regulation, we need also to have a mind shift from other transport mode, which are connecting to rail as backbone of mobility. And for freight, this is also what we want to achieve, of course. So we would like to introduce in the upcoming TSI telematics the fact that when operators of other transport mode are connected to rail as backbone, then they are actually managing not only a transport services on another mode, but they are actually managing a sort of rail services. And this is what we need to have, where we need to have a mind shift to consider transport services fully integrated in the transport chain, but from a rail perspective in the rail transport chain. So let's see how we can help that to peel up on what has been developed by the sector in relation to terminals, ports, and so on, when there is this interconnection. But let's look at it broader and see how we can connect to any mode of transport, being part of the transport chain where rail is the backbone.
Thank you very much, and this fits very well in the second part of our panel, which is exactly going into the detail of how to integrate into the rail, the exchange system, the other parties of the logistic chain. Before moving to this, if there are any questions from the audience, we can take a couple. Please raise your hand. We have some microphones available in the room. Okay, seeing none, I would say that we can go maybe to continue our discussion on how to going beyond the rail-only related data exchange. We at ERA did so far two things. So we developed together with the sector in our institutional role an update of the tough TSI telematics, which resulted in a recommendation from the agency to the European Commission in January of last year, and this was primarily to include ports and terminals into the tough TSI field. And as you may know from our previous multimodal conference in Le Havre, we also presented there a small study about ports and rail, so stock-taking exercise of the situation around about 30 maritime and river ports. And there were some findings that 1/3 of the port authorities that we interviewed never heard of tough TSI, but 2/3 of them have plans to implement them and to consider them. So it is important definitely to raise awareness of these protocols, to ensure that there is a common interface between IT systems. So in the update of the tough TSI, as Stefan is better placed than me to elaborate, there were some novelties on exchanging information on consignment orders, on train composition, on train ready, on wagons, and on estimated time of arrival. So Stefan, if you could elaborate a bit on what have we produced so far and where we stand, which was also, as I understand, a joint exercise with Wolf Jobst from Hamburg that was a successful cooperation. Stefan.
Yes, I would like to highlight a bit the key points we have addressed in the revision of the telematics application for freight, which has been delivered, as my colleague Giacomo said, in January last year as recommendation to the Commission. If you're interested, you can download it from our website, the document. The key point of the mandate was of the TSI, because the tough TSI was already in place for more than 1 decade at the time, was to not focus only on rail transport, because this was the main focus of the tough TSI before the revision, but also to include information exchange with the final customers and to include also railway infrastructure, which is linked to the usual railway infrastructure, means especially terminals, ports and so on, that they can be as well included in the data exchange, included as well in the processes. And this was one of the key points we addressed here, to share between all actors those data, for instance, concerning the consignment, means if you order a freight transport that you have here a consignment order from the beginning until the end, and you can access to the same data from the terminals and from the railway undertakings to be aware what is the purpose of this freight transport. We further analyzed also other topics, like to provide also information about the train composition, because it's quite important for all actors involved in the transport, not only the railway undertakings moving the train from one place to another, but as well to the terminals and the ports, to know which wagons are in this train, in which order, to plan their operations, to plan their shunting, and to plan also for their customers when these wagons should arrive on the train. And based on that, of course, the forecast information for customers and for terminals has to be included, because it was also mainly limited to a rail exchange. And we have included also results from projects, how to standardize the calculation of the estimated time of arrival or estimated time of interchange. These are those timings which are addressed in the regulation, and how to have here a unified calculation rule, let's say, to exchange those data between the parties, that you can rely on the accuracy of the data. And you have not hundreds of different algorithms around the world calculating the ETA always differently, because in this case, you cannot rely on those times as customer, and so you cannot rely then on the fact when you would have your good under the crane to be used further on in your own processes. And a last point we addressed as well was to enhance as well the information exchange concerning single wagon load. So means if you move wagons, and we had already a set of messages in the TSI which were created to inform all involved actors when a wagon has changed the responsibility from one railway undertaking to another, has been shunted and so on. And also these wagon movements are now opened towards the final customer, means he knows when a wagon has been processed somewhere, and he can also align his processes with the data he receives from these different events. So it means the key point of this revision was open up here the data exchange, the data sharing to a broader group, to a broader group of users, instead of keeping this simply in the rail sector, and then to rely on private agreements between the actors to exchange those data. Here we set the basis on the legal text, how to process and to provide those data between the actors.
Thank you, Stefan. And exactly on this point, I think, Wolf Jobst, you have been involved in this process. So what you said earlier, every port has a port community system, but there is, of course, a risk of having each port or each terminal different protocols. What is, from your point of view, the benefit of having this extension of TAF TSI, which is a law, to ensure a common interface with port systems in Hamburg or others? Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Please let me clarify first. I said every port has a port community system, but please note the word rail is missing. Because port community systems typically center around the maritime side of the transport chain. And we in Hamburg here, we have established it for the rail side. And if I would summarize our perspective on what Stefan just explained is we brought the idea of tough TSI, we brought it from running trains in closer to the world of logistics, to the reality of logistics, because train running in itself is not really part of the logistics. It's about carrying some cargo, some merchandise from somewhere to somewhere else, and most probably across multiple modes of transportation. So what the huge benefit was that now in this change request cycle there was an extension to make the data available on the last mile, and that recognizes the fact that actually the last mile is far more important for the logistics chain or the supply chain than just running the train from A to B. This becomes not so important if you look at a very small scale facility, at a small scale port. People will more or less say there's enough infrastructure available, just park it somewhere, and then when the next entity, when the shunting operator is ready, then this entity will transfer the cars. But when we look at large-scale facilities like the Port of Hamburg, or it could be in a huge industrial area in the hinterland, then the infrastructure is intensely used. There are many actors there, so it perfectly makes sense to synchronize them and make this information available to this part of the supply chain to not only face mainline train running, but also face shunting at the beginning or at the end of rail transportation needs information, and this information has been introduced in the change cycle. And I have to say, from experience, just this experience, we considered it very valuable that we have been able to work together with ERA and many other stakeholders to get attention to this sector, even though at the beginning of the cycle there were a number of participants who claimed, why do we need this? I don't need it for my own role, so why is it important? And it became, at the European level, it became clear this part of the rail transportation chain is important, must not be neglected, and at the end of the day we come to the fact that each chain is only as strong as the weakest link, and if we omit the shunting phase, for example, at the beginning or at the end of the rail transportation phase, then it will be a disadvantage for the overall rail transport.
Thank you. And Jan, from Brussels, you are currently, as we speak, working on a new TSI telematics that is a very recent initiative from the Commission side. If you could elaborate a bit on what the goals are of this new initiative, which is aiming at amending the current legislation we have on TAP and TAF with a merger of the two legal acts. It would be great, I think, for everyone to hear what are the goals and what's coming from your side.
Many thanks. It's indeed a very good opportunity to raise awareness, as we just heard from Stefan, that there is something to be done on that side. As mentioned, we are not starting from scratch. We are piling up and making very good use of the work done by the sector, transformed into an ERA recommendation last year by the agency. And in this regulation, while on one hand laying down technical specification for interoperability in relation to the freight services, which is today's topic, we want also to address this topic of connection with other transport mode and other rail facilities, let's say, as ports, which are admittedly already in the scope of the interoperability directive, rail interoperability directive, but not necessarily in a clear manner. So first thing, when a manager of infrastructure is managing a rail asset, then from our perspective, this manager of infrastructure is considered as an infrastructure manager in the sense of the directive. Similarly, when an operator is operating services part of or constituting partly a rail services, then it falls under the obligation of railway undertaking in the context of this GSI. This being said, what we address in this regulation is interoperable data sharing for freight services, but also passenger services. We lay down common, specific, and interface requirements between the following three pillars. The first is the management of the capacity and of the traffic, which is also included, for example, at the level of smaller infrastructure like ports, for example, but also train preparation, which are some safety-related aspects. We address the management of wagon and their freight, and also a third pillar, which is important, but not necessarily the topic of today, which is ticketing in relation to passenger rail services. So these three aspects, and notably the first two, are topics which are much relevant in the context of today's discussion. And on this, I would like to further elaborate a few more seconds to confirm that rail services is not only what we understand as being rail operated on the main network of the main infrastructure manager of a member state. From our perspective, this regulation touch or GSI telematic impact all entities involved in a rail service, meaning any organization or authority directly or even indirectly involved in a rail service, and with the prerequisite that it is identified through a valid organization code for the purpose of the implementation of the Interop and Safety Directive. And this organization code is something known so far as company code or even before risk codes in the context of telematics. But then the question is, what is a rail services then? What is a rail service? And the rail service would be, from our perspective, transportation services, but also information services in relation to rail, rail transport or part of it. For example, when a container is arriving from a ship onto a wagon, then basically the transfer from the ship to the wagon, or even as mentioned by Alberto earlier, the ETA of the ship into a port is part of the rail of the transport chain, and thus as rail transport to a certain extent. So basically our regulation will apply to all telematic stakeholders, meaning any entity involved in a rail services, as I just mentioned, sharing data subject to our upcoming regulation. So we are basically seeing a bit bigger than what has been considered so far, to purposely include the connection with all transport mode and to have really a vision as for rail as the backbone of multimodality, in particular for freight.
Thank you, Jan. And before maybe asking also the other side of the multimodal chain, so the intermodal and terminal operators, Gilles, you wanted to reply on what I see from Jan, a growing scope of TSI telematics. You mentioned we should speak beyond rail, but consider also other actors. I see Jan is going not one step, but two steps ahead. What's your view on this?
25 steps ahead, but that's not my point. First, on what Alberto has said. Yes, it's clear. Common data space is not only about rail data exchanges. It's all about all the mode, all the transport modes. We are, as rail, part of the logistic, which is part of the supply chain. Everything clear. The point was, on my side, it's always a take and give. We are very good at take, not so good at give. And we need to organize ourselves in the industry to be good at giving data in a, let's say, common manner, standardized format and so on. And TAF-TSI is indeed, it's a solution. And Alberto, I can tell you that the wagon data are part of the data mobility space at European level, so no concerns here. We are offering to anyone who needs to know at zero cost wagon data. So I make here across, that's done. On the TAF-TSI, I think it's nice to elaborate and to include even more actors. I just have one question. If an RU is not doing anything, and I am not doing anything, a port saying I don't do the TAF-TSI, what happens?
Nothing.
Thank you. And Ralph, Charlie, from your point of view, this extension, and we'll have time for also some further questions from the audience. What is the, let's say, what benefit you see from the extension to ports and terminals, and from your point of view, are terminal operators ready to be involved in the scope of this growing TSI?
First of all, it's not true that nothing will happen, because the customers will find solutions, and the solutions simply will not integrate rail. Very simple.
They will take trucks.
It will go back to the road. Very simple. Let me thank ERA for the efforts after our intermodal task force of having integrated combined transport not only to TAF-TSI but to all the other TSIs. I think this was a huge step, and we are in a multimodal conference today, so I think this shows that ERA itself integrates itself in the logistics chains. I think this is very important to understand. Regarding your point, when we started the ELETA project some years ago on the estimated time of arrival, everybody explained me that it's not possible for legal reasons, for this reason, for that reason. So I had a lot of explanation, a whole list of explanation why it will never happen, why it's not possible to do. At the end, at least after the ELETA project, we had the evidence that the algorithms that were developed within the project were much better from the point of accuracy than what we ever got from infrastructure manager and railway undertakings. So the evidence is there that if you want, you can do it. And I think it's very important to integrate terminals and ports into the chain, and there's no reason why these terminals and ports do not get the same information from the infrastructure managers than the railway undertakings. If there are some commercial issues, okay, but at the end, we are all working on the same basis. And the framework is important with the code management, for example. All these frame has to be harmonized. And this is why we support so much also the TAF-TSI approach, because it's not about creating new hurdles, it's about enabling, it's about facilitating, it's about easing. And if you go too far, of course, it will be cumbersome, it will be difficult. But the idea behind, I think, is very, very good, to make it easier for all the stakeholders to communicate one with each other, because today the communication sometimes is very difficult. And again, if I look at the rail system as such, I see that within the rail system the communication is already difficult. So there's a lot of room for improvement.
Thank you. And it's definitely very good food for thoughts for the continuation of this panel. I would like to ask then, since you spoke already about the rail and what they do, so what is, Conor, from your point of view, and then Alberto, so speaking from the railway undertaking point of view, what I understood also from Ralph Charlie, the concern in sharing, because of course I think other operators of the logistics chain are not interested in the terms of your contracts to carry cargo, but probably everything else, yes, which is likely to be less sensitive from a sharing point of view.
I think a very important point when we do talk about port and rail connectivity, there's a lot more than two actors here. Like, a question I like to often ask is, like, what is the commercial relationship between a railway undertaking and a port operator? Normally, the commercial relationship is with the forwarder, the shipping line. So a lot of the information that is useful to the port operator, the railway undertaking doesn't even have it. For instance, my own background, I come from terminal operators historically. What I want to know when I'm unloading the ship is what is the next mode of transportation? And let's say information related to the actual train run, that can come later. So I think it's very important that we don't get stuck in a situation of this is a railway, this is a port, how can they communicate? It is important, but there's a lot of more actors in play that have a lot more useful information. And I think what's important is that the right data is collected at the right point of time that is useful to those individual operations. I know ports are already very good at this. If you look at the port community systems work, the number of actors that are involved there, and I think that is something we need to see. How do we replicate that on, let's say, a broader scale throughout the entire chain? And crucially, how do we get operators that have no commercial relationship with each other to actually communicate for the better good of the entire chain?
Thank you. And Alberto, from your point of view, what is your view on this revision and on the upcoming TSI telematics, and also could be, because elaborating on what Connor said, there is the need for an integrator or one player that is integrating the data streams and the exchange. Could it be those who know maybe more about the traffic, so the infrastructure managers?
Thank you, Giacomo. One comment on the revision of the TAF. As CER, as a sector, we would like that we stay to what has been discussed and recommended in January 2022 and then complete as a draft in March. We would prefer to see that this new activity, let's say integrating with the other modes of transport, is dealt as an interface between the TAF and what we have in maritime on other modes of transport. We have also some specific comments. Okay, can mention only the timeline. We are foreseeing the same timeline as foreseen for something that's been discussed 1.5 years ago. So, but it's not only timeline, the structure, the basic parameters that are not the same. So what I'm saying here as a sector, at least as CER members, we would like that what has been discussed and recommended already should be implemented, and then reflect how to connect with the rest. Maybe we need to think about interfaces of what we have here in rail and what I'm not aware in this moment, what we have in maritime, for instance, that can be properly interconnected. So one key point, we would like a bit of stability, what we discussed, and that we can implement it, and then find a way how to interface with the rest, but not to, I would say, reopen what has just been closed on TAF. On who should do this, I'm not able to provide now a suggestion, Giacomo. I will reflect on this. Who should be the ones who do it? The more we can do, the better it is, but definitely we cannot do everything. So I'm not able to reply in this moment on the second question you raised.
Thank you. And from your point of view, Jan, so we heard different speakers saying there was something done. Alberto just said, let's keep what was achieved already 1.5 years ago, which I assume will be integrated in your new broader initiative for TSI telematics. Could you elaborate then on the timing of this new broader initiative, and if it will touch the point that was raised by some of the panelists, the lack of enforcement? So will you consider some ways to try to improve or increase the level of uptake of the TAF TSI and TAP, or whatever it will be called, which is something that at the agency we regularly monitor, Stefan, and we know that there are gaps.
Indeed. So the timeline of our initiative is to present a stable draft, which is subject at the moment to consultation of all stakeholders involved. And this consultation will last until May next year, so that we are, as Commission, ready to present a text, a major text, to Member State for vote in our comitology committee, so-called Risk, Railway and Probability and Safety Committee in June next year. Then the rest, of course, is up to Member State to vote. Member States which are also working with us along sector stakeholders to finalize this text. Two aspects indeed, which were touched by my colleagues today. First, Gilles, you mentioned something I will call, and Giacomo called, lack of enforcement. Indeed, even though we are fans of collaborative measures, collaborative release of procedures and requirements, we believe that now, after more than 10 years of developing the text and the specification, time for implementation comes. So while we will include deadlines among other enforcement measures, we also want to touch upon what is the enforcement process when it's simply not implemented. What do we do? And this is what we will develop and lay down in this regulation. Various legal aspects are still being investigated to find the best tools to do that and the best place to do it, but our proposal already includes some of them. We need to still see how legally we can move forward with this proposal. And another reaction about the stability of the text to enable implementation and further improve, as mentioned by Alberto. Here, I will slightly disagree, as it is actually the reason why, since two recommendations in a row, as Commission, we are not moving forward with the recommendation of the agency, because despite of the very good work done, from our perspective, it is not enough and there is still gaps to be addressed. So what we are attempting to do with our proposal, indeed, adapting their recommendation with new elements, is to close the gaps we identified. And as Commission, we cannot make a proposal which is, from our perspective, subject to still gaps. So as soon as we close those gaps collectively, we can make a proposal to Member State for vote. This is basically a prerequisite for us to close all the gaps identified. And putting rail as backbone of multimodality, integrating all other actors as sports terminal is definitely something we want to achieve.
Thank you, Ian. And do you have a fallback option if things, since time is passing, in case things get longer than your timeline, to have a swift adoption of what was already supported by the sector, so a sort of plan B in case this timeline gets extended?
It's a very good question, Giacomo, but as you may know, I am a very optimistic person, so we will move forward with the timeline foreseen and assess a fallback option in due time, but I can confirm that so far, the fallback option is to postpone the vote until we reach a major text. So we are all committed to go for June this year, next year, in 2024, and we encourage all stakeholders to contribute in a constructive manner to support us in delivering such major text. We believe, with the discussion we had so far, that we are not actually really far from there. The confusion comes from our perspective from the fact that the structure of the text has been changed, which is for the stakeholders definitely something confusing, because they are used to a text for more than a decade, and now we are asking them to adapt in a very short period of time. So that's definitely a challenge, but I'm confident with the expertise that the sector have, that this challenge will be met in due time, and we are here to accompany these changes, of course, and to work with the sector to make that exercise a success.
Thank you, Ian. And from the audience, is there anyone who would like to ask a question to our panelists? please introduce yourself. My microphone is coming also for the interpreters.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Frank Joost. I used to work also in European legislation many years ago, and before that I worked in industry, in the manufacturing industry, where I saw also some negative examples when it comes to data exchange, like simply closing down the IT of the company and then paralyzing it, or deliberately selecting an incompatible IT system in order to avoid that others can have access to confidential data. So there are very bad and radical solutions to the problem. And this leads me to the question, we have already spoken about enforcement. Maybe to Stefan, my question, what can the IT specialists offer apart from enforcing and reviewing existing legislation in order to suggest it, to make it more acceptable to the sector? I think, for instance, of training. Can training be a tool? I could think of labeling an IT system in the sense that, yes, this IT is compatible, is compliant, the other one is not because it doesn't have the label. So things in between, so to say, do nothing and very radical enforcement measures. Is there, or testing, even testing measures, so that the IT specialists tests this and then gives a label or doesn't give a label, or it gives other qualifications in terms of 90% compliant or compliant in this respect but not on the other respect. So I think software engineers over the last 50 years have come up with some solutions which maybe are not pertinent here, or some of them are pertinent and others are not. So that is my question.
Thank you, Frank. Stefan, what do you think on compliance?
Let me answer as follows. I think the technical compatibility and the check for the technical compatibility is something which can be to a certain extent achieved. We as ERA, we are in a position on request to check some tools which are delivered by the sector, sometimes voluntarily, sometimes it's part also of the process if your projects are financed by European money, means by SENEA. One of the requirements there is if you would like to finance your project, fine, but ERA has to give the green light at the end that the project is in line with existing regulations. This is, let's say, one carrot of this. But what is still missing is the stick. If you finance the projects by yourself, you're not subject to a SENEA funding. There is no stick to enforce TAF and TAP TSI. And this is still, I think, the missing part, which has been addressed by Gilles as well, because then interoperability at least is achieved only to a certain extent. Tools, I think it's not a huge problem, but still, especially for the part of TAF TSI, we do not see a huge part of, for instance, open source tools. When I'm looking from my point of view for the telematics applications for passengers, and also for the data exchange, so-called data exchange with other modes of transport, yes, there are already open source tools available. For instance, if you would like to maintain a database of your stops, of your passenger stops, you can download the tool, you can install the tool, and you can feed it with data and as well exchange this data with other parties. If you would like to operate a journey planner, operate it on data which are stored in the TAP TSI or exchange in TAP TSI, you have to do some steps, but you can use at the end the data and you can use an open source tool. And I'm more than confident that other tools, at least for this passenger part, may follow in the future. For TAF, for the time being, maybe I'm wrong, but I haven't seen any open source tool which could facilitate as well implementation.
And Gilles, what do you think on elaborating on Frank Jost's question on the rubber stamping.
We got with RSRD Square, Stefan knows that we asked them to check the tool and to say it's tough TSI compliant, yes or no, and we got if you want a stamp. And at some point of time when we had a higher pressure on the keepers, freight wagon keepers, because it's an obligation for us, not for locomotives, to deliver data, because there is so much people who need to know something about the wagons, and I'm coming back to what you said, Connor. We don't know who needs to know. So that's why we didn't do an open source, but we did a database where everyone can ask to have access. Today you have NSAs, you have ports, you have workshops, you have RU, IMs, all kinds of different actors who have access to freight wagons data for free. And we are centralizing also the update of all the database because, you know, someone requests this tool to be filled and the other one. So I think the tools are there. Coming back to what I said at the beginning, the implementation is an issue. And what could help, and that's for Jan, what could help the IT people? Keep it stable. Because for the IT people, when he's fighting since 3 years to have tough TSI implemented, and you come with a new tough TSI, he will give you, I can show you which finger, I don't do it, because he will say, I've fighted now for 3 years, and now you're bringing a fully new tough TSI. Thank you. Because I have to run to my managers and to ask for another bunch of money, and I'm delaying the implementation of another 3 years. Less is more. In our domain, rail, freight, common data space, less is more. Start somewhere so we can fulfill some of the requests, have the ambition in a tough TSI, it's okay. But give the time to the people because they have software already in place to implement what has been discussed for 5 years. I think that would help the IT people from the discussion we have had also in the tough TSI working party since 16 years now.
Thank you very much. I think unless one of the other panelists want to add something, it's almost time for lunch, but please, Connor.
Just to say on that point, I think to be very short, I think B2A, we should be moving towards open source. B2B, we should be funding open source. I think this is going to be a growing issue we're going to see, especially when we look how supply chains are evolving and we're seeing vertical integration across the entire supply chain. There is potentially a business interest in not having open source because then your customers need to invest to be able to connect to your system. So I think what we should be doing at the European level, which I think is being done, is okay, you know, we're not going to too directly interfere in business-to-business communication. This is the market as well, but we are going to incentivize business-to-business in a good manner.
Ralph, Charlie, one last statement.
Just a last statement to say that tough TSI is certainly the right way to do it. It gives the right frame, but it should enable, it should help, it should facilitate and not make life more complicated than before. And in transparency, this will be my last statement, should not be part of the business models of stakeholders.
Thank you. Any closing remarks?
No, maybe not closing remarks, but something I want to state is, once again, the Port of Hamburg is sort of a best practice that it makes sense to communicate via standardized interfaces. And but the key point is now with tough TSI to broaden that at a wider scale. We have shown with our system here that it's very beneficial to the entire supply chain to exchange data in an electronic way. However, the situation as it evolved is that the Port of Hamburg has one interface description and the next port and the port afterwards has another one and the third one. So it makes it for the sector more difficult, and each company, each stakeholder has to implement different interfaces, have to think about pre-processing the data, which type of interface description do I need to use. This has been part of my work life for a long time enough, and I know it's a nightmare, and some of the co-panelists are laughing, so they joined this perspective, and that's why we say here the approach tough TSI, a standardized interface, is a good thing for the sector, even if it requires a certain amount of investment from each stakeholder, but at the same time the benefits we can reap hope is that we have more electronic data exchange, less efforts, less cause for accidental data entry or data transmission troubles, and afterwards blockages or hinderings in the supply chain. And then we close the loop. At the end of the day, everything is about moving freight, not trains from A to B, and A to B not being train stations, but customer sites. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I would like to thank this excellent panel for the interesting discussions. Please join me in a round of applause to thank all our speakers to join us here in Hamburg. And I believe it is now time for lunch, so we will now break until 2 o'clock, so we can be back at 2 here in the meeting room. The lunch will be served just outside where the coffee break was served. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
Max?
Can you put my, ja. Dürfen wir Sie bitten, jetzt wieder reinzukommen und auch Platz zu nehmen? Wir haben ein eng getaktetes Programm. Bitte nehmen Sie sich einen Kaffee, nehmen Sie Platz, wir wollen weitermachen. Please take your seats, take your coffee with you. Thank you.
So please take your seat. So welcome back. Before lunch we had an interesting panel on data and digitalization. And before we continue this afternoon with our panel 2, I have the pleasure now giving the floor to Axel Volkeri, acting head of the Sustainable and Intelligent Transport Unit at the European Commission. And he will tell us about the common European data space for mobility. Axel, the floor is yours. We have unfortunately no sound.
Thanks. Does it work now? I hope so.
Now it works, yeah.
Perfect. Many thanks, and thank you for having the possibility to speak to you, and apologies for the hiccup in the agenda. So it's great that this has worked out this way. So I hear already that you had good discussions around very important topics, data, digitalization, and of course, European mobility data space, on which I will speak to you in a minute. Just let me beforehand also highlight that, of course, the overall topic of your conference, multimodal transport, is hugely important, as we have clearly noted in the Commission strategy for sustainable and smart mobility. It is seamless multimodal mobility, which is really important for the overall efficiency of our entire mobility and transport system. And it's not only for the efficiency, but of course also the sustainability, because we will not get to the 90% emission reduction by 2050, as prescribed by the Green Deal, by just relying on a mode-by-mode only approach. So I think the synergies that you are discussing today, also the synergies, for example, between rail and port, but also across all modes of transport, are really important. And it is without doubt that we need extended investment into both the physical and the digital infrastructure. But we also need an improved governance framework for the market to function well. And I think here is also where the topic of the mobility data space comes into play. So we are, of course, from a Commission side, continuing with a clear political priority of investing into rail infrastructure, of investing into transport infrastructure as part of our TEN-T policy, and through the Connecting Europe facility, we are creating corresponding measures and regulations to help better manage and coordinate European rail traffic earlier this year, so that the infrastructures can better respond to the needs of different customers. But it is really the smart mobility where we start to integrate the different components into what in the end should be really seamless, should be multimodal travel experience for both passenger and freight. And here we need to take really advantage of the digital transformation of the transport sector, because in the end that has an immense potential benefit, not only for making it safer and more efficient, but also more sustainable. And data is really the integrator in this transformation. I think we cannot really underestimate the role and the relevance of data. In fact, I would say we need data more than anything else. And we have recognized that from the Commission's point of view in our data strategy, also in our sustainable and smart mobility strategy, and quite a number of related policy initiatives. And while we could spend a lot of time discussing those, I will not do that. Just a word that, of course, you know that we are working on an initiative on digital multi-mobility mobility services. With the aim to also have more user-friendly ticketing, which is very important in this context, but also full information on ticketing. And I think you also discussed probably that in the panels beforehand already. But what you, of course, mentioned, Joseph, is the topic of the Common European Mobility Data Space, which is now starting to form up and which will, of course, keep us relatively busy over the years to come. Now, what is this? I think you also had the panel, so you have already discussed in detail. Just to recap on the main objectives, we have engaged in a rather extensive discussions about the objectives of such a European mobility data space with the relevant transport stakeholders. And there was one clear message on the needs and objectives for such a mobility data space coming out from those discussions. And that was, if we really want to make the power of data work, we need to first be able to better use them, to start with, to better identify essential data and increase their availability, facilitate the data access and use, and also enable better and in the end full interoperability also, and that is very important, with other data spaces, because the transport data space, mobility transport data space is not, standing on its own. I mean, it's Commission policy to create data spaces across sectors of the economy and then also utilize the benefits of digitalization for innovative services and growth across those data spaces. So the Common European Mobility Data Space will clearly build on and complement the new European cross-sectoral data legislation that has been put in place, namely with the Data Governance Act, the Data Act, and also things like the Implementing Act on high-value data sets. And we will notably take due account of data sharing mechanisms that are proposed in these acts. So in existing transport-related passenger and freight legislations, but also less legal and more actions related to the work of expert groups, such, for example, the Digital Transport and Logistics Forum or other national and private initiatives. Because the aim of the common EMDS is, so in the first place, we identify the crucial data that are already there and improve availability to support services which are considered essential across the EU. And this covers really the broad spectrum from sustainability to multimodality and anything. And I think it's important to recall in this context that the data space is not a database. It's also not a piece of hardware infrastructure. What we understand with the Common European Mobility Data Space is a framework for interlinking, for federating many different transport data ecosystems that are at present heterogeneous and often difficult to discover or access. I think my colleagues who work on this on a day-to-day basis always use the example of an archipelago of islands, where it's a bit difficult to identify what is on which of the small islands. So as seen together, they provide a very unique and immense benefit to the person who looks at that archipelago. So in that sense, it's about making access to all these little islands better, the overview, the understanding what is there, and then also to facilitate the data sharing in a trusted and in a secure environment. And here we will be working very much on a decentralized approach, where most of the management of the data should remain at the level of each data ecosystem and the data control at the level of the data holder. These are sort of the objectives, the common reflections. You know, we've been working on a commission communication on the European mobility data space, which will come out on the 29th of November. Of course, the communication is only one side of the coin. We will use that to outline our ambition, our objectives, our priorities, governance structure, reflections, next steps. But we have already started operational work. And that is the other side of the coin. And that is, of course, important, where we are running sort of in two phases, with the first one having already started and the second one to start pretty soon. These are different strands of action, including technical assistance under the Connecting Europe facility, under the Digital Europe program, to ensure that we can really build with you and all other key transport stakeholders a shared understanding. So to say, we have not cast our thinking about what a common European mobility data space should be looking like and how it should be built in stone. This is really a sort of collaborative process on which we will really engage with all the relevant transport actors out there. Because in the end, it's going to be a really huge task. But I think it's a huge task that is worth taking. And we are looking forward to really working together with all of you on this. Now, in view of the time and that I'm sort of the add-in, let me stop here and thank you and wish you all the best for the rest of your conference, and happy then to continue discussion with you on the EMDS, but also on other related topics. Thanks a lot.
Many thanks. Many thanks, Axel, and your statements have indeed fit very nicely with what we have discussed in the panel and what we also heard in the keynote speeches. So thanks again for making the effort for joining us here in Hamburg. Now we move to our second panel, and we will now move from the data to the modal shift, and I invite to stage our moderator, Frauke Paul. Please, Frauke, take over and invite the panel.
So I need to get it deeper, a little bit smaller here. So warm welcome from my side as well. Some technical notes in advance. The following panel will be conducted in German, but you don't have to worry. There's a direct and simultaneous translation in the broadcast, and the audience will receive the translation via ear transmitter, these Walkman phones. And further on, you will receive the opportunity to submit questions and comments in the live chat. We will review them, and the points we can address directly, we comment on them in the discussion, but depending upon the time, it might be necessary that the colleagues from the European Railway Agency will comment it afterwards. So. Nach der spannenden Diskussion zur digitalen Zusammenarbeit im Multimodalkontext wollen wir jetzt den Blick ein bisschen rauszoomen. Das heißt, wir gucken jetzt von oben auf den Status quo der Verkehrswende, wo das Handlungsfeld Digitalisierung ja ein wesentliches auch eben ist. Wir haben in letzter Zeit, in den letzten 2-3 Jahren gestörte Lieferketten gehabt, geänderte Sicherheitsanforderungen. Wir haben die Dekarbonisierung, die Anforderungen an den Klimaschutz und den Zustand der Infrastruktur. Und um es auch mal bei den norddeutschen Redewendungen zu belassen, das alles gibt uns in der Branche einen Schuss vor den Bug, oder um es mit einem vertrieblichen Gedanken positiv abzuschließen, a once in a lifetime push. So, die Vorteile des Verkehrsträgers Bahn liegen wohl auf der Hand und sind hier insbesondere in diesem Forum natürlich allgemein anerkannt. Insbesondere auch in Knotenpunkten wie Hamburg, wo der Hafen in der Stadt liegt, sind die Umwelt- und Effizienzvorteile tatsächlich, verschaffen die Luft und Raum. So braucht man sich nur mal vor Augen führen, dass ein Zug 52 Lkw ersetzen kann und die Fläche von der Schiene nur ein Drittel verbraucht im Gegensatz zur Straße. Die Forderung nach mehr Güterverkehr auf der Schiene im Zusammenhang mit dem Green Deal leitet sich also fast schon selbstverständlich ab. Das Grundrezept ist Investition plus anreizschaffende Rahmenbedingungen. Und tatsächlich ist es jetzt nur die Frage, wie setzt man das um, wie funktioniert die Finanzierung und gibt es einheitliche rechtliche Regelungen dazu. Ich freue mich, dass unsere heutigen Panelisten tatsächlich Praxis und Politik vereinen und sicherlich einiges zu dieser Frage beitragen können. Ich beginne mal mit der Vorstellung und freue mich begrüßen zu dürfen, ich muss mal kurz sortieren, Herrn Florian Böhm. Herr Böhm ist seit 2019 im Büro des Beauftragten der Bundesregierung für Schienenverkehr tätig. Er ist diplomierter Ingenieur vom Verkehr, also sehr vom Fach. Seit 20 Jahren im Bundesministerium für Verkehr und Digitales tätig und unter anderem zuständig gewesen für die Schieneninfrastrukturplanung des Bundesverkehrswegeplanes 2030. Herzlich willkommen. Weiterhin freue ich mich über die Teilnahme von Herrn Philipp Best, Leiter Vertrieb beim führenden Operateur im kombinierten Verkehr von und zu den deutschen Seehäfen Transfracht. Er hat langjährige Erfahrung im Schienengüterverkehr, insbesondere in Fähr- und Betrieb, kommt also auch aus der Praxis und ist unter anderem tätig im Verkehr des Deutschen Verkehrsforums Ausschuss. Weiterhin begrüßen wir Paul Hodgson, der Senior Business Manager von CFL Cargo und zuständig für europäische und institutionelle Angelegenheiten. Er war mehrere Jahre Direktor für internationale Aktivitäten, unter anderem in Frankreich, Dänemark, Schweden und Deutschland, hat also die ganze Bandbreite des Spektrums und er hat einen Master in der Physik und kommt auch noch aus der Stahlindustrie. Wie könnte es besser sein? Weiterhin begrüßen wir Herrn Malte Lavrenz, ein Hamburger Jung, in Anführungsstrichen seit 6 Jahren Vorsitzender des Verbandes der Güterwagenhalter VPI und unter anderem noch Prokurist und Leiter der Business Unit von GATX Rail Europe. Sein Motto ist Erhalt, aber vor allem auch Ausbau der Wettbewerbsfähigkeit des Schienengüterverkehrs. Unser aller Gastgeber, Herr Doppelbauer, ich begrüße Sie auch recht herzlich. Seit 8 Jahren Chef der European Railway Agency profitieren Sie von 25 Jahren Erfahrung, insbesondere im Bereich der Eisenbahntechnologie. Sie haben Ihr Credo vorwärtsgerichteter Blick, um das System Eisenbahn zu verbessern. Herr Michael Stahlhut, seit 2020 CEO der Hupper-Gruppe, Verwaltungsrat des UIRR, insbesondere auch tätig, Delegierter im Netzwerk Europäische Eisenbahn und langjähriger CEO von SBB International, ist auch Bauingenieur und Umwelttechniker. Last not least, ich hoffe, wir haben noch Plätze, ein bisschen anbauen. Wir tauschen gleich einfach. Dirk Pflege, seit mehr als 20 Jahren Geschäftsführer der Allianz pro Schiene, die Interessensvertretung zur Förderung und Verbesserung des Schienenverkehrs und weiß es als Journalist und Politologe, bestimmte Dinge konsequent auf den Punkt zu bringen. Und umso mehr freuen wir uns gleich auf den Impulsvortrag. Eine Ankündigung noch vorweg. Es gibt noch eine Umfrage. Tatsächlich würde ich die ganz gerne vielleicht noch einmal einblenden, wenn es geht. Also bitte alle jetzt nochmal dieses Vox Voting Tool aufrufen, da gibt es eine Frage und das Ergebnis werden wir dann nach dem Impulsvortrag nochmal besprechen.
Ja, meine Damen und Herren, ich höre gerade, das Ergebnis sehen wir nachher. Das heißt, das ist nur jetzt so ein Standbild. Ich freue mich, dass ich hier vortragen darf. Es wird jetzt etwas politischer. Frauke Paul hat es schon angekündigt, dass wir wieder ein bisschen den Blick von oben haben, nachdem wir tief im Datendschungel waren gerade eben. Kommen wir jetzt ein bisschen wieder zu den großen Linien. Verkehrswende im Güterverkehr. So heißt der Vortrag, und Europa kann mehr. Der Begriff Verkehrswende ist heute Morgen schon mehrfach gefallen, aus dem Munde des Staatssekretärs, aber auch aus dem Munde des Gastgebers, und einige andere haben den Begriff gebraucht. Er findet sich, wenn ich das richtig überblicke, in den EU-Dokumenten so gar nicht wieder. Er ist auch nicht Teil der Koalitionsvereinbarung hier in Deutschland. Das ist also ein Begriff, der wird häufig benutzt, aber er ist nicht messerscharf definiert. Darum geht es mir auch gar nicht in dem Vortrag, dass wir jetzt versuchen, diesen Begriff zu definieren. Ich glaube, unstrittig ist die Sinnhaftigkeit einer Wende, was den CO2-Ausstoß anbelangt im Verkehr. Und auch unstrittig dürfte in diesem Zusammenhang sein, weil eben die Güterbahnen das umweltfreundlichste Verkehrsmittel sind, dass wir einen steigenden Marktanteil der Güterbahnen in der Transportkette brauchen. Ich glaube, das sind so zwei Kernelemente, die kausal miteinander zusammenhängen, die mit diesem Begriff untrennbar verbunden sind. Und wenn man sich gedanklich auf diese Verkehrswende-Welt einlässt, dann sollte eigentlich der allererste Schritt immer sein, wo stehen wir eigentlich? Politik beginnt generell mit dem Betrachten der Wirklichkeit. Und die Wirklichkeit können Sie hier in 3 Farbstufen sehen. In Europa die Marktanteile der Güterbahnen aus dem ebenfalls heute Morgen schon erwähnten Statistical Pocketbook. Die etwas dunkelrote Farbe, das sind die Staaten in Europa, die einen Marktanteil der Güterbahnen von 0 bis 14%, wie es in der Legende heißt, haben. Die Orangenen haben einen Marktanteil von 15 bis 24%. Und die Grünen haben einen Marktanteil von über 25%. Die Zahlen können Sie mit Sicherheit in den letzten Reihen nicht lesen, müssen Sie auch gar nicht. Ich glaube, die grobe Orientierung reicht. Ich will Ihnen die beiden Extremzahlen nennen. Das Extrem am unteren Ende ist Irland mit 1% Marktanteil Schienengüterverkehr. 1%. Ganz oben auf der Skala ist Litauen mit 62% Marktanteil. Prognose, das wird deutlich fallen in den nächsten Jahren. Ich sage nur Russland. Aber die sind im Moment, die baltischen Staaten, ganz vorneweg, was Europa anbelangt. Und was man an diesem Bild sieht, ist, glaube ich, sehr, sehr klar, dass Europa auf der Schiene bislang nicht zusammengewachsen ist. Also ich kann mir keinen Politikbereich vorstellen, keinen Wirtschaftsbereich, wo man eine derart große Spreizung hat, wie wir das hier bei den Marktanteilen im Schienengüterverkehr in Europa haben. Wir kommen nachher noch mal dazu, ein weiterer Beleg dafür, dass Europa auf der Schiene bislang nicht zusammengewachsen ist, wenn wir uns die Elektrifizierung angucken. Wenn wir jetzt bei der Verkehrswende sind und diesem unstrittigen Kernbestandteil im Güterverkehr jedenfalls, dass der Schienengüterverkehr vom Marktanteil steigen soll, dann braucht man natürlich ein klares Ziel. Wir in Deutschland haben das bei der aktuellen Bundesregierung 25% Marktanteil bis 2030. Das ist ohne Wenn und Aber, da ist eine Jahreszahl dabei, das ist ein Model-Split-Ziel und die Berechnungsgrundlage ist definiert. Die Zahl, die auf dem Chart steht für Europa, ist kursiv gedruckt. Die ist zwar höher, aber sie ist kursiv gedruckt. Warum? Weil sie eigentlich gar nicht mehr gültig ist. Europa hat kein Marktanteilsziel für die Güterbahn, kein fest definiertes. Diese Zahl kommt aus dem EU-Weißbuch 2011. Da war mal von 30% die Rede. Danach gab es diverse weitere Aktualisierungen, offizielle Dokumente, Beschlüsse. Dann gab es Einschränkungen mit ab 300 Kilometern. Dann wurden Binnenschiff und Güterbahn zusammengerechnet. Dann gibt es die Zielsetzung, dass man 50% mehr Verkehr auf den Güterbahnen abwickeln möchte. Was bringt einem so eine Zielsetzung? Wie konkret ist die? Was nützt es der Verkehrswende, was nützt es dem CO2-Ausstoß, wenn 50% mehr auf Güterbahnen transportiert wird, aber 100% mehr auf Lkw? Gar nichts, das sagt nichts aus. Ja, auch das Thema Verkehrsvermeidung, was ja durchaus im Güterverkehr auch eine Rolle spielen könnte, wird durch reine Wachstumsziele losgelöst von anderen Verkehrsträgern überhaupt nicht adressiert. Warum ist das eigentlich dramatisch, wenn Europa als großer Wirtschaftsraum keine klaren Ziele hat, wo man mit dem Schienengüterverkehr hin will? Weil wir weltweit betrachtet im Vergleich mit anderen großen Wirtschaftsräumen ziemlich schlecht dastehen, was den Marktanteil angeht. Andere große Wirtschaftsräume haben 40%. Indien, China, USA, Australien, Russland, die haben viel, viel mehr Güter auf der Schiene, als wir es in Europa haben, wo wir eben auf der Schiene nicht zusammengewachsen sind. Wenn man das Ganze jetzt auch mal positiv sehen will, aus deutscher Perspektive, es gibt immerhin 11 Staaten, die das, was wir in Deutschland 2030 erreichen wollen, nämlich 25% Marktanteil, heute schon als Realität haben. Das ist aus deutscher Perspektive immerhin ganz ermutigend. Das heißt, wir reden hier nicht über Theorie und man sollte, man könnte, man müsste. Wir reden über das, was woanders schon längst Realität ist und in anderen Wirtschaftsräumen noch viel, viel stärker Realität ist. Wir haben also, um es positiv zu formulieren, ein großes Wachstumspotenzial, was den Marktanteil angeht. So, was müssen wir tun? Wo ist Handlungsbedarf? Das sind diese 3 Felder. Jetzt nicht groß verwunderlich und auch nicht wahnsinnig innovativ, aber es ist ja immer wieder gut, sich die große Linie auch mal vor Augen zu halten. Es geht natürlich um die Infrastruktur, das ist die Basis für alles. Es geht um die Digitalisierung und es geht um die Wettbewerbsbedingungen, wobei die Wettbewerbsbedingungen nicht nur intramodal zu sehen sind, sondern bitte sehr auch intermodal, das heißt verkehrsträgerübergreifend. Ich habe eben schon angekündigt, dass wir noch einen zweiten Chart dabei haben, an dem man sehr, sehr gut sehen kann, dass Europa auf der Schiene nicht zusammengewachsen ist. Das ist die Elektrifizierung der Grenzübergänge. Auch hier brauchen Sie die Schrift gar nicht im Detail lesen zu können. Sie können das übrigens bei uns auf der Website bei der Allianz pro Schiene sich in einer viel besseren Auflösung anschauen. Was ist hier entscheidend? Es sind die Farbgebungen Rot und Grün. Die roten Kreise heißen, dieser Grenzübergang auf der Schiene ist nicht elektrifiziert. Die grünen Kreise heißen, dieser Grenzübergang ist elektrifiziert. Deutschland hat zu seinen Nachbarstaaten insgesamt 57 Grenzübergänge, von denen sind 28 elektrifiziert. Also nicht einmal die Hälfte aller Grenzübergänge auf der Schiene zu allen Nachbarstaaten hat eine Oberleitung. Warum ist das, wenn wir hier über Güterverkehr reden, über Europa, warum ist das relevant? Die Güterbahnen brauchen die Oberleitung. Natürlich kann man auch mit der Dual-Mode-Lokomotive einige Sachen abwickeln. Davon haben wir 70 in ganz Deutschland, habe ich gerade gelesen. Das reicht nicht. Hups, jetzt ist die Grafik weg. Das reicht nicht, um das Thema Oberleitung, fehlende Oberleitung im intermodalen Wettbewerb in den Griff zu kriegen. Und hier sieht man eben auch ganz schön, das heißt ganz schön, also man sieht erschreckend, dass die Elektrifizierungsquote bei den Grenzübergängen, wir sind ja hier bei einem EU-Symposium, weit unter dem liegt, was die Elektrifizierungsquote des nationalen Netzes ist. Wir haben in Deutschland 62% des Schienennetzes elektrifiziert mit Oberleitung und nicht einmal die Hälfte der Grenzübergänge. Das sind Dinge, die sollten der EU zu denken geben. Das sind europäische Themen. Hier kommt einem sofort das Thema Anreize in den Sinn. Da stimmt etwas mit den Anreizen nicht, sonst hätten wir nicht diese große Differenz bei Grenzübergängen und bei dem allgemeinen Elektrifizieren. Auch hier, die EU hat kein Elektrifizierungsziel. Wir haben in Europa, wenn man alle Staaten zusammennimmt, 57% des Schienennetzes elektrifiziert mit Oberleitung. Es gibt kein Ziel der EU. Und ich komme doch aus einer Welt, wer keine Ziele hat, der kann auch keine erreichen. Ja, wir haben kein Model-Split-Ziel in Europa, wir haben kein Elektrifizierungsziel. Ob die nun immer realistisch sind oder ob diese Zielsetzungen mit Strategien unterfüttert sind. Aber du musst erst mal ein Ziel haben, du musst erst mal wissen, wo du hin willst. In Deutschland haben wir das Ziel, 75% des Schienennetzes bis 2030 zu elektrifizieren. In Klammern fehlt die Strategie, aber wir haben ein Ziel immerhin. Ja? So, dann kommen wir noch mal, letzter Punkt, bei der Infrastruktur zu den grenzüberschreitenden Sachen. Ich habe es eben anhand der Elektrifizierung gesagt. Es gibt kein EU-Elektrifizierungsziel, es gibt keine Förderprogramme, keine Anreize. Ich glaube, man sollte sich auch gerade, weil die Güterbahnen die Elektrifizierung so dringend brauchen, mit der Oberleitung Flexibilität, Umleiterstrecken, Hochleistungskorridore, alles Dinge, die wir auf der Agenda haben, ist es ein EU-Thema, dass man sich mal überlegt, wie kann man da mit den richtigen Anreizen und der richtigen Förderung helfen. Das Gleiche bei den TEN-T-Projekten. Ja, da gibt es bislang eine Förderung von der EU von maximal 50%. Das sind Strecken im europäischen Interesse. Warum geht das nicht voran? Lassen wir mal Planungsprozesse und diese ganzen Sachen im Moment gedanklich außen vor. Auch hier stimmen die Anreize nicht. Wenn man das aus deutscher Perspektive sich anschaut, die Reaktivierung von Schienenstrecken. Da haben wir verschiedene Landkreise, das sind kurze, kleine Strecken, oft für den Personenverkehr, manchmal auch für den Güterverkehr. Was macht Deutschland? Deutschland fördert diese Reaktivierung von kleineren Schienenstrecken mit 90%. Das heißt, die Landkreise, die regionalen Gebietskörperschaften müssen 10% dazugeben. Das ist eine richtige und eine gute Förderkulisse. Was macht Europa? Maximal 50% und wundert sich, dass die Nationalstaaten mit dem Bauen ihrer Schienentrassen an der Grenze aufhören. Da muss man wenigstens für die grenzüberschreitenden Verbindungen einen anderen Fördersatz haben, andere Anreize, damit es nicht am Geld und am Eigeninteresse scheitert. Das Gleiche für den kombinierten Verkehr, der hier im Mittelpunkt steht. Wo ist die KV-Strategie Europas? Gibt es irgendeine Terminalkarte, wie Europa sich im Jahr X vorstellt, wo die Umschlagsterminals sind? Gibt es eine Strategie, einen Plan? Nein, gibt es alles nicht. Es gibt keine KV-Strategie, die in Europa irgendwie konsentiert ist. So, Digitalisierung noch schnell. Das ist die Quizfrage von eben gewesen. Wie viel Prozent der Schienenwege in Deutschland sind mit ETCS ausgestattet? Das ist erschreckend. Also ich bin ja auch schon einige Jahre im Geschäft, aber ich war selber erschrocken, wie wenig das in Prozent umgerechnet ist. Wir reden seit Jahren in Deutschland von der digitalen Schiene. Europa redet seit Jahrzehnten von ETCS. Ja? Auch so ein Thema, was uns alle seit Ewigkeiten begleitet. Politik fängt mit dem Betrachten der Realität an. Das ist die Realität im größten Eisenbahnmarkt in Europa, im zentralen Transitland in Deutschland. Wir haben nicht einmal 2% des Schienennetzes mit ETCS ausgestattet. Das ist die Realität. So, und da muss man jetzt mal verbindliche Ziele formulieren, man muss Strategien formulieren. Wie kommen wir von dem Ist-Zustand zu dem definierten Zielzustand und welche Anreize, welche Mittel haben wir da? So, und jetzt zu den Wettbewerbsbedingungen. Ach so, bei der Digitalisierung, ich will es nicht nur der Form halber, auch weil es objektiv wichtig ist, erwähnen. Es geht nicht nur um ETCS. Die digitale automatische Kupplung ist eine Digitalisierungsinnovation für den Betrieb, die ist mindestens genauso wichtig. Also es darf sich nicht nur auf die Infrastruktur beschränken, wenn wir von Digitalisierung reden. Aber wegen der Zeit kann ich jetzt bei der digitalen automatischen Kupplung nicht tiefer darauf eingehen. Ich glaube, alle im Raume und auch die Zugeschalteten kennen die große Linie und die Notwendigkeit, warum wir den Schienengüterverkehr auch vom Prozess, vom Betrieb her digitalisieren müssen. Jetzt die Wettbewerbsbedingungen. Der dritte große Baustein bei den Handlungsfeldern. Die EU hat sich in den vergangenen Jahrzehnten, so jedenfalls meine Wahrnehmung im politischen Berlin, und ich glaube, so ganz falsch ist sie nicht, sie hat sich sehr stark konzentriert auf den intramodalen Wettbewerb. Erste, zweite, dritte, vierte Eisenbahnpaket, man wollte immer den Wettbewerb auf der Schiene stimulieren. Auch durchaus eine gute Sache, aber das kann nicht alles sein. Wenn wir von Marktanteilszielen reden, hat man immer die anderen Verkehrsträger mit im Blick. Und gleich ist gleich behandeln und ungleich ist ungleich. Die Schiene ist der klimafreundlichste Verkehrsträger mit Abstand, also muss er vom Marktanteil wachsen. Und dann muss man eben auch die anderen Verkehrsträger von den Rahmenbedingungen mit in den Blick nehmen. Und da gehört dazu, dass wir mehr Kostenwahrheit im Verkehr brauchen. Ich erinnere mich noch gut, 2001 in dem Weißbuch, da waren die Unfallfolgekosten des Verkehrs mit drin. Das wollte die EU internalisieren. Da ist seit Jahren nicht mehr die Rede davon. Das ist neben den Klimaschäden, die der Verkehr verursacht, der zweite große Block. Warum spricht niemand mehr von diesen Milliardenkosten, die wir hier auf die Gesellschaft abwälzen, auf die Beitragszahler. Und wenn man die internalisieren würde, würde die Schiene deutlich wettbewerbsfähiger werden gegenüber dem Lkw. Bei der Wegekostenrichtlinie das Gleiche. Der umweltfreundlichste Verkehrsträger wird mit EU-Recht überzogen mit einer Richtlinie, dass man Wegekosten berechnen muss. Und es wird gesagt, was als Minimum berechnet werden muss. Nach oben ist die Grenze im Prinzip fast offen. Bei der Straße ist es eine Kann-Bestimmung. Der Lkw kann Maut bezahlen, wenn die Nationalstaaten das wollen. Wie kann das sein, dass man Straße und Schiene bei den Wegekosten mit EU-Recht ungleich behandelt, aber eine ganz andere politische Zielsetzung hat? Das ist doch ein Widerspruch vom Grundsatz zu dem, wo man hin möchte. Und das Gleiche gilt für den kombinierten Verkehr, die Maße und Gewichte, heute auch schon mal angesprochen gewesen. Wenn man den kombinierten Verkehr stärken möchte, um die Stärken beider Systeme bestmöglich zu kombinieren, das ist so ein bisschen wie mit den Daten, Gilles hat es vorhin gesagt, dann muss man nicht alle paar Jahre die Maße und Gewichte verändern. Und dann kann es auch keine EU-Kommission geben, die tatenlos zuguckt, wenn man in Deutschland mal wieder einen Sonderweg macht und den Typ 1 des Lang-Lkw zulassen will, der gar nicht mehr auf die Taschenwagen passt, weil er von 13,6 Meter Länge auf 14,98 anwächst und wenn man die Innenhöhe nicht ändert, er überhaupt nicht verladbar ist auf den Güterzug. Das sind so Dinge, das sind doch europäische Aufgaben und da muss man auch das eigene geltende Recht ernst nehmen, wenn man sich als Kommission nicht irgendwann lächerlich machen möchte. So, das heißt in der Zusammenfassung, wir haben 3 große Baustellen. Man könnte natürlich jetzt sich das einfach machen und sagen, Verkehrswende in Europa hat noch nicht mal begonnen. Und wir gehen jetzt hier alle kollektiv depressiv wieder aus dem Raum und nach Hause. Besser ist es doch zu sagen, Europa kann mehr. Ja, lasst uns doch gemeinsam, und es ist auch kein Fingerpointing, gemeinsam gucken, wie wir in diesen 3 Handlungsfeldern besser werden können. Wenn man massiv in die Schieneninfrastruktur investiert, dann müssen, glaube ich, insbesondere die grenzüberschreitenden Verbindungen in den Blick genommen werden. Da muss es eine Förderquote geben, egal wie viele Kilometer definiert, von mehr als 50%. Davon bin ich zutiefst überzeugt, sonst kommen wir da nie voran. Wir brauchen auch eine mehrjährige Verbindlichkeit, wie wir das in der Schweiz haben, wie wir das in Österreich haben. Das müssen rollierende Systeme sein. Du musst auf 5, 6 Jahre, gerne auch per Vertrag zwischen Staat und Infrastrukturbetreiber, musst du wissen, was wird gebaut. Auch das ist in Europa jetzt anders. Jedes Jahr wird es wieder neu ausgehandelt mit den CEF-Mitteln. Das ist alles kontraproduktiv für das System Schiene. Wir brauchen lange Linien, wir brauchen Verlässlichkeit. So, bei der Digitalisierung genau das Gleiche. Da muss die Infrastruktur digitalisiert werden, da müssen die Anreize stimmen und da müssen wir bei der DAC, bei der digitalen automatischen Kupplung, den großen Sprung schaffen. Ansonsten haben die Güterbahnen keine gute Zukunft. Wenn wir bei den fairen Wettbewerbsbedingungen sind, wie gesagt, intermodal, intramodal haben wir eine Menge gemacht. Standardisierung ist auch alles wichtig und richtig, soll man alles weitermachen. Aber intermodal muss in den Blick kommen und zwar viel stärker als bislang. Das ist das Thema Wegekosten. Warum behandelt man Straße und Schiene anders? Das ist das Thema externe Kosten, Stichwort Unfallkosten. Und es ist die Stabilität für den KV, dass wir da nicht an den Maßen und Gewichten ständig rumexperimentieren. Ich danke Ihnen für die Aufmerksamkeit.
Ja, herzlichen Dank, Herr Pflege, für den interessanten Vortrag. Das sind wirklich beeindruckende Ergebnisse. Ich bin insbesondere jetzt gespannt auf das Umfrageergebnis, welches wir uns jetzt mal anzeigen lassen werden. Man kann solche Umfragen ja auch wunderbar steuern, indem man möglichst hohe Werte angibt. Das haben wir hier ja noch gar nicht gemacht und wir haben es schon fast alle erwartet, dass die Werte nicht unbedingt bei 2% liegen werden, aber ja, ich finde es noch fast gut geschätzt. Tatsächlich, man merkt, hier sind Fachexperten dabei, aber sie liegen insgesamt natürlich deutlich drüber. Herr Böhm, Diese Zahlen wirken ja auf den ersten und vielleicht auch zweiten Blick fast ein bisschen deprimierend, gerade im Hinblick auch auf ECTS. Und es gibt ein wunderbares Zitat von einer US-Diplomatin: "If the plan doesn't work, change the plan, but never the goal." Wir haben erst auch schon das Ziel der 25% gesehen. Wird das Ziel tatsächlich noch als realistisch angesehen und braucht es vielleicht einen Spurwechsel hinsichtlich der Strategie, um nochmal auf das einzugehen, was Herr Pflege eben auch schon sagte?
Ja, ganz herzlichen Dank, Frau Paul, und ich möchte mich sehr herzlich bedanken für die Einladung zur heutigen Diskussion, zur heutigen Konferenz, weil ich glaube, das Thema ist sehr wichtig und gerade der intermodale Verkehr bietet eine Menge Chancen, um genau dieses Ziel, was eben von Ihnen, Frau Paul, und von Dirk Pflege angesprochen wurde, zu erreichen. Keinesfalls sollten wir das Ziel aufgeben, sondern im Gegenteil jetzt sehr konkret überlegen, was wir tun müssen, um dieses Ziel erreichen zu können, mit welcher Strategie wir tatsächlich dann auch einen Fortschritt erzielen können. Jetzt hier gerade beim Thema ETCS, weil das eben ja auch Gegenstand der Befragung war. Wir haben uns das sehr genau angeschaut. Wir werden jetzt aktuell etwa zum Ende des Jahres, wenn noch ein paar Strecken mit ETCS ausgerüstet worden sind, im Grenzbereich zur Schweiz, etwa bei 1,7% liegen. Das ist sicherlich erschreckend niedrig und wir sind intensiv dabei, uns eine Strategie zurechtzulegen, um hier entsprechend weiterzukommen. Diese Strategie ist mittlerweile auch von Seiten unseres Infrastrukturbetreibers veröffentlicht worden und unser Ziel ist es jetzt, bis zum Ende der mittelfristigen Finanzplanung 2027 auf 10% zu kommen und bis zum Jahr 2028 auf 15% des Streckennetzes, insbesondere die hochbelasteten Korridore. Um dieses Ziel erreichen zu können, bedarf es aber einer ganzen Reihe von Maßnahmen hinsichtlich Fahrzeugförderung, hinsichtlich Incentives für die EVUs entsprechend ihre Fahrzeuge auszurüsten und natürlich auch eine geeignete Strategie, dass wir auch von den Herstellern für die Infrastrukturkomponenten dort entsprechend die Voraussetzungen geschaffen bekommen, dass ein solcher Flächenrollout funktioniert. Das heißt, es ist ganz wichtig, Ziele zu haben, ambitionierte Ziele zu haben, diese aber auch in Strategien umzusetzen, die man dann auch wirklich umsetzen kann und diese wirklich gemeinsam mit dem Sektor bespricht, mit dem Sektor vereinbart.
Vielen Dank. Ich muss noch einmal nachhaken tatsächlich. Es war jetzt sozusagen das Thema ECTS und die Umsetzung bzw. die Strategie. Gibt es denn auch den Plan, eine Strategie zu entwickeln, wie das Modal-Split-Anteil-Ziel erreicht werden soll?
Gibt es in der Tat. Das sind mehrere Komponenten. Zum einen sind wir gegenwärtig dabei, den Bundesverkehrswegeplan mit der Bedarfsplanüberprüfung fortzuschreiben. Dort haben wir insbesondere festgestellt, dass durch den Güterstruktureffekt wir hier einen erheblichen Nachholbedarf im Bereich der Schiene haben. Und gerade, wir haben es gestern ja auch bei der Besichtigung im Hafen gesehen, der Verkehr im Bereich von klassischen schienenaffinen Gütern wie Kohle, wie Stahl, wie Erze, schwere Massengüter gehen deutlich zurück. Und gerade leichte Güter nehmen zu. Das heißt, der Güterverkehr muss sich hier so positionieren, dass er genau für diese Güter auch in der Lage ist, attraktive Transportangebote zu machen. Und gerade im kombinierten Verkehr sehen wir hier die Chance, das zu erreichen. Wir brechen diese Ziele jetzt auch runter im Hinblick auf ein neues Steuerungskonzept für unsere gemeinnützige Infrastrukturgesellschaft oder gemeinwohlorientierte Infrastrukturgesellschaft, die zum 1. Januar mit der DB Infrago AG starten soll und wollen entsprechend dann auch diese Ziele runterbrechen in konkrete Infrastrukturanforderungen, in konkrete Infrastrukturpläne, um tatsächlich auch die Voraussetzungen zu schaffen, diese Ziele auch erreichen zu können. Also wir müssen runterkommen von nur Ziele, die irgendwo ins Schaufenster gestellt werden, hin zu konsistenten, davon abgeleiteten Maßnahmen, die tatsächlich es ermöglichen, die Ziele auch zu erreichen.
Vielen Dank, das kann man nur unterstreichen. Herr Best, aus Ihrer Sicht als Operateur im kombinierten Verkehr, wie sind aus Ihrer Sicht, sind wir hier auf einem guten Weg und welches sind die Hemmnisse, die Sie erkannt haben und die Ihnen tagtäglich begegnen im Geschäft?
Danke, Frau Paul. Also ich glaube, ich kann für alle Operateure im kombinierten Verkehr sprechen, dass wir die Kunden ja von der Schiene begeistern wollen. Das gilt für die HUPAG, für Kombierverkehr, für viele andere Bahnoperator hier in Hamburg. Die Metrans wurde heute auch schon genannt. Wir haben gute Produkte. Wir haben auch mittlerweile einen Digitalisierungsgrad erreicht, der dazu führt, dass es keinen Grund mehr gibt, nicht auf die Schiene zu setzen. Was das Service-Level angeht, dass, wenn wir mit unseren Kunden sprechen, es häufig ein Hinderungsgrund ist auch das Thema Kosten, und es wird jetzt gerade wieder stärker diskutiert werden. Wir hatten es jetzt im Zuge der Lkw-Maut-Diskussion ja in Deutschland auch, dass, ich glaube, gerade in Deutschland das Thema Lkw-Kosten und Kostenerhöhung sehr politisiert wird, auch dann in Richtung der Regierung gesagt wird, hier wird die Wirtschaft versucht abgewürgt zu werden durch solche Maßnahmen. Und wenn ich mir dann gleichzeitig angucke, was auf uns im Sektor zukommt durch die ECTS-Einführung, die wir alle wollen. Also wir wollen grenzüberschreitend verkehren. Die Transfahrt ist Teil der Deutschen Bahn und DB Cargo hat eine Flotte von über 800 E-Lokomotiven, die in Deutschland aber auch grenzüberschreitend unterwegs sind. Und wir haben ja in den vergangenen Jahren in anderen Ländern schon eine ECTS-Einführung gehabt. Wir hatten es ja gesehen im Vortrag, andere Länder sind da weiter als wir. Wir müssen nur feststellen, wir haben Fahrzeuge, die haben Lebenszyklen von 30 Jahren und länger. Und wir haben aber gleichzeitig ETCS-Lifecycle, die eher im Bereich 5 bis 10 Jahre sind. Das heißt also, Investitionen, die wir vor 10 Jahren getätigt haben, müssen jetzt erneuert werden, obwohl das Fahrzeug selbst noch imstande wäre, ganz normal einen Zug von A nach B zu fahren. Und ich glaube, das ist ein Thema, was wir auf europäischer Ebene angehen müssen. Wie sieht da unsere Strategie aus? Wir haben verschiedene Anbieter für die Zugsicherungssysteme auf der Schiene. Und wie können wir es schaffen, die Bestandsflotte bestmöglich umzurüsten? Weil ETCS draufsteht, heißt das nicht, dass das Angebot von Siemens, was streckenseitig installiert wird, das gleiche ist wie von Alstom oder anderen. Und wenn ich eine Baureihe habe, die älter ist, muss die dann auf jeder dieser Infrastrukturen in einem Land neu wieder homogenisiert werden, aber natürlich auch grenzüberschreitend. Das ist das eine. Und das zweite ist, dass wir uns auch immer wieder Quick-Wins wünschen. Also ich habe ein schönes Beispiel von den Kollegen mitgebracht. Wir fahren heute Züge nach Basel-Güterbahnhof, Schweiz, also ein Bahnhof auf schweizerischem oder schweizerischem Nationalgebiet, ist aber mit deutscher Zugsicherungstechnik ausgestattet. Neufahrzeuge müssen jetzt aber komplett für die Schweiz zugelassen sein, um dahin zu fahren, obwohl es eigentlich, also weil es Nationalstaat Schweiz ist, obwohl eigentlich bahnseitig bahntechnisch eine Einfahrt in den Bahnhof ohne Sicherheitseinschränkungen oder Einschränkungen der Sicherheit möglich sind. Und das sind so die Punkte, die für uns als Transfahrt Deutsche Bahn wichtig sind. Also das eine ist das Thema auch Bestandsflotte und möglichst gut nachrüsten, und das Geld, was wir dafür benötigen, das können wir aktuell nicht aus dem margenschwachen multimodalen Geschäft generieren, weil der Verkehrsträger Lkw einfach dafür zu aggressiv ist und die Innovationszyklen beim Lkw zu schnell im Vergleich zur Schiene. Und das Zweite ist, was uns wichtig ist, dass wir dort, wo die Grenzübergänge waren ja ein Thema, vielleicht sogar mit Bestandsfahrzeugen noch Verkehre auf der Schiene halten können und dort dann das Lokomotivwechsel vornehmen, dass wir diese auch versuchen weiter zu nutzen, um gerade auch im grenzüberschreitenden Verkehr nicht vielleicht einen Schritt zurück machen zu müssen, bevor wir 1 oder 2 nach vorne gehen.
Ja, vielen Dank. Ich weiß nicht, Herr Doppelbauer, ob Sie schon einmal kurz darauf antworten wollen. Ich glaube, das liegt Ihnen am Herzen, das Thema.
Naja, wir haben mehrere Themen angesprochen, die eigentlich im Kerngebiet der Aufgaben der Europäischen Eisenbahnagentur liegen. Das Thema ETCS, wir sind ja bekanntlich die Systembehörde für ETCS, und das Thema grenzüberschreitender Verkehr. Wenn ich nochmal den Bogen zurückschlage zum Vortrag von Dirk Pflege, der Modalanteil in Europa. Herr Pflege hatte ja die einzelnen Länder gebracht. Im Durchschnitt sind wir bei 17%. Die traurige Tatsache ist aber, dass der Modalanteil im Schienengüterverkehr für grenzüberschreitenden Verkehr nur die Hälfte ist. Ja? Das heißt, das Potenzial, das wir haben, wird überhaupt nicht ausgeschöpft. Und woran liegt das? Das liegt natürlich daran, dass die Bahnen immer nur bis zur Grenze denken. Daher sind die Grenzübergänge nicht elektrifiziert und damit kommen wir wieder zu dem Problem, vielleicht auch Basel. Mit dem 4. Eisenbahnpaket haben sich ja einige Dinge vereinfacht und das Thema Grenzübergänge wurde anders geregelt. In der Vergangenheit gab es die Möglichkeit, Abkommen zwischen den Infrastrukturbetreibern zu schließen, dass die anerkennen, dass im Grenzverkehr fremde Fahrzeuge reinfahren können. Mit dem 4. Eisenbahnpaket bedarf es Abkommen zwischen den nationalen Sicherheitsbehörden. Und gibt eine interessante Anekdote. Wir betreiben als ERA das Netzwerk der europäischen Sicherheitsbehörden. Und diese europäischen Sicherheitsbehörden haben eine Arbeitsgruppe gegründet und haben die Regeln für diese kurzen Grenzübergänge ausgearbeitet. Und das Dokument hat 250 Seiten. Und dann ist in dieser Sitzung der norwegische Kollege aufgestanden und hat gesagt, ich bin mir jetzt nicht sicher, ob ich verrückt bin oder ihr alle, weil das gesamte 4. Eisenbahnpaket hat weniger als 50 Seiten und ihr schreibt jetzt für die Grenzbetriebsstellen 5 Kilometer maximal auf fremdem Gebiet 250 Seiten. In der Tat zeugt das von dem mangelnden Willen, das tatsächlich wachsen zu lassen oder zusammenwachsen zu lassen. Das zeugt immer davon, dass man auf nationalen Vorschriften, nationalen Vorstellungen besteht. Extrembeispiel Sprache. Und wir sind in der ERA fast täglich mit diesen Problemen beschäftigt. Frankreich, Spanien, über 100 Jahre lang reibungslos funktioniert. Dann plötzlich kommen beide Länder auf die Idee, dass der Lokführer die Sprache des anderen Landes beherrschen muss, und zwar auf einem relativ hohen Niveau. Statt Barrieren einzureißen, erzeugt man diese Barrieren. Und ich benutze gern das Schlagwort, wir brauchen europäisches Denken. Das heißt, wir müssen im Großen und Ganzen denken. Wir brauchen europäische Ziele, weil europäisches Denken ohne europäische Ziele hilft uns nicht. Und dann kann man die Potenziale heben. Vielleicht, weil wir hier in einer Veranstaltung zum kombinierten Verkehr sitzen. Das Potenzial für die Verlagerung von der Straße auf die Schiene wäre da. Eurostat veröffentlicht auch die Aufgliederung des Straßengüterverkehrs auf die Entfernungsklassen, so 50 bis 100 Kilometer, 100 bis 500, 500 bis 1000 und so weiter. Es gibt einen ganz, ganz erheblichen Anteil des Straßengüterverkehrs über 500 Kilometer. Ich habe ausgerechnet, wenn man alle Verkehre über 700 Kilometer auf die Schiene verlagern würde, würde der Modalanteil der Schiene in Europa sofort von 17 auf 36% springen. Man braucht dazu natürlich die entsprechende Kapazität auf der Schiene, aber das Potenzial wäre da. Warum passiert das nicht? Man hat den politischen Willen nicht, man hat das Problem der Grenzübertritte nicht im Griff. Vielleicht noch 2 Zahlen. Ich habe die Entfernungsklassen beim Lkw angeführt. Die durchschnittliche Länge, die Streckenlänge eines Güterzugs in Europa ist unter 250 Kilometer. Der Break-Even-Point, wo also die Schiene wirklich kostengünstiger ist als die Straße, ist bei 400 Kilometer. Warum ist die durchschnittliche Zuglänge nur 250 Kilometer? Weil wir diese Grenzübergänge haben und weil natürlich in den meisten Ländern, wenn ich zu den kleineren Ländern blicke, ja, Luxemburg nach 50 Kilometern ist Grenze oder in manchen Fällen nach 1 Kilometer. Und daher heben wir das Potenzial nicht. heute Vormittag kam schon einmal die Rede auf Carrots and Sticks. Wir haben Anreize, aber wir brauchen auch irgendwelche Maßnahmen. Und dazu gehört für mich die Kostenwahrheit im Verkehr und dazu gehört für mich die Internalisierung der externen Kosten, Sicherheitskosten, wie von Herrn Pflege angesprochen. Das alles braucht den politischen Willen und europäisches Denken hinter dem politischen Willen.
Wir sind mit diesem Panel ja schon mal auf einem guten Weg, würde ich sagen. Wir hatten erst schon mal das Thema Fahrzeuginvest, hatte Herr Best schon mal angesprochen im Rahmen von ECTS. Und Herr Lavrenz vertritt ja hier mit dem VPI auch die Wagenhalter und den Rolling Stock. Da würde ich gerne noch mal an Sie, Herr Lavrenz, das Wort geben. Aus Ihrer Perspektive, mit welchen Erschwernissen sind Sie im Moment noch konfrontiert?
Ja, also eins ist ganz klar, wer ETCS sagt, muss auch DRK sagen. Das hat Dirk Pflege ausgeführt, das kennen wir hier alle im Raum. Das ist für mich unabdingbar, dass wir diesen Weg auch gehen. Auch wenn im Augenblick das Projekt nicht ganz so schnell läuft, wie wir das alle wünschen, sind wir doch sehr, sehr intensiv da dran. Auch zwei meiner Kollegen, die hier im Raum sind, Matthias und Gilles, ihr arbeitet auch sehr hart an den Dingen. Es muss einfach kommen, das ist völlig klar. Wir haben jetzt viel gehört, was passieren muss. Ich möchte ein bisschen sagen, was passiert ist. Wir haben die Thematik, dass in dem angestammten Gebiet der privaten Halter die Verkehre sich ja verlagern. Also es gibt sehr viel Kohleverkehre, sehr viel Mineralverkehre, die bald nicht mehr so stattfinden, wo die Verkehrszahlen und die transportierte Menge runtergehen wird. Dies haben alle Halter eigentlich erkannt. Die Invests im Augenblick gehen in ganz andere Richtungen. Das heißt, es wird sehr viel in kombinierte Waggons, Taschenwagen investiert, in Containertragwagen, sodass hier auch dem Güterstruktureffekt Rechnung getragen werden kann. Das heißt, wegfallende Kohletransporte werden dann durch mehr Transporte auf der Schiene im Kombiverkehr substituiert und darüber wird dann auch die Verkehrsmenge wieder ansteigen. Und ich glaube, das ist ganz, ganz wichtig, dass man das auch sieht, denn die Schiene wird wachsen. Wir haben jetzt die mittelfristig die gleitende Verkehrsprognose aus dem BMDV mal so ein bisschen kritisiert. Dort waren wir auch im Ministerium. Es geht um Wachstum und wir werden nicht bei 17% stehen bleiben, nur weil Kohle wegfällt. Das haben alle in dem Bereich erkannt und es wird in neue Konzepte investiert. Es ist nicht nur jetzt der Kombiwaggon, sondern es sind auch modulare Wagenkonzepte oder es sind Waggons für palettisierte Ware. Und da mache ich mir auf der Seite überhaupt keine Sorgen, dass irgendwann keine Kapazität da ist, weil das ist auch das originäre Geschäftsmodell unserer Halter. Und das ist aus meiner Sicht extrem wichtig. Vielleicht erlauben Sie mir noch einen ganz kleinen Schwenk in eine andere Richtung, die nicht ganz so intermodal ist, aber wir brauchen auch für mehr Wachstum auf der Schiene und für die Verkehrsverlagerung auch ein bestehendes Einzelwagenkonzept. Und dort macht es überhaupt keinen Sinn, wenn große Netzbetreiber als politisches Druckmittel mal postulieren, dass man den Verkehr einstellen sollte, damit man mehr Förderung bekommt. Dann hätten wir volkswirtschaftlich ein Problem und wir Halter, und ich glaube alle, die verladen, wissen, wie wichtig der Einzelwagenverkehr ist, der dringend erhalten werden muss. Ich gucke noch mal so ein bisschen Richtung DB-Konzern hier. Also das muss auch eben ganz klar sein und nur so, wenn man diese ganzen Bausteine zusammenfasst, den Güterstruktureffekt, dem wir gerecht werden, dem Erhalt des Einzelwagenverkehrs und dem politischen Willen, dies zu tun, glaube ich, dann können wir gewisse Dinge erreichen. Und Herr Doppelbauer hat es auch eben angeführt. Ab 700 Kilometer jeder Trailer auf die Schiene halte ich auch für ein super Konzept, wo man vielleicht als Verbände und als Institutionen vielleicht auch gemeinsam mal etwas Druck machen sollte. Diese Ideen hatten wir in unseren Gremien auch schon und ich werde das auch noch mal aufnehmen, weil der Markt alleine regelt es vielleicht doch nicht immer, weil die Ware sich letztendlich doch den Weg sucht und das ist meistens dann über den Preis. Und vielleicht müssen wir da noch mal rangehen, denn letztendlich geht es ja nicht nur, dass wir mehr Eisenbahn fahren, es geht auch ums Klima. Das wäre so ein bisschen mein Petitum für das Thema. Und eine andere Thematik, ich denke, vielleicht kommen wir auch noch darauf zu sprechen, ist, dass wir auch sehen müssen, dass wir den Fachkräftemangel managen. Denn wir brauchen uns nichts vorzumachen, bald haben wir niemanden mehr, der den Zughaken hochwuchtet. Da brauchen wir die DRK. In meinem Verband sind auch 150 Werkstätten organisiert, die auch permanent über Fachkräftemangel reden oder schon jammern. Und dieses Thema müssen wir auch ganz, ganz dringend angehen. Da ist also auch noch eine kleine Challenge. Jetzt bin ich wieder bei den Challenges gelandet. Wir haben aber, ich hoffe, ich konnte auch kurz umreißen, dass wir auch wirklich Dinge schon erledigt haben und den Weg weitergehen werden.
Vielen Dank. Ich würde das Wort gleich einmal an den angesprochenen Herrn Best geben, der noch vielleicht einmal dazu Stellung nehmen möchte.
Genau, also ich glaube, es ist ja auch aus der Presse bekannt, die DB hat kein Interesse, den Einzelwagenverkehr einzustellen. Und wir haben so ein bisschen ja schon darüber geredet, was wir in Deutschland als zentralen Land in Europa merken, ist, dass um uns herum, vielleicht Österreich, Schweiz ein bisschen ausgenommen, aber das Volumen zurückgeht, dass teilweise auch Einzelwagensysteme ganz stark zurückgefahren wurden. Und das spüren wir da natürlich auch in Deutschland an der Auslastung des Systems. Und ein Teil ist sicherlich dann auch vielleicht einer Verkehrsverlagerung in multimodale Verkehre geschuldet, weil natürlich der multimodale Verkehr eine größere Flexibilität häufig hat und ich bestimmte Ladeeinheiten, die ich für beispielsweise Koils, die ich nach Italien bringe, früher im klassischen Einzelwagenverkehr der Bahn, der Staatsbahn abgewickelt, heute mit der Hupag durch die Schweiz vielleicht, fahren, weil ich diese Ladeeinheit dann in Italien mit anderen Gütern wieder beladen kann, die in Deutschland oder im Norden Europas gebraucht werden. Und ich glaube, da muss man eben auch immer so ein bisschen sagen, ich bin eigentlich ein Freund davon zu sagen, wir sollten das tun, was Sinn macht, um möglichst effizient unterwegs zu sein und nicht den Einzelwagenverkehr des reinen Einzelwagens erhalten, sondern dort, wo er Sinn macht, dort, wo wir eine Verkehrsverlagerung schaffen können. Ich glaube, vielleicht, Herr Doppelbauer, haben Sie Erfahrungen aus Österreich, wo man sagt, bestimmte Gefahrengüter oder auch Abfälle sollen ab einer bestimmten Entfernung über die Schiene laufen, um eben auch diese Unfallkosten auf der Straße zu vermeiden. Und da sehe ich die Stärke des Einzelwagenverkehrs und auch eines wirtschaftlich nachhaltigen Einzelwagenverkehrs.
Ja, ich würde ganz gerne einmal noch Herrn Böhm antworten lassen zum Thema Einzelwagenverkehr, inwieweit dort eine weitere Förderung vorgesehen ist, um auch bestimmte Ängste oder Bedenken zu nehmen, was die das langfristige Invest angeht.
Ja, sehr gerne. Also wir sind bereits ja in mehrerer Hinsicht in der Förderung des Einzelwagenverkehrs unterwegs. In Deutschland haben wir die Förderung der Trassenpreise zum einen und auch der Anlagenpreise. Also gerade Kosten, die besonders hoch sind beim Einzelwagenverkehr, werden jetzt bereits gefördert. Und darüber hinaus entwickeln wir gerade eine Förderrichtlinie, um auch eine erweiterte Betriebskostenförderung für den Einzelwagenverkehr zu realisieren und möglicherweise dadurch auch für weitere Unternehmen hier dieses Gebiet attraktiv zu machen. Weil ich glaube, auch der Einzelwagenverkehr bedarf neuer Ideen, effizienterer Produktionsweisen, um so auch langfristig wieder wettbewerbsfähig zu werden. Aber es darf natürlich nicht sein, dass der Einzelwagenverkehr, auf den viele Branchen heute noch angewiesen sind, jetzt irgendwo verloren geht, sondern wir müssen in einer adäquaten Form dafür sorgen, dass es ihn weiter gibt und dass er sich auch weiterentwickeln kann, möglicherweise auch auf Basis der digitalen automatischen Kupplung, die Herr Lavrenz gerade angesprochen hat.
Wir merken, dass dieses Thema der Verkehrswende und der Handlungsfelder ein besonders breites Spektrum hat. Ich habe die DAK und eventuell andere Innovationen wie zum Beispiel horizontale Umschlagssysteme. Da gehen wir vielleicht nachher noch einmal drauf zurück. Ich würde ganz gerne jetzt einmal Herrn Stahlhut abholen. Hupag hat ja seine ersten Transporte über die Schweiz abgebildet vor 50 Jahren. Heute ist das Unternehmen der führende Transporteur im Intermodalverkehr der Schweiz. Vielleicht können wir einmal ein bisschen was von Ihnen hören zu Best Practices aus der Schweiz, auch wie Ihre Sicht auf die Dinge ist. Und vielleicht können Sie, ich weiß, der UIR hat da ein bisschen geforscht zu, auch noch was zu sagen, wie das sozusagen sich mit der Aufhebung der Liberalisierung oder der Liberalisierung im Flugverkehr noch verhält und ob man das nicht vielleicht mal übertragen kann.
Okay, vielleicht auch für Herrn Best so ein bisschen als Schulung. Wir machen nicht nur Schweizverkehre. Wir fahren von Bari nach Barcelona, von Malmö nach Madrid, von Warschau nach Rotterdam, also einmal quer über Europa. Wir sind nicht ein Schweizer Transport, wir sind ein Schweizer Unternehmen, was in Europa arbeitet. Und wir machen das gemeinsam im Sektor, wir alle, weil wir es können. Und weil wir es gut gemacht haben in der Vergangenheit. Und ich sage Ihnen auch, warum wir das machen. Weil wir müssen so ein bisschen in Comicsprache denken. Wir müssen aus der Bla-Blub-Ecke wegkommen und müssen so in die Rohr-Ecke kommen. Ja? Also wir müssen mal ins Tun kommen. Es ist es ist an vielen Stellen so leicht. Es ist so leicht. Und ich kann nicht verstehen, muss ich ganz ehrlich sagen, warum man eine Gesellschaft im Einzelwagen, ich nehme das mal auf gerade, weil ich finde das wirklich störend, die Diskussion, dass eine Gesellschaft im Einzelwagenladungsverkehr mit Geld zugeschüttet wird und man ohne Ambition, ambitionsfrei das Ganze gestaltet. In der Schweiz diskutiert man das auch. Man setzt eine Ambition, wie viel Verlagerungsmenge da sein muss, und diese Ambition muss erreicht werden, und dann ist das Geld auch wieder draußen. Ansonsten ist der Güterverkehr immer in der Struwwelpeter-Ecke. Und das möchte ja nicht sein. Ich möchte nicht in der Struwwelpeter-Ecke sein. Ich möchte mich hinstellen und möchte ganz stolz sagen, ich mache, was ich mache ich gut, und das machen wir gut. Und wir können noch viel, viel mehr machen, weil, warum? Weil dieser Kontinent Europa ist alt gewachsen, und wir machen nicht Eisenbahn, weil wir Eisenbahn spielen wollen, sondern weil wir Industrien haben in Norditalien, in Antwerpen, in Rotterdam, in Hamburg, in Mitteldeutschland, in Westdeutschland. In Westdeutschland haben wir eine industrielle Fertigung von 500 Milliarden GDP. In Norditalien 500 Milliarden GDP. In Hamburg habe ich gelernt, 50 Milliarden haben Sie heute Morgen gesagt. Ja? In Rotterdam 100, in Antwerpen 100, in Südpolen 100. Warum? Das sind Industrien. Und was ist die Vernetzung dieser Industrien? Die Industrie, was sind Vernetzungsmodelle? Das sind Förderbänder, das ist Eisenbahn. Eisenbahn ist ein Mittel im Güterverkehr zur Vernetzung von Industrien. Und warum sollte man das gerade über lange Distanz machen? Weil über lange Distanz spart man an der Stelle Kosten. Ja, weil man kann Dinge bündeln. Eben hatte es, glaube ich, Frau Paul gesagt, 50 LKWs, also irgendwas zwischen 40 und 50 LKWs auf den Zug. 220 Millionen Tonnen CO2 sind aktuell im Langstreckendienst auf der Straße, werden im Langstreckendienst auf der Straße erzeugt. 220 Millionen CO2. Wenn wir diese 13% von 17, Sie haben eben, Herr Doppelbauer gesagt, von 17% Modal Split auf 30% gehen wollen, müssen wir also 13% CO2 einsparen, sind 30 Millionen Tonnen circa, sagen wir jetzt 30 Millionen Tonnen. Das sind circa 6 Millionen Lkw-Fahrten. 6 Millionen Lkw-Fahrten ist nur 50% mehr an Menge, die heute im intermodalen Verkehr gefahren wird. Und jetzt noch was viel Leichteres, da komme ich zum Tun und zum Rohrmodus. Unsere Züge, die durchschnittliche Zuglänge in Europa ist irgendwas um 550, 600 Meter. Wir wollen aber 740 Meter fahren, so wie jeder normale LKW auch eine normale Länge hat, wollen wir die normale Zuglänge fahren. Das heißt, wir können 20% mit vorhandenen Zügen 20% mehr machen. Wie leicht ist das denn? Wie einfach ist das denn? Und wie doof sind wir, dass wir Entschuldigung, wenn ich das so sage, ja, es kommt meine Dortmunder Sprache so ein bisschen durch. Wie doof sind wir denn, dass wir diese 740 Meter nicht ermöglichen? Das ist leicht morgen machbar, und übermorgen fahren die Züge. Und wir können von dieser Transportmenge können wir verlagern. Lassen Sie uns ins Rohrmodus kommen, bitte. Und gehen Sie nach Hause, seien Sie alle Botschafter, dass wir das auch machen können. Und dann brauchen wir nicht 1000 neue Direktiven und 1000 neue Regeln, sondern wir brauchen eine wesentliche Regel, die ist kapazitätssteuernd in der Infrastruktur. Wir sollten viel, viel stärker das Kapazitätsmanagement international auf den Infrastrukturen sicherstellen. Das ist für mich aktuell ein Nadelöhr. Das wurde auch eben von Dirk Pflege klar gesagt, ein Nadelöhr. Und wir haben in Europa Bypässe. Wir haben entlang der großen Verkehrsmagistralen Bypässe, die wir nutzen können. Wir können von Antwerpen heute nach Mailand über Frankreich fahren. Wir haben ein bisschen Höhenproblem. Ja, an manchen Stellen würden wir mit P400 dann an die Tunnelgrenzen, an die Tunneldecken stoßen. Wir können aber niedrige Profile dort langfahren. Wir können über Deutschland, wenn die Rheintalbahn gesperrt wird, über die Gäubahn fahren. Wir können, wenn wir nach Polen fahren, können wir südlich der Verlaufsstrecke Dortmund, Hannover, Berlin, Warschau, können wir auch südlich fahren. Wenn Sie von Hamburg in Richtung München fahren, können Sie über den Ostkorridor fahren. Ein besserer Gradient. Sie haben einen besseren Gradienten. Sie könnten mehr Tonnage mitnehmen auf der gleichen Zuglänge, und Sie verbrauchen weniger Energie, weil sie sind nicht so steil. Wie dumm sind wir denn, dass wir nicht das machen, was wir heute schon machen könnten? Und bitte, gehen Sie nach Hause heute Abend und erzählen Sie, Sie sind jetzt im Rohrmodus. Das möchte ich erreicht haben, wenn wir heute nach Hause gehen. Weil hören Sie auf, im Bla-Blub-Modus zu sein, das ist vorbei. Das war gestern, wir müssen jetzt was tun. Ansonsten werden wir das stärker erleben, was wir gerade merken. Aktuell stehen wir vor einem Reverse Modal Shift. Wir stehen in der Branche vor einem Reverse Modal Shift, weil der LKW stärker ist. Ja? Und das müssen wir verstehen, dass wir das aufgeben.
Vielen Dank, Herr Stahlhut. Es ist kein Problem, Sie können gerne sagen, was Sie sagen wollen. Wir haben deswegen die Übersetzung extra und das Panel in Deutsch. Der Übersetzer streicht alles raus, was nicht erlaubt ist. Gerne würde ich gleich nochmal Herrn Doppelbauer antworten lassen, der hier
Ich wollte noch kurz darauf reagieren. In Realität ist die durchschnittliche Zuglänge 500 Meter und die Steigerung auf 740 ist 48%.
Ist ja noch leichter dann, ja?
Nee. Und das ist nämlich die Tragik. Wir haben zurzeit in Europa keinen einzigen Korridor, wo wir durchgehend 740 Meter fahren können. Und die P400-Problematik, die führt in bestimmten Ländern, unter anderem dem Land, in dem ich zurzeit wohne, führt dort zu massiven politischen Problemen. Aber diese 48%, das ist eine andere Größenordnung als diese maximal 4%, die man jetzt in dieser Kapazitätsrichtlinie verspricht. Ja? Also das ist Peanuts, man muss dort investieren, wo tatsächlich das Potenzial liegt.
Vielen Dank. Ich würde gleich gerne Herrn Hodgson noch dazu holen, damit er auch noch mal Gelegenheit hat zu antworten. Aber weil es einfach das Thema noch mal einmal abschließend bedienen sollte, würde ich ganz gerne von Herrn Böhm noch mal hören, wie diese Pläne hinsichtlich des Ausbaus und seine Sicht auf den 740 Meter Ausbau sind.
Kann ich nur sagen, volle Unterstützung. Also ich kann das nur unterstreichen, was Herr Stahlhut gesagt hat. Wir haben mal den Ausbau des Netzes auf den wesentlichen Korridoren für 740 Meter in Deutschland untersucht und haben dort sehr, sehr positive Ergebnisse erzielt und haben dann gleich die DB Netz beauftragt, dieses Thema mit höchster Priorität voranzubringen, weil es sind verhältnismäßig kleine Maßnahmen mit einem ganz großen Effekt, dass man nämlich wirklich Kapazität dadurch schafft, der tatsächlich auch dann den Güterverkehr attraktiver macht, weil effizienter. Und letztendlich sehen wir ja immer, wenn Kapazität im Netz geschaffen wird, wird die auch tatsächlich aufgebraucht, weil im Prinzip die Nachfrage ist da. Es muss hier im Prinzip die Kapazität geschaffen werden und das ist einer der schnellsten und effizientesten Wege. Nur, Sie wissen auch, bei der Schiene ist schnell immer gleich ein paar Jahre, weil halt Planung aufwendig ist, aber auch da wollen wir ran, um wirklich da auch tatsächlich solche kleinen, mittelgroßen Maßnahmen schneller realisieren zu können.
Vielen Dank. Herr Hodgson, CFL denkt mit seiner Schwester Multimodal die gesamte Modal-Logistikkette ab. Wo sehen Sie noch Potenzial, den Schienengüterverkehr attraktiver zu gestalten? Und vielleicht können Sie auch noch mal darauf eingehen, Sie haben, glaube ich, auch Erfahrungen mit Einzelwagenverkehr und bestimmten Plattformen, ob es da bestimmte Entwicklungen gab, wo Sie noch mal was zu sagen können.
Ja, also danke, Frau Paul. Vielleicht zu Beginn, also ich bin selbst heute ein Beispiel von Interoperabilität. Also ich komme aus England, ich wohne in Frankreich, ich arbeite in Luxemburg und heute bin ich in Deutschland. Aber ich habe nur B1 wie ein Triebfahrzeugführer. Ich habe Deutschniveau B1, also hoffentlich wird das funktionieren. Also ja, Multimodalität und so weiter in Luxemburg. Also seit ungefähr 10 Jahren hat Luxemburg sehr viel in alles Schienengüterverkehr und auch Personalverkehr investiert. Wir haben ein neues Terminal in Betonburg. Ich kann auch sagen, dass Luxemburg 100% ETCS hat. Also wir fahren nur mit ETCS in Luxemburg. Aber okay, wir haben, ich weiß nicht wie viele Kilometer Linien, aber ja, die Probleme ist, dass wir sind nicht so weit von Frankreich, 1 Kilometer. Also in Frankreich, ich denke bis Thionville fahren wir mit ETCS, aber dann kommt KVB. Und das heißt, just ein Beispiel, früher haben wir haben einen Zug zwischen Bettemburg und Lyon, Multimodalzug, ungefähr 500 Kilometer. Also das ist schwer, kompetitiv zu sein, aber wir fahren 5-mal pro Woche. Am Anfang haben wir nur eine Lokomotive genutzt, aber seit ETCS mussten wir einen Lochwechsel machen. Also das ist für mich auch ein Beispiel, wie kann das sein, dass 500 Kilometer Luxemburg hat ETCS eine Investition gemacht und was machen wir jetzt? Also wir müssen einen Lokwechsel in Hagondange machen, weil es gibt keine Lokomotiven mit 1500 Volt. Also in Südfrankreich gibt keine 25 kV, also das ist 1500. Wir haben keine Lokomotiven. Also das war vielleicht in 2015, 16 haben wir mit Siemens, mit Bombardier, Alstom jetzt gesprochen, haben gesagt, wir würden gern für uns sehr viele Lokomotiven kaufen, also 10 Lokomotiven für uns, das war sehr, sehr viel. Also, und wir haben gesagt, wir möchten aus Luxemburg Richtung Frankreich, Richtung Deutschland und Richtung Belgien fahren. Okay, und also Luxemburg mit ETCS, das geht. Luxemburg und Deutschland, also Luxemburg-Deutschland kein Problem, ETCS plus Deutschland. Belgien, ja, das wird schwer sein. Und Frankreich, warum Frankreich? Gibt es Schienenverkehr in Frankreich? Wir haben gesehen, also nicht so viel, aber das war wir waren wie Extraterrest, also in Frankreich zu fahren. Aber wir haben die Lokomotiven bestellt und wenn alles gut geht, werden wir diese Lokomotiven bekommen. Zuerst nicht mit Frankreich und Belgien Paket, aber ab 25, 26, wir werden sehen. Aber für uns, wir haben auch gesehen, Luxemburg hat nur 7% Marktanteil für Schienengüterverkehr. Und auch in Luxemburg hatten wir früher sehr viel Stahlindustrie. Also wie wir haben gesagt, hat weniger und weniger Stahlindustrie. Und so, das ist auch, warum Luxemburg sehr viel investiert habe. Und jetzt haben wir Verkehre intermodale Verkehre zwischen Luxemburg und Norddeutschland, Polen mit Poznan und auch Richtung Frankreich, Lyon und mit dem Modal-System bis Le Boulou, also Spanien. Also das heißt, dass wir haben ein Netzwerk gegründet, Norddeutschland und Polen mit Luxemburg und dann auch Frankreich zu machen. Und wir haben es gibt sehr viel Potenzial, aber wir müssen mit Qualität fahren. Das heißt auch, dass die Trassen stabil werden müssen. Das ist auch ein Problem. Vielleicht mehr in Deutschland als in Frankreich, muss ich sagen, etwas stabil zu haben. Weil die Kunden, wir haben gesagt, die Kunden wie Stahlindustrie und so weiter, haben wir nicht mehr und mehr, haben wir Kunden wie, ich sehe Amazon, IKEA und diese Kunden können nicht warten. Wir können nicht sagen, ja, der Zug wird in 2 oder 3 Tagen ankommen. Nein, alles muss wie vorgeplant fahren. Also das ist unsere Experience mit Intermodalverkehr. Also ich komme zurück, auch Einzelwagenverkehr ist auch für uns wichtig. Also CFL Cargo ist ein Tochterunternehmen von CFL, aber auch ArcelorMittal für 33%. Und ArcelorMittal in Luxemburg hat, ich denke, 3 Walzwerke. Und Langprodukten produziert. Also das heißt Träger bis 24 Meter oder mehr, bis vielleicht, ich würde sagen, 32 Meter. Also multimodal kann nicht mit diesen Produkten funktionieren. Also das heißt, dass ArcelorMittal, wenn ArcelorMittal diese Produkte mit der Schiene fahren will, das fährt mit Einzelwagen, weil die Produkte sind für Skandinavien, Deutschland, Polen, Italien, Schweiz, Frankreich und so weiter. Also das ist sehr wichtig für Stahlindustrie, für ArcelorMittal, auch für Chemie. Und das ist auch, ich denke, das sehr wichtig, dass wir vergessen nicht, dass wir dieses System haben in Europa. Ein Kunde aus Luxemburg kann Wagen nach, wie gesagt, Skandinavien, Italien und so weiter schicken. Und es ist etwas, das für mich wir nicht verlieren müssen.
Ja, vielen Dank. Ich würde ganz gerne einmal Herrn Doppelbauer noch mal fragen, weil es ging ja auch um Kapazitätsmanagement und grenzübergreifende Trassenplanung. Vielleicht können Sie da mal was zu sagen und gerne auch noch mal ergänzen, die Themen, die Ihnen gerade noch...
Ich denke, ein wesentliches Problem bei der Kapazität ist, dass wir in Europa den Güterverkehr auf Mischbetrieb haben. Das heißt, der Güterverkehr teilt sich die Trassen mit dem Personenfernverkehr, dem Personenregionalverkehr, dem Personennahverkehr. Ein Beispiel, wir haben das gestern diskutiert, sind die berühmten Nachtzüge. Ein Nachtzug nimmt 3 Güterzugstrassen weg. Die Trassen in der Umgebung von Großstädten, München, Frankfurt, werden vom Regionalverkehr bedient. Wenn man sich die Pünktlichkeitsstatistik der Deutschen Bahn ansieht, dann ist die für den Fernverkehr irgendwo knapp über 50%. Im Regionalverkehr ist sie bei 90%. Ja, das spiegelt auch wider, dass der Regionalverkehr den Ländern gehört und die dort die Prioritäten setzen. Ein Kapazitätsmanagement muss daher auf verschiedenen Ebenen ansetzen. Es muss zunächst einmal ansetzen, dass die Bottlenecks in der Infrastruktur beseitigt werden. Herr Stahlhut hat angesprochen die Probleme mit P400 oder die 740 Meter, wo es punktuell Probleme gibt. Dann muss man ansetzen, dass man die Ballungsräume umfahren kann. Das kann man mit dem kombinierten Verkehr relativ gut. Da kann man ja immer ausweichen, weil man ja im Großen und Ganzen den Verkehr von einem Start zu einem Ziel hat. Im Einzelwagenverkehr muss man immer die Ballungsräume anfahren und dort rangieren, weil man dort Wagen ab und Wagen dazu hängt. Und das alles sollte dann möglichst auf europäischer Ebene passieren. Ja, koordiniert. Es nützt ja nicht, wenn an der Grenze zwischen, sagen wir, Deutschland und der Schweiz auf der einen Seite 5 Güterzüge reinkommen pro Stunde, aber nur 3 pro Stunde abtransportiert werden. Und das alles muss man dann im Gesamtkontext betrachten. Diese Kapazitätsplanung ist natürlich auch sehr stark politisch getrieben, weil die Prioritäten Personenverkehr, Regionalverkehr, Güterverkehr, die werden politisch bestimmt. Und da muss man ansetzen. Wenn man die Verkehrsverlagerung will, und die Verkehrsverlagerung will man, ich habe das heute am Morgen gesagt, wir haben 0,4% CO2-Beitrag von der Schiene, wir haben 76% CO2-Beitrag von der Straße. Der kombinierte Verkehr ist carbon-negativ, ja, das ist extrem wichtig. Der reduziert mehr CO2, als er beiträgt. Und wenn man das politisch will, dann muss man auch die politischen Rahmenbedingungen schaffen.
Vielen Dank. Ich würde ganz gerne nochmal an Herrn Pflege und Herrn Stahlhut sozusagen gemeinschaftlich das Wort geben, weil ich glaube, die haben auch beide dasselbe Anliegen bezüglich der Harmonisierung der Richtlinien. Du hattest es erst angesprochen, das Thema Wettbewerb bzw. Handlungsfeld Wettbewerb. Kannst du nochmal vielleicht sagen, was dir da nochmal besonders wichtig ist?
Ja, aktuell wird ja auf EU-Ebene das Greening Freight Package diskutiert und das ist eigentlich ein ganz konkretes Beispiel, wie man Verkehrspolitik zusammendenken müsste, aber wie es von der EU nicht passiert. Da wird also die KV-Richtlinie rausgetrennt für den kombinierten Verkehr und Maße und Gewichte und andere Dinge, die werden ins Schaufenster gestellt und entkoppelt. Und das ist genau das, was wir überwinden müssen. Das ist für mich alte Verkehrspolitik, wenn man jeden Verkehrsträger isoliert betrachtet, wenn man das nicht ganzheitlich sieht, die Logistikströme. Und es geht hier nicht um Straße gegen Schiene, ganz im Gegenteil. Also wenn man das etwas zusammendenkt und den kombinierten Verkehr auch ins Zentrum stellt, dann muss man aufhören mit diesem Kästchendenken. Und das hat die EU bislang noch nicht richtig geschafft. Wenn man Marktanteile steigern will, muss man ganzheitlich Verkehrsströme, Logistikprozesse sich angucken Und da ist gerade aktuell ein Negativbeispiel und die Maße und Gewichte habe ich angesprochen, die hier in Deutschland gerade parallel geändert werden. Da wird eine befristete Ausnahmeregelung, die wir haben bis Ende 2023 mit einem verlängerten Sattelauflieger. Ich habe die Maße eben genannt, die soll jetzt 3 Jahre verlängert werden. Das ist alles nach unserer Auffassung EU-rechtswidrig. Die EU toleriert das aber, man macht nichts, man guckt zu. Also das sind aktuelle Beispiele, wo man wirklich sagen muss, so geht es nicht, sondern wir wünschen uns klare Ziele, eine richtige Strategie, insbesondere auch für den Schienengüterverkehr. Und dann kann das was werden. Das ist, glaube ich, aus allen Beiträgen deutlich geworden. Das Potenzial ist da. Die Schiene ist leistungsfähig. Sie ist auch preismäßig ohne jegliche Subvention leistungsfähig, wenn man bestimmte Parameter und Randbedingungen hat. Und dieses Potenzial müssen wir heben. Und wir müssen auch wegkommen von diesem Lamento, dass wir immer nur die Hand aufhalten wollen und irgendwelche Unterstützung. Das hat Michael Stahlhut eben so schön gesagt. Insofern bin ich dir dankbar, wenn du sagst, sprichst uns als Doppelpack an. Dieser unternehmerische Geist, dieses ins Machen kommen, da muss man uns auch mal lassen. Also die Branche ist leistungsfähig, das sehen wir in Deutschland. Wir haben ja auch jetzt so ein Mindshift, einen Wechsel, eine Umbruchphase in Deutschland, viele Probleme, aber es wird alles in Frage gestellt und wir erleben eigentlich so eine Zeitenwende im Schienenverkehr hier in Deutschland und vielleicht können wir ein bisschen von diesem Geist auch nach Europa, nach Brüssel transportieren, nach Valenciennes, wohin auch immer. Die Schiene kann viel, viel mehr, als sie im Moment von den Marktanteilen her abliefert.
Zum Greening Freight Package, also du sprichst mir aus der Seele. Ja? Ich muss sagen, wir haben dieses Count Emissions, wir haben Capacity Management, wir haben KV-Richtlinie irgendwie noch nicht richtig da, wir haben Maße und Gewichte, welchen Dimensions. Für mich ist das völlig unklar, wenn wir integral Verkehr betreiben wollen und betrachten wollen, warum wir in Schubladen denken und warum man, ich habe mit Ralf Schalier eben gesprochen, warum man einzelne Pferde losrennen lässt und mal guckt, wer gewinnt. Also sprich, die Straße losrennen lässt, die Schiene losrennen lässt, das Schiff losrennen lässt und wettet auf einen. So wirkt das von außen. Und wir müssen Maße und Gewichte, Weights and Dimensions, das muss man integral sehen. Und dann muss man sehen, dass eben dieser Trailer verflixt nochmal auf den Taschenwagen kommt und dass der auch drauf passt. Es kann ja nicht sein, dass der rüberragt. Dann wird Jill Peterhans irgendwann ein Problem haben, wenn man sowas vermarkten will. Das ist eine echte Herausforderung. Ich bleibe dabei, dieses Capacity Management, diese Direktive ist wünschenswert und das brauchen wir international. Und da eine Anmerkung, so ist so ein bisschen Geisteskind bin ich ja, dass ich auch Anreize geben möchte in der Infrastruktur. Die Infrastruktur, haben wir jetzt gerade sehr viel darüber gesprochen, wirkt international. Wir haben 50% der Verkehrsströme sind internationale Verkehrsströme, auch durch Deutschland. Vielleicht macht es Sinn, dass wir die Trassenvereinnahmung, die Trassengeldvereinnahmung für internationale Verkehrsströme international betrachten, dass das Korridormanagement diese Trassen, die internationalen Verkehrstrasseneinnahmen vereinnahmt und hat damit die Möglichkeit, auch gezielt in Überholungsgleise für 740 Meter zu investieren. Was ist ja wirklich einfach. Sie brauchen 300 oder 400 Meter Überholungsgleis, also ein paar Gleise verlängern und dann können Sie fast über den Rhein-Alpin mit 740 Meter fahren. Müssen noch mit ETCS nochmal nachdenken und mit CLK nachdenken. Aber lassen Sie uns doch dann dieses internationale Geld auch international managen. Und damit gibt es auch eine Ambition und eine Allokation von Investitionsmitteln, nicht die nationalstaatlich bedacht wird, sondern die international laufen würde. Das spricht so ein bisschen gegen die nationalwirtschaftliche Betrachtung der Infrastrukturen. Wir machen internationales Geschäft, Herr Best macht internationales Geschäft, Sie machen internationales Geschäft. Wir brauchen doch eine international funktionierende Infrastruktur, also geben wir ihm die Finanzmittel, die wir sowieso bezahlen.
Ja, vielen Dank für diesen anregenden Beitrag. Herr Doppelbauer, Sie sitzen zwar nicht direkt in der Institution, aber hier scheint das Verständnis allgemein oder Konsens zu sein. Und wie transportieren wir das jetzt, dass diese Erkenntnis auch fruchtet?
Ja, wir sind gemeinsam mit den Verbänden, wo ja einige der Vertreter hier sitzen, wir sind ja im ständigen Kontakt mit der Kommission und man muss hier tatsächlich zur politischen Willensbildung beitragen. Aber ein Problem haben wir, dass die Lobby der Eisenbahn und die Lobby des kombinierten Verkehrs viel kleiner und viel schwächer ist als die Lobby der anderen Verkehrsträger. Wir hatten Maße und Gewichte angesprochen. Die Begründung, die die Kommission für diese neue vorgeschlagene Vorschrift ins Treffen führt, ist, wir brauchen das, damit wir die Batterie-LKWs auf die Straße bringen können, weil die müssen dadurch länger und schwerer werden, damit sie entsprechend leistungsfähig sind. Das sind aber alles Aussagen, die von der Straßenlobby propagiert werden. Wenn wir tatsächlich uns ansehen, welches CO2-Einsparungspotenzial im kombinierten Verkehr wäre, dann haben wir ein vielfach höheres Potenzial bei geringerem Investitionsbedarf als hier um Milliarden eine Ladeinfrastruktur für elektrische batteriegetriebene LKWs zu schaffen. Und ich glaube, das müssen wir alle gemeinsam transportieren, um damit ein Umdenken in der europäischen Verkehrspolitik herbeizuführen. Und wir haben ja nächstes Jahr Europawahlen. Wir wissen alle nicht, wer dann in der Kommission sein wird, wer dann in der Kommission das Verkehrsreferat dann besetzen wird. Ich denke, es ist vielleicht auch ein günstiger Zeitpunkt, jetzt noch einmal von der Lobbyseite ganz stark auf diese Punkte hinzuweisen.
Ja, vielen Dank. Ich würde gerne das Wort noch einmal bei Ihnen belassen. Und zwar haben wir das Thema DAK noch einmal nach hinten gestellt. Ich habe noch ein bisschen Zeit bekommen übrigens, weil ein Beitrag weggebrochen ist. Von daher darf ich noch ein bisschen reden. Und wir sind gerade so gut in Fahrt. Von daher würde ich gerne noch mal vielleicht von Ihnen hören, wie das Thema DAK aus Sicht der ERA betrachtet wird. Gibt es da Entwicklungen bezüglich der Standards? Genau.
Also das Thema digitale automatische Kupplung hat da eigentlich zwei Aspekte. Es hat zum einen den Aspekt, dass es ein absoluter Anachronismus ist, dass wir in Europa noch die UEC-Schraubenkupplung haben. In Nordamerika ist seit 1893 eine automatische Kupplung Vorschrift. Überall auf der Welt, ob es in Indien, in Australien, im russischen oder russisch dominierten Raum ist, überall gibt es automatische Kupplungen, die also nicht nur zur Sicherheit beitragen, die auch längere und schwerere Züge ermöglichen und die dann helfen, Personal einzusparen. Das ist der eine Aspekt. Der zweite Aspekt ist, dass über diese DRK dann auch die Digitalisierung des Schienengüterverkehrs vorangetrieben werden soll. So, jetzt stehen wir beim wichtigen Punkt, dass es ein Entwicklungsprojekt gibt, wo es noch jede Menge technische Herausforderungen gibt, die zu lösen sind. Wir werden diese technischen Spezifikationen in die technischen Spezifikationen für Interoperabilität einarbeiten. Zieltermin ist jetzt ungefähr 2026, dass das dann in den technischen Spezifikationen für die Interoperabilität ist. Aber wir müssen auch mit diesen Produkten, mit diesen DRK-Produkten, die Zuverlässigkeit erreichen, die gefordert ist. Daher sind jetzt auch, man spricht von 100 Zügen mit 2000 Wagen, man muss hier tatsächlich eine betriebliche Dauererprobung machen. Wir hatten vor ein paar Jahren die leisen Bremssohlen eingeführt und da hat man diese wirkliche seriöse Erprobung etwas auf die leichte Schulter genommen, was wir dann im Nachhinein bitter bezahlt haben, weil wir dann halt einige Dinge nachbessern mussten. Bei der DAC können wir uns das nicht leisten. Wenn das Ding nicht funktioniert, dann fördern wir den Schienengüterverkehr nicht, dann bringen wir ihn um. Und daher muss das sauber und ordentlich gemacht werden.
Ja, danke. Herr Lavrens sagt jetzt, oh, diese Erkenntnis hat bei mir, ich nehme das Ihnen einfach aus dem Munde,
so, ja.
Diese Erkenntnis hatte ich inzwischen auch, also es ist eine gute Sache, aber Sie sagen, aber wie finanziert sich das langfristig, wer garantiert mir da Sicherheiten? So, Vielleicht können Sie noch mal ergänzen.
Ja, also den Ausführungen von Herrn Doppelbauer für die Notwendigkeit der DRK ist eigentlich nichts hinzuzufügen. Ich würde noch mal gerne die Tatsache unterstreichen, dass unsere Wagenhalter da extrem euphorisch und mit extrem viel Einsatz mitarbeiten, obwohl sie am Ende des Tages nicht unbedingt die Profiteure sind. Und das zeigt eben auch, dass unsere Community, die Halter-Community, wirklich an das Thema glaubt, um den Schienengüterverkehr wirklich in die Zukunft zu führen, weil sonst, so wie es im Augenblick ist mit der Schraubenkupplung zu Kaiserszeiten, wird es nicht funktionieren. Und dann laufen wir auch in das demografische Thema rein, dass wir keine Leute mehr haben, das ist klar. Und eine Finanzierung, es gibt ja auch Arbeitsgruppen, die sich mit der Finanzierung befassen, aber dazu möchte ich hier nur so viel sagen, dass natürlich erheblich finanziert werden muss, weil ein Halter alleine wird die 20.000 € oder wo immer jetzt die Zahlen liegen, nicht alleine stemmen können, denn das müsste dann entsprechend auf ein langlebiges Wirtschaftsgut umgelegt werden, wird sich im Mietpreis widerspiegeln und das ist dann auch eine etwas wirtschaftlich schwierige Geschichte. Also Förderung muss aus unterschiedlichen Quellen kommen und muss dahin fließen, wo das Invest stattfindet und das ist in erster Linie der Halter oder der Lokomotivbetreiber. Und ich glaube aber, dass wir uns alle eben wirklich einig sind, dass diese beiden Dinge kommen müssen. Ich gehe noch mal einen Schritt weiter. Wir müssen, wenn wir jetzt Verkehrswende, und das steht hier vor mir, wenn wir das erreichen wollen, müssen wir eben sehen, dass wir eine wirklich robustere Infrastruktur deutschlandweit, europaweit haben, als das jetzt der Fall ist. Und darüber hinaus brauchen wir ETCS und DRK. Und das sind die obergeordneten Themen. Und da herrscht ja auch wirklich Konsens im Sektor, wobei der eine vielleicht etwas begeisterter ist von dem anderen. Aber ich glaube, generell sind das die drei Dinge, die wir haben müssen. Wir brauchen die Infrastruktur, wir brauchen ETCS und wir brauchen die DRK.
Ja, vielen Dank. Ich weiß gar nicht, wie viel Zeit ich mehr bekommen habe. Das ist immer fatal, wenn man mir sowas freilässt. Aber ich denke, wir können jetzt zu einem guten Abschluss finden. Ich würde gerne allen noch einmal die Gelegenheit geben, sofern nicht noch Punkte gerade offen sind, einen kurzen Elevator-Pitch sozusagen zu machen, dass jeder nochmal 30 Sekunden plus minus kriegt, um nochmal die wichtigsten, aus seiner Sicht wichtigsten Dinge zusammenzufassen und vielleicht nochmal einen Appell in die richtige Richtung zu machen. Das Abschlusswort würde ich gerne Herrn Böhm und Herrn Doppelbauer überlassen. Vielleicht fangen wir von Herrn Stahlhut an.
Denken Sie daran, kommen Sie ins Machen, kommen Sie in Rohrmodus. Wir brauchen die Infrastruktur. Wir haben so viele Bypässe in Europa, dass wir diese auch nutzen müssen. Es wird sehr viel investiert in Infrastruktur. Die Bypassauflagen, also die Umleitungsauflagen können nicht allein bei den Operateuren liegen, weil die schnelle Bauen ist ein Vorteil der Infrastruktur und das Umfahren ist ein Nachteil der Eisenbahn und da müssen wir einen Ausgleich finden.
Ich würde dann gerne nur noch mal zu dem Gesagten, was ich eben gesagt habe, hinzufügen, dass wir ein besonderes Augenmerk auf den Fachkräftemangel werfen müssen. Das betrifft nicht nur die operativen Betriebe, sondern es betrifft auch den Fachkräftemangel in den Werken, die für die Instandhaltung zuständig sind. Dort müssen wir auch für andere Qualifikationen sorgen. Wenn wir nur mal dran denken, dass irgendwann die DRK in place ist, muss die auch instand gehalten werden. Und dazu braucht man keinen Schlosser, sondern eher einen Mechatroniker. Und das kommt noch zum demografischen Wandel dazu. Und dieses Thema müssen wir auch mitdenken. Das würde ich dann als vierten Punkt noch sehen.
Gut, ich möchte 2 Punkte anbringen. Einmal so ein bisschen, was Herr Stahlhut gesagt hat, den War-Effekt. Ich hätte jetzt mir aufgeschrieben, made rail freight easy again. Also das, was wir heute schon umsetzen können, wo wir uns selbst die Zügel anlegen, das doch einfach mal machen. Also Sie haben ja berichtet von diesen Grenzbetriebsstrecken. Und ich sage, da muss, ich weiß nicht, ob Sie das können in Funktion oder jemand anders hier im Raum, einfach mal sagen, einfach mal machen. Weil es hat 100 Jahre funktioniert und es ist ja auch, ne, mit Hand und Fuß hat es funktioniert und diese Dinge haben wir ganz viel und die bringen die Eisenbahn voran. Und das Zweite, wir hatten es so ein bisschen schon anklingen, ist das Thema einheitliche Regelung mit der Straße, also was wir heute auch Morgen mit dem European Data Room gehabt haben. Am Ende ist es immer einfacher für uns, die mit Akteuren zusammenarbeiten, die auch auf der Straße unterwegs sind, wenn wir einheitliche Datenhaltung haben, wenn wir einheitliche oder ähnliche Regularien haben, auch Dinge durchzusetzen, die für die Schiene von Vorteil sind, wenn sie eben auch woanders benötigt werden. Danke.
Ja, also von meiner Seite, was könnten wir sagen? Also die Schienengüterverkehr haben sehr viel Potenzial. Ich denke zum Beispiel langere Züge und so weiter, dass wir könnten mehr machen mit das, was wir haben. Und auch, ich denke auch ökologisch, wir haben sehr viel man spricht sehr viel über CO2, aber auch Energie. Wir brauchen nur 15% Energie in Europa, müssen wir Energie importieren. Das haben wir mit der Ukraine und so weiter gesehen. Also Schienengüterverkehr braucht nur 15% Energie als LKWs. Und auch wir sprechen über die 2 oder 4 Tonnen mehr für LKWs mit Batterie zu fahren. Batterien sind auch nicht so ökologisch mit, ich weiß nicht, Kobalt aus Afrika und so weiter. Wir fahren 100% elektrisch, vielleicht nicht 100%, aber nicht so weit ohne Batterien und so mit Potenzial könnten wir noch mehr für unser Klima machen. Ja, danke.
Ja, im Eisenbahnbereich sind wir groß darin, uns in Details zu verlieren. Deswegen wiederhole ich das, was ich schon in der Impulsrede gesagt habe. Das Wichtigste ist, dass wir ein klares Ziel haben von der EU, ein Marktanteilsziel für den Güterverkehr. Damit sind wir automatisch in der verkehrsträgerübergreifenden Welt. Wenn man mit Marktanzielen arbeitet, daraus abgeleitet, muss es eine klare Strategie geben, die auch wirklich den Namen Strategie verdient und nicht nur Lippenbekenntnisse enthält. Und dann müssen wir definitiv eine aktivere Rolle der EU haben bei der Infrastruktur. Da kann man sich nicht auf die Zuschauerrolle verlegen und sagen, auch die Nationalstaaten sollen schon alleine machen. Das reicht nicht. Die Infrastruktur ist die Basis für alles, was obendrauf passiert. Insofern ist das ein kritischer Punkt. Und letzter Aspekt, der mit dazugehört zu diesem Vierklang dann, dass man eben auch Sanktionen mit integriert in diese Strategie. Es kann nicht angehen, dass Ziele da sind, eine Strategie in sich stimmig ist, dass man die Infrastruktur in den Fokus nimmt und finanziert und dann die Nationalstaaten wieder alle machen, was sie wollen. Dann muss man eben auch mal die Daumenschrauben anziehen. Ich glaube, das sind die 4 entscheidenden Punkte und dann kommen wir Riesenschritte voran.
Danke. Herr Böhm.
Ja, die Schiene kann mehr. Das ist etwas, was ich aus der heutigen Diskussion mitnehme und dabei sind insbesondere 3 Punkte wichtig für mich. Es klappt nur zusammen, nur wenn sozusagen sektorübergreifend dieses Thema angegangen wird, haben wir auch eine Chance, tatsächlich hier erfolgreich zu sein. Und da müssen im Prinzip die Infrastrukturbetreiber mit den EVUs, mit der Bahnindustrie zusammenarbeiten, damit das funktionieren kann. Zweites Thema. Wir brauchen ambitionierte Ziele und realistische Strategien, um diese Ziele auch umzusetzen. Wir müssen da irgendwo auch eine gewisse Stabilität reinbringen, damit investiert werden kann, damit es auch umgesetzt werden kann. Und drittes Thema, es klappt nur in Europa gemeinsam. Wir müssen letztendlich mit europäischen Standards arbeiten. Wir müssen letztendlich die Schiene grenzüberschreitend denken. Und gerade dieses Thema, zum Beispiel Kapazitätsmanagement, ist so ein Ansatz, weil gerade hier, wenn wir das Thema von heute Vormittag aufgreifen, ein digitales Kapazitätsmanagement könnte wirklich hier mehr Verkehr auf die Schiene bringen, könnte es entsprechend erleichtern. Also zusammen mit realistischen Strategien und in Europa, das sind die wesentlichen Punkte. Und ich glaube, da haben wir wirklich eine Möglichkeit, viel zu können für die Schiene.
Herr Doppelbauer.
Ja, ich möchte wieder auf den Dreiklang Wirtschaft, Verkehr und Umwelt zurückkommen. Und in diesem Dreiklang spielt die Bahn eine entscheidende Rolle und spielt der kombinierte Verkehr eine entscheidende Rolle. Und es geht nicht nur um das Potenzial, dann die CO2-Ausstöße zu optimieren. Es geht, wie Paul auch richtig gesagt hat, um das Thema Energie. Pro Verkehrseinheit braucht die Schiene 1/10 der Energie, das heißt auch 1/10 nur der Abhängigkeit von Russland und anderen Erdöllieferanten. Und dann gibt es noch ein Thema, das auch ganz stark für die Schiene spricht, das aber in der Diskussion meistens vernachlässigt wird. Ein wesentlicher Umweltnachteil des Straßengüterverkehrs ist der Reifenabtrieb. Und den Reifenabtrieb habe ich mit Diesel-LKWs und habe ich mit elektrischen LKWs. Und ich habe diesen Reifenabtrieb aber bei der Schiene nicht. Das heißt, es spricht alles bei der Schiene und wir müssen alles tun, damit wir gemeinsam auf europäischer Ebene das Thema Schiene voranbringen.
Ja, vielen Dank für den angeregten Austausch an alle Panel-Teilnehmer, dass Sie sich heute der Diskussion hier gestellt haben. Ich finde, das, was vielleicht andere an Lobby noch mehr haben, das haben wir an Leidenschaft, muss man einfach sagen. Und in der Schifffahrt ist es ja immer so eine Handbreit Wasser unterm Kiel. Ich habe mir sagen lassen, bei der Eisenbahn heißt das immer 1000 Meter Bremsweg vorm rollenden Rad. Von daher wünsche ich Ihnen alles Gute.
Yes. Is it okay? We can start? Yeah? Okay. So, welcome back to this third panel and last of the day on best practices decarbonizing the multimodal logistics chain. My name is Idriss Pagan. I'm working for the European Union Agency for Railways. Before calling the panelists on stage, just 30 seconds of self-promotion. So Giacomo mentioned our report from last year. We published a report on rail port synergies with a good input also from Hamburg Port Authority. And we are currently working on the first rail environmental report that we will release next year in June. So with no transition, I would like to call Mr. Nicolas Albrecht, CEO of Cargo Beamer, a company which has developed solutions to transfer all types of semi-trailers from road to rail. He's in charge also of the international expansion with quite an impressive growth in the last year. So please, Nicolas. You can sit, I will call you after. Yeah. Our two next speakers are in group, a team. Mr. André Döring, a service engineering manager in Alstom with a specialty on lightweight engineering, and Mr. Jörg Schulze, a customer director shunting locomotives in Alstom, in charge of sale of newly built shunting locomotives. Welcome. And last but not least, Mr. Matthias Knüppling, Head of Industry Lobbying and Associations at VTG Rail Europe. He has worked for more than 30 years in the rail sector in different positions and is now currently quite a lot of his time as UIP coordinator for DAC. Please. I have to apologize for our last speaker, Marie-Josée Navarre, who is Vice CEO of LOR. COVID still exists. She was tested positive yesterday, so couldn't attend. It's a pity. She was the only woman speaking in a panel, which to jump on what Mr. Lawrence was saying on the need to find a workforce in the rail industry. It's also about attracting more women in the sector. So unfortunately, she will not be present, and she deeply regrets. And I've been asked to make a short speech before starting the panel, so I would like to make with you some institutional archaeology before looking into what is concretely done to make the modal shift a reality. Mr. Fliege said Europe should do more for rail. We should not forget that the rail industry is much more older than EU. And the European Union actually, well, next slide. No. Here. The European Union actually really started, so I'm even going further than Mr. Peterans, he said 10 years ago, I'm going even further. The European Union really started to get involved in transport policy only in 1992 with the Maastricht Treaty. And that's when also the EU published its first paper on a common transport policy in 1992. The paper was mostly focused on the liberalization of the transport sector. Interoperability was already mentioned, but the concept of modal shift, not yet really. And as you can see on this slide, however, the Commission already acknowledged that there was a strong and very strong shift to road, which happened, it's not on the slide, but already in the 1960s until the mid-90s, neglecting the possibilities offered by the other modes of transport, and especially rail, inland waterway, and short sea. We have heard about the reason. The shift was explained by a thinner penetration and availability of road haulage at virtually all location in Europe. That 60s, 70s is a time when, at least in Western Europe, motorways were built at a very high speed, and other well-known factors such as flexibility, speed, we have heard this morning, reliability, frequency, and price. So the development of road infrastructure, combined with increasing share of high-value, low-volume goods, profited massively the road haulage, desindustrialization. One interesting factor in this paper is that the lack of internalization of external costs was already mentioned. And it was obviously a factor which explained also the attractiveness of road haulage, but also having as a consequence to reduce the incentive to further develop the other modes of transport and to exploit their potential. One of the conclusions of this paper was extremely clear. Without new policy measures, the growth will continue to concentrate on road transport on both good and passenger segments. So that's why the Commission, in this paper, already proposed some measures to favor combined and intermodal transport through various mechanisms, including taxation and aids to investment. So historically, there's been one successful modal shift, and it was from road to rail. From rail to road, sorry. And all measures taken since, we have spoke about this earlier in the panel too, have been put in place to reverse this modal shift from road to rail. One other important factor that we have been mentioning quite frequently all along the day is the environmental policy. In 2001, just still going a bit further in the past, the white paper on European transport policy for 2010, so the objectives for 2010, acknowledged that the liberalization of the transport market was a success, apart from one sector, the rail sector. We cite negative effects, more congestion on European roads, impacting European competitiveness of industries, and environmental impacts. The Amsterdam Treaty in 1977 made obligatory to integrate environmental considerations in all kind of policy. And this reflected in a need to rebalance the different transport modes, and especially road with rail, to reach a sustainable development within a 30-year reach. In this paper from 2001, classic low energy efficiency, we mentioned that, of internal combustion engines, increase of CO2 emissions, we mentioned that also, oil dependence, energy dependence to oil producers' country, which can revert to a dependence to metal rare countries, were among the elements which needed corrective measures to achieve sustainable transport. So a certain set of measures have been proposed to limit the dominance of the road sector and initiate this modal shift. And there were some objectives, figures, for rail to increase its market share of passenger transport from 6 to 10%, and of goods from 8 to 15%. So that's in 2001. If we go to this series of papers and the following ones in 2001, Roadmap to Single European Transport Area, and the more recent Sustainable and Smart Mobility Strategy, we can see that the Commission has been constant in its observations and needs to take measures limiting the road ultra-dominance of the transport market. Today's objectives are quite clear: doubling rail freight traffic by 2050, tripling high-speed traffic by 2050, but there is no more a clear objective of modal shift. It's just foster modal shift to rail. What we can notice also when we try to compare the evolution of the objectives is that decades after decades, the environmental objectives are getting more and more ambitious. So 60% reduction in transport emission by 2050 in 2011, 90% by 2050 in 2020. So we have more and more ambitious objectives from an environmental perspective and less time to achieve them. From the first acknowledgement in 92 of the road's dominance problem, and today we can see that the European Commission has always advocated for a greater use of rail. However, despite this proactive policy, and we have discussed also this morning, the tough reality is that most of the identified problems remain, and that the railway sector barely managed to maintain its position on the transport market. As shown on this slide, you can see that with 17% of modal share, figures that we mentioned frequently today, these are the objectives more or less set in 2001 for 2010. And for passengers, we are at 5.5%, so we have not even yet reached the objectives from 2001. We know a lot of the reasons behind this lack of clear success. We know that infrastructure shapes mobility. If you want trucks, you build road. If you want, this is quite famous, if you want trains, you build rail infrastructure. But despite the frequently argument that road transport is placed at a competitive disadvantage because railway companies received a lot of public money, there was a recent study from the Wuppertal Institute that has shown that between 1995 and 2018, EU member states, Norway, Switzerland, UK, have spent 66% more of their budgets to extend roads than to extend railways. Not taking into account also that the motorway maintenance would cost 6 times less with less trucks on the road. This is one fundamental reason, and this was frequently mentioned by many panelists, why modal shift is not happening as fast as it is praised in the different policy papers. But there is also another reason, and this was partially mentioned, at least for the data sharing by Gilles on the mind shift. There will be no modal shift without a mental shift. We are not born a railway user, actually quite the opposite. We are born to become road user, car driver, truck user without having been really conscious about it. From the early age of Get Cars, I think it's a good reference for the city of Hamburg. Cars movie, ritual transition to adulthood through the obtention of the driving license. Our society has been almost completely organized around cars and trucks. But fortunately, in Hamburg, we have also the miniature Wonderland that is rebalancing a bit the situation from an anecdotal perspective. So as I said, in this road-centered society, we are not born a railway user, we become one. We become one when there is fair competition between modes of transport. We become one when there is a good railway infrastructure. We become one when there are efficient rail services. And we become one when there is a right level of information provided to customers on timetables, prices, multimodal options, and environmental impacts of the mode of transport chosen. So although the image seems to be quite pessimistic on the long term, there is some ground to be optimistic. Polls tend to indicate that younger generation is more inclined to choose a rail option with a higher degree of environmental consciousness, and this is reflecting also in the business. So maybe the mental shift is coming, and we have today among us high-level professionals who are dedicating their lives to make rail a more attractive option and actively contribute to make the modal shift a reality. So I would like to call Mr. Albrecht first, who will present what Cargo Beamer is doing to make this modal shift a reality. Thank you, Mr. Albrecht.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for that introduction. I think dedicating our life fits very well. It's actually a bit more than that at this point. But thank you for giving me the opportunity to briefly introduce my company, Cargo Beamer, and how we are trying to drive innovation in the intermodal field. And as Mr. Stahlhut said before, constantly trying to create these raw moments. I really understood, and it really resonated what he said there. It's nice to be here and preach to the choir for once and not try to explain what modal shift means and how important it is. But I think there's a lot of consensus that the definitely very ambitious modal shift targets that we have or do not have on the European level, as we heard before, are currently far away from what we're currently achieving. And if we continue to go at the pace and at the rate with which we're going, I think it will not just become difficult, I think it will become impossible to reach these modal shift targets. So we have to start to do things differently. Now, one of the very obvious markets that needs a lot of addressing to tilt the scale in favor of a rail shift is the market for semi-trailers. That is the biggest means of freight transport in continental Europe and still predominantly done by road. Now at Cargo Beamer, we see two great barriers to entry or for more widespread use by semi-trailers on rail. One, the vast majority of the trailers that we have in Europe are non-craneable and cannot actually use most of the prevalent rail technologies. So in other words, they don't have a way to access or use rail today. And second, even if everything were craneable, there's still a massive, massive constraint on the transshipment or terminal capacity, which we already have today. So, you know, we haven't really started transporting or shifting all these massive volumes from road to rail yet the terminal capacity is already running at full constraint. And that is because we don't, A, have enough terminals, but the terminals that we have, they, you know, are using old processes, inefficient processes, and most importantly, processes that are not made for rail transport. They're predominantly made for trailer transport. They're predominantly made for container transport. So they're definitely not optimal. So at Cargo Beamer, we're trying to address these two problems. And I think without addressing these two fundamental problems, there's absolutely zero chance to get anywhere near our modal shift targets. What we're trying to do is we created proprietary technology based on our own rail cars and our own terminal transshipment technology that in a way allows us to rethink how we do intermodal for semi-trailers. We can transport any kind of trailer, craneable and non-craneable alike, and all the other ones. And we can, with our transshipment technology, load and unload a train in up to 9 times faster by using a horizontal, completely automated, completely parallelized transshipment technology, and thereby use limited space that we have in Europe a lot more efficiently and create a lot more volume that can use the railway infrastructure. And I think that our goal is that this ultimately will allow us as an intermodal operator to offer to the market a much cheaper, a much more accessible, a much more efficient, and definitely a much more scalable product. So here I want to show a quick video on how we compare the conventional loading and unloading technologies for containers and semi-trailers to what we do at Cargo Beamer and what we think is the future of intermodal. So that's obviously a conventional container transshipment method that we see here. This really doesn't look too great. I mean, that's a super slow process on trying to, you know, manually move a lot of semi-trailers onto rail, which takes forever. And I know I was there that day. And that's basically what we do, trying to move all the trailers at the same time in a completely automated, completely parallelized fashion, which allows us to pretty much unload and load an entire train within 15 minutes, when normally it takes something like 4 to 6 hours, depending on where you are. And on a personal note, I think what we're currently trying to do is hoping that, you know, to continue to do the things the way we've done them before and kind of hope for a different outcome. And I think that's not going to work. We're trying to use ill-equipped technology for trailers to move all these massive volumes onto rail. And that, I think, is naive at best. And I think there's this famous Einstein quote about trying to do the same thing over and over again and hope for a different outcome. And I think that's not going to work, and I think the answer has to be technology. So there are obviously many reasons for why we're trying to do what we do and why we are working so hard to, you know, allow for this modal shift to happen. But I think one of the most fundamental ones, and why we, and as our company DNA, try to do what we do, is because the environmental potential that we have here, and it was touched upon before, is just so massive. And that's one of my favorite statistics. When you look at the comparison between electric vehicles, which definitely also makes sense and get a lot of support globally at this point, and a typical rail car or a freight rail car, I mean, we can save up to 220 times the amount of CO2 emissions every year. And that is just, I think, a great example on how massive the potential for CO2 reduction is that we have in rail, and how important and how much of an obligation it is for all of us, because the environment is a societal obligation. How much of an obligation for all of us in the room here it is to deliver and drive home the potential that we have here. Now, as a company, we're obviously privately funded. We've actually put in more than 180 million in private money into this venture, because we believe in the market and we believe in the role we have here. And we've been able to now, in the last years, grow into a still small network, but with very successful high-performing routes between Germany and Italy and the north and south of France. In a contracting market this year, based on having a great customer pipeline with some of the big names in the industry, we've been actually been able to grow our business by 40%, and are, in our eyes, completely outperforming the market, because we are able to create, you know, a customer-centric, superior product that, in our eyes, others have a very difficult time competing with. And we obviously want to, or have the vision to build that out into a more European network in the next decade or so. And we have our goal here to build up to 20 terminals in all of Europe. We're already preparing all the different sites, are starting to build our next terminals at the end of this year, and then run over 50 cargo beamer routes all across Europe at one point in time. Obviously, this beautiful location in Hamburg is also one that is very, very interesting for us. But we're still just at the beginning. And obviously, I mean, we talked a lot about the challenges that we all see in rail. We see a lot of challenges here, and I quickly wanted to touch on these. It's difficult to briefly talk about them, because we could write books and books about all of these individual points at Cargo Beamer. But I believe it is very important, you know, private companies like ours have a fundamental role in helping the modal shift progress. And it is very important that we, as a company, we have these roar moments, as Michael Stahlwood said before, and that we continue to work really hard on addressing these challenges. The ones that we see, or that we are working with most predominantly, is one, I think we're kind of having the wrong debate, and I think there's a bit of a lack of awareness on how difficult this step change is, or to really increase our modal split on rail, especially when looking at semi-trailers. That's the biggest market that has to be addressed, and as I said before, trying to do the same things as we've done before and miraculously hoping for a different outcome is just not going to work. We have to be innovative on the technological side, which is what we're trying to do, and I think a lot of others are working on with interesting projects as well. Obviously, from the eyes of a private kind of startup, you can still call it, the funding structure in the markets is just not favorable, and it's very difficult for high-growth private companies in this infrastructure-heavy business. It's difficult to get debt early on when you're still not cash flow positive or so on, and it's difficult to get funding and so on from all these great, you know, Green Deal funds and so on, if you don't have the balance sheet for that yet. So that is definitely something we're working on very hard, and I think just read the Tesla story. That's a very similar story, and that definitely needs something that has to be addressed. If that were different, I think a lot more innovative companies would be in the market, and we would have a lot more progress. Yeah, the allocation of public funding, I think, has been talked about quite a lot, but I think it makes very little sense to throw a lot of money at businesses that just don't work, and to keep funding operational losses while you could fund a company that actually, you know, invests in infrastructure and actually is able to generate money. Then, of course, you have the big problem about the approval processes. We at Cargo Beamer, we want to build terminals. We have the money to build terminals, and they don't essentially let us build terminals, because it takes, in Germany now, it took us 5 years to get a building permit for our new terminal in Western Germany. And everybody applauds us that is really fast, which is something that is really hard for me to understand. But if that doesn't really get changed and the bureaucratic processes don't get improved here, I think it's going to be practically impossible to bring on new capacities to the market. And then as touched upon before as well, I think it is super important that we start internalizing all these external costs. I think looking at the EU handbook, every train that we run is generating roughly 3.6 million in external savings every year. And we as a private company obviously see very, very, very little of that. And if that were different, I think the competitiveness of what we're trying to do would drastically change and would be a lot easier to scale up significantly faster, not just for us, but everyone in the market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we heard a lot during panel 2 bottlenecks at cross-border. Now we hear about the bottlenecks at terminals level. So I'm glad to call Mr. Schulze and Mr. Döring on stage to present what Alstom is doing to making modal shift a reality. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for inviting us, for having us. We heard a lot about shunting operations already today, as they are an essential part of railway operations. I think whereas Paul Hutchins said railway is electrical a lot already, but that's not fully true. There is a lot that's still quite diesel related, and Alstom today would like to present to you what we want to do about that. So I don't want to repeat everything that was said this morning already, but basically, and my figure is a bit different from, just a little different. I have 0.55% of railway sector emissions, electrical energy and energy consumption. So we are just a small share, and the electrical energy used in the railway sector is already quite high. So we are using 75% electrical energy, but still 24% is carbon-heavy emissions, and the lower level graph also shows you where this is emitted. So long-distance traffic is not the source of emissions here. It's more regional traffic and also freight traffic. I don't want to talk about regional traffic, but Alstom is tackling those things as well. So we do have technologies for those markets in the pipeline and even on tracks as well. Today I want to talk about the 10% that is left on freight transport that we need to reduce. So where to tackle? So we could either go on the infrastructure. We can electrify obviously more and provide more means of electrical fuels, e-fuels, green fuels. This is one thing that we can do on the infrastructure side. On the other hand side, we can do something on vehicle level as well. So we can increase first the efficiency of the locomotives, for example, by adding a battery, so i.e. to hybridize the operation. When you need less power, you're living from the battery, and if you need more power, then obviously the diesel kicks in. And we can obviously also add e-fuels to the locomotive. But the most important thing that we can do is talk about alternative fuels. And this, as Alstom, we see mainly in the use of batteries and the use of hydrogen. But something that we also need to understand first is what is the market for this? So in general, in Europe, we are talking about 8,000 diesel locomotives still operating on a day-to-day basis. In the past, we have the industry has managed, and by this I mean the whole industry. On the buying side, this is part of the industry, and also the suppliers, us, Alstom, are part of the industry. We have managed to build 100 to 150 new locomotives over the past 10-15 years. That's quite a constant number. And if we grow the same way or exchange vehicles in the same way, it will take us until 2050 to replace only half of what's in the market. So new vehicles alone is not going to be the solution. So we need to look at new vehicles to replace really old vehicles. And then we need to have retrofit solutions for vehicles which are not so old, like 15, 20 years. We know that the locomotive can be or can beat even the 50-year barrier. So right here in the port of Hamburg, we have locos running around 60 years and older. So if we just focus on the very old ones, which do not make sense to replace, to put new, to replace them, and for the younger ones to have retrofit solutions, that's a good solution. And today I'm here. I'm responsible for sales of new build locomotives, and my colleague here is the engineering lead for the retrofit solutions. We're going to present what we're going to do here. But first, I would like to go a bit deeper on the topic that was mentioned this morning already. So we are conducting a feasibility study. We call it Shunter at Ports. And the idea here is this is a project that is run by several partners, including I don't like this, sorry. Come on. All the slides here, sorry. So the project is run by the Port of Hamburg, the Port of Bremen, Alstom, and some universities in Bremen, and also EVB, which is one of the operators in Hamburg and in Bremen. And we're looking at what does it take to convert a classic diesel locomotive into an alternative drive locomotive, and we're looking at refilling infrastructure, mainly focused on hydrogen, and we are also conducting actual tests on a locomotive to measure what is happening really on the loco. Basically, we're being approached by several customers who want to do something green, and they provide us some kind of data, but no one has all the data to basically say, okay, that's your solution, you need to do that. That's never really there, and this is why such a test is so essential, and to study what is the solution, because it's not as easy as it used to be. You can get your S, M, and L diesel locomotive. That's not the truth anymore. We now need to look, okay, what do we want to do? What's the power peak? What's the load? What's the length, acceleration, speed levels? Everything needs to be looked at. So we had a loco. Today we took the equipment off the loco, and we're now gonna start looking into the details of the results. But we equipped the loco with measurement devices to know what the loco was doing on the tracks, i.e. What load was it pulling, what was on the hook, how much force was coming to the wheel, what were the environmental factors like wind and temperature, moisture. And then we assess speed of acceleration and the track conditions, like are you going to go uphill or downhill, etc., etc. So all this will lead to a very detailed driving profile, which we then put into a simulator, which will evaluate which of the solutions that we're going to present to you now in a moment is the best fit. So basically, we want to develop, and we hope that we can do this in a scalable way, in a sense that we can redo those tests in other locations as well. So we learned a lot during these tests, and then we want to optimize the offering to the market. So on new build locomotives, what does Alstom have as a plan? We want to develop a so-called truck shunter platform. I think, or I hope at least, everybody knows what a truck's locomotive is. That's a mainline locomotive that is also running a lot in the port of Hamburg and also Bremen, as a matter of fact. And we now want to develop a 4-axle shunting locomotive platform, which is modular, which provides different means of green traction, and which is hopefully in the long run economic also versus the incumbent diesel locomotives. That's in the end most of the times the most critical part. Everybody's ready to go for the green technology as long as it works reliably. But when it comes to paying for such new technologies, that's one of the key factors. So what we need to look into is also what does it mean in the long run? And I don't have a crystal ball, but we're going to work with scenario technology and assess the total cost of ownership of the existing technologies versus the new technologies that we can provide, and assess what is the best solution for the operation. But I think internalization of external cost is one of the key measures that, like everybody mentioned today, that we need to figure in as well. So we hope for also a fair CO2 emission tax to figure in this into the total cost of ownership model. The locomotive as such is a Bobo locomotive which is able to pull up to 300 kilonewton, flexible weight between 80 and 90 ton. And we are foreseeing different modes. We want to focus on a 1 megawatt solution and a 2 megawatt solution. The 2 megawatt solution is with electrical power and the last mile mean, which is the battery, and in certain cases we are going to also offer still a diesel, but we hope that we can then use it in combination with e-fuels, which is not the best solution obviously, but maybe if we deliver such locomotive we can exchange that diesel motor after a certain period of time when the battery technology has emerged and can even provide more capacity. Looking at the details, here you can see the 3 different variants that we want to offer. Maybe the most innovative one is the one in the middle, which is the hydrogen fuel cell locomotive. So we're going to combine a fuel cell and a battery, as a matter of fact, to deliver the power of in peak up to 1 megawatt to be able to do operation, shunting operation in ports, in industrial yards, in steel factories, etc. And the other 2 variants are the electric and battery version and electric and diesel version, which can deliver up to 2 megawatts and are supposed to be feeder locomotives. So it's not a pure shunting locomotive, but a locomotive which can go between shorter distances already. So you can do, for example, single wagon load. Thank you, Idris. I'm going to speed up. Single wagon load and partially maybe even a bit of combined traffic. Okay, then I'm going to hand over to Andre.
Yes, like Jörg already said, if we only would look at new ones, we will not reach our target in 2050 to get 0 emissions on the roads. So we think about, and if I say we, I mean especially Alstom with a service area. And I came from Stendal. It's a service site, a small service site close to Berlin. And we normally do service on really, really old locomotives, normally up to 50 years old. But they are still okay. And we thought about in the last few years how it would be also a good idea to make them greener. And all the new technology we could put on new locomotives, we also can add on an existing frame, on an existing old locomotive. And that means we can add this value of modernization to the value of new builds. And maybe this is a possibility to reach the target in 2050. And maybe it's also another possibility for customers. They say, okay, I want to pay 2 or 3 million for a complete new locomotive. There should be a cheaper way, maybe step by step. So we decided we will have a toolbox. So if you come in with an old, normally I would say we go with V100. Many of the people maybe know East and West Germany had nearly the same technology developed in the 1970s, but this machines still run also here in the ports. But now with all the regulation, they are in the need to modernize their fleet, and that's what we do. So if you have a classic chanter, maybe a small one, up to 1,300 kilowatt, this normally needs 20 or 30 liters diesel per hour. And this locomotives, nearly, I would say 80% stands around, and the machine is running and running and running only because of to get the power on the locomotive on. And that was the first step. We decided, okay, there should be a way to get this with a hybrid system. We did this with a smaller one first. H3 was the first hybrid chanter, a smaller one, because, like Jörg already said, if you measure the power on the chanter logs, you often see you will not need the full power all the time. Maybe you can combine two machines if you need more power, but sometimes you can run with a smaller one, and you can use a start-stop automatic, I would say, to use the battery capacity, and during the time the machine stands until because we don't have the duct at the moment, it sometimes needs a lot of time to combine it with the wagons. Like you see, we can reduce already 50 or 60% of the emissions versus the classic old one with the V100. Classic one, we still have up to 500, 600 locomotives in the market. 50, 60% is a good first step. We also could add HYO already engine on. This maybe, if you think about green solutions to make this HYO, you can say, okay, we can reduce 100%. But this, like we heard before, HYO is not so in this mass tonnage at the moment. We have to think about other solutions for the next maybe 20 years until we have more power to gas or power to fuel solutions. So that's why I thought about, okay, let's go next step, not only hybrid, we can go with only battery solution. We can go with a battery solution with a pantograph on the top. So we only use the battery for last mile operations. Like we have here in the port, and on many, many places, we have a lot of electrical roads already, but the last mile is not. So we just built a prototype at the moment with a pantograph on the top of the house. And we built just now at the moment also a first prototype, a running prototype with a direct injection hydrogen solution for chanter. So we had the first demonstrator end of last year, and now we have in Stendal the first build of the running prototype. So we can go on the road, hopefully next year. The other way, if we think we need a little bit more power on the still existing frame, we built now just at the moment a lot of Baureihe 204, I would call it. It's a new modernization of the V100 chanter, but only with a new motor. Most of the old classic chanters, they still have the motor built in 1980 or 1990 with a lot of exhaust, a lot of noise, and we can use both of this if you just change the motor and a little bit of the cooling system and then go back on the road on a cheap possibility to have the same power or similar power And yeah, we are hopeful to get this prototype running end of this year. And also here for the V100 solution, we have in planning, so in prototype planning for end of next year, beginning of 2025. We have this idea and the prototype of a running prototype with a pantograph and last mile battery. So we still use the old locomotives, remove the old motor, the old technology which is on. We also work on the first projects to add ETCS already on these machines. So all to be ready to get a less carbon footprint and to get it more included in the possible ETCS solutions next decade. Okay, next one.
So we see the evolution on the shunting locomotives and the possible innovation already in place and to be in prototype. And now I'm pleased to welcome the next and last speaker, Mr. Knöbling for VTG. Please, the floor is yours.
Kurze Bitte an die Regie, kann ich auf dem Monitor das Vollbild haben? Dankeschön. Ja, moin. Still awake? Outside it's getting dark and I see more and more people in the room reading emails on their smartphones, and I can promise you after 3 hours of presentation you can go home. So thanks a lot for having me here today and to give me the opportunity also to discuss with you some of our best practice examples for the modal shift of rail. And I think especially the second panel today, so in the meantime it's enough that I am in a room and it is a talk about DAC, and I am not, no need to play an active part in this role. So today I can focus on VTG matters, and I brought no figures, sorry for that, so no revenues of 2022, no figures about our wagon fleet. I brought a nice picture to show you our service portfolio and how we believe to participate in the need of decarbonization. So we offer smart solutions for liquids, for bulk, for intermodal, and all around the rail transportation. Those of you who follow VTG for many years know our history is rail tank car leasing. But in the meantime, the rail tank cars are only 1/3 of our fleet, but an important topic. And therefore, we believe it's necessary to have a broad setup of solutions. So wagon leasing, logistics solutions, digital and maintenance solutions, digitalization, we also heard about that a lot. And I will give also one glimpse in the next minute. And probably not everyone knows that since a few years we have also a nice small railway undertaking called ReTrack. It was a former European project to put more power and speed and capacity on the east-west corridors. And out of this project where we participated, in the meantime, a nice and fine railway company is part of our company group. And we support the shift from road to rail with various services. And today the focus shall be on two, which you can see here a bit highlighted in this list. So making non-craneable trailers craneable with our road to link solution. And also the second topic, electrifying intermodal wagons for temperature-controlled transports. Starting with our electrified wagons, as we call it. So imagine, please, 1 second, you are in your car on the motorway somewhere here in Germany, and you see all those nice white trucks with Spanish car plates transporting fruit and vegetable from the south to the north. And you can imagine which potential we see in this multimodal solution, that these trailer transports mainly are not doing the long way by road on our motorways, but by rail on our railway network. This nice yellow box, the VTG started a cooperation with SWS Powerbox, the inventor of this system, and we colored our boxes yellow. In the meantime, you can also see some other market players where the colors are purple or blue or whatnot, which shows that this, although it's a very young idea and a very young innovation, it has in the meantime covered a part of the market of the intermodal business. And this power box is mounted on the middle bogie of a 6-axled either container carrier, 90-foot container wagon, or on double pocket wagons. And the temperature controlled loading units, reefer containers, reefer trailers, swap bodies, they are then electrically connected with a power box. You can see it on the right side where seems to be a swap body is loaded on the wagon, and the photo on the lower middle part of this slide, you see where the yellow box, the power box, is mounted in the middle of the whole 6-axled wagon. The batteries are either charged via a generator, which is driven by a hydraulic pump at the wheel set during the transport, but there are also plugs mounted on the wagon where you can charge this power box, or the batteries of the power box in the terminal. And this environmental friendly system operates independently from the loco and other wagons. And at this stage, I am often enough asked, okay, when you will equip the wagons with a duct and with the electric line, will this electric line also be able to power the batteries of this power box? Unfortunately, no, or not yet. I always believe that everything what engineers are inventing might be possible one day, but the electricity we want to send through the train is needed for all the smaller and not so power consumptive functions. So for the time being, this system, or the energy which is needed to feed the reefer loading units, has to be produced in another manner. Roughly, in optimal situations, 7 hours battery capacity is possible, and this makes it necessary, but this is already today the case for temperature-controlled cargo, being it consumer goods or medical products. A close monitoring is necessary. A good cooperation between all involved parties is necessary. And in addition to the electricity, we also provide the data to check everything what needs to be checked, whether the transport is okay. We provide all these data for the monitoring via our telematics system, which is mounted on every wagon, and with our own VTG digital platform called Trigo. You may have seen that also. We provide these data directly via this digital platform to all the parties involved. So then let's switch to the other solution, R2L, road to rail, the link between road and rail. And here also, it is not a unique system. If you see this, you immediately would think about another product called Nikrasa. But this also shows, and also the presentation from Cargo Beamer shows, there are in the meantime various systems for horizontal transshipment. Here we have a mix, horizontal and vertical shipment at the end. But also here, we deliver, the sector delivers, the sector is creative enough to deliver various products. And this is the good thing, it's not only one solution, more solutions are possible. And with this solution, we enable non-craneable trailers to be put on rail. The discussion, should the craneability become obligatory, yes or no? We believe the market should decide, the demand on that should decide, and not the law should decide which type of loading unit we need or we should use. So you can load the trailer without ramp directly into this basket. You see it on the left photo, an empty basket in the double pocket wagon. And then the two pictures how the loading procedure is done. So the truck is pulling the trailer into the basket, and then the basket is vertically handled either by reach stackers in this picture number 2, or also with portal cranes. The empty baskets, if we have not full transports, can either remain in the wagon or can be stored in the terminal, and these baskets are stackable on land side. You can put them 5 high in the wagon. If you have to transport them back to the source of the transport, you can stack them 3 high. Here's some examples. So we say that roughly 95% of all trailer types, craneable and non-craneable, can be used or can be transshipped by rail. This system in the beginning was invented by Vega Transport, a major transport and logistics company for car transport. Funny enough, Kögel, Käsbohrer and others are transporting their brand new trailers from their production sites via rail to their sales area somewhere, where they then only do road transport. So a lot of non-craneable trailers do their very first run by rail. So I like this story very much. Up to 36 tons weight can be transported. Not a lot of use of payload. We not also offer this technical solution, but also happy to do trial runs and discuss with customers in the first step what are their needs, how we can realize the transport route. And once they have decided for this, for the first transshipments, we also offer corresponding coachings. So together with our customers, in the meantime, we have established a respectable and well-functioning network for non-craneable trailers. You can see it here on the right-hand side, so from north to south, from east to west, which is good and which is steadily growing. Nevertheless, we need to find especially terminals which are interested to offer a variety of transshipment options. So Mega Hub Lehrte is not the terminal. We should start with this segment because they set other priorities, but there are smaller and quite creative terminal owners who are happy to make use also of this equipment. And shortly back to the temperature-controlled transports with our electrified wagons. Currently, we operate these wagons in Sweden, in Germany, and in Italy. Cooperation, I already mentioned briefly, coachings, trainings, close monitoring with all participants of the reefer or the temperature control staff, and this is one of our most important statements which is valid for the multimodal, for the intermodal transport. We can only make this mode of transport successful with cooperation. This is, in our belief, the key of success to organize a successful transport chain. But in the beginning, I also showed you that the modal, the multimodal, the intermodal solution is not the one and only solution. Rail tank cars, hopper wagons, grain hopper wagons, and all this stuff, single wagon load transport, block trains, all these modes of transport have a justification to survive, to grow, and not only the multimodal, although this is today the core of this conference. And with these final words, I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Matthias. I think, Max, we have some time for questions, yeah? So I'll start with the most punctual of the speakers. We are in Germany, punctuality is important, no? So I'll start with Mr. Albrecht. I liked very much your comparison on the CO2 possibility savings between electric cars and modal shift. Maybe you could share your vision with the audience on the intermodal competition and multimodality with the electrification of the road sector. We know electric cars are already there. We see e-trucks. We see also potential bigger trucks. So what's your view on this future evolution for your business?
Yeah, thank you for that. I think it's an interesting debate, one that we hear quite a lot, obviously, especially when fundraising, we have to explain that one quite a bit. I think from a competitive point of view, where rail really is not doing so well when you compare to e-trucks or even hydrogen trucks and all of the, new generation kind of automotive fields. They have electro trucks, hydrogen trucks, they're sexy in the public eye, and rail has a real problem to make itself sexy. And I think if that weren't the case, we would really not have this conversation so much, because from a scientific point of view, I think rail clearly makes a lot more sense. I think electro trucks, when you compare it to diesel trucks, yes, they make a lot of sense from a CO2 emissions point of view, but they're more expensive. Our customers, freight forwarders, ultimately care more about cost today than they care about the sustainability point of view, so that's a real problem. They obviously don't have the range that you need, especially for long distance transports, so that will make it difficult. And the other problem that our customers have is lack of truck drivers, and they don't reduce that challenge. So I think, yeah, it can be an improvement over diesel trucks and the way road trucking is being done today. But then when you compare it to the possibilities that you have in the intermodal field, the combination of first and last mile by road and then the long distance stretch by rail, I think the benefits of rail are just so substantial. You can be more cost efficient, and we're showing that today. I think you will agree that we can be more cost effective than road today. We don't need as many truck drivers. Rail has potential. We talked about the potential of the infrastructure. So there is extra capacity and relative quick wins to be won in the railway infrastructure versus road. So there's all these benefits. So, and then you look at it from a sustainability point of view. And if you look especially at the relative comparison, but also from the well-to-well comparison, intermodal is definitely the greener and the more energy efficient way to transport goods. So I think that's an absolute no-brainer. What is really interesting going forward is obviously the combination of both, and then I think that is, the direction it will most likely head to. So, long distance by rail, which is electrified already, and pretty much 97% autonomous already, and then first and last mile by electro trucks. I think that is the quickest way. It is achievable today to have completely decarbonized supply chains, and from a cost perspective, it will also be the cheapest way for everyone involved to really create decarbonized supply chains. So that's what I think on that.
Thank you for this positive and optimistic evaluation of the future. We've heard during last panel that the greening freight package, and especially the revision of the combined transport directive, is a really hot topic. You have some opinion on that, Mr. Knüppling. So what are your expectations in this revision, in this future revision? What would you expect? What do you want?
Do you want a realistic answer, or do you want an optimistic answer from me?
I said we were on a positive, optimistic note, so maybe the optimistic note is better, but realistic is...
The people who know me know that I'm a very optimistic guy, but we heard a lot of details around this, and my personal opinion, unfortunately, in this case, is that all what we hope and what we believe and what is clearly necessary, that this will be dealt in Brussels together and not separated, as it seems to be the case now. Me personally, I have currently not the real belief that we will be successful in convincing the politicians really to bring this together. I really hope and I really pray that next week I get some news where, fortunately, I can say, yes, you were wrong last week in this conference. But the way this split of the various topics has gone by now makes me not so hopeful, but my gut feeling, and you see I have a sorry. So this is my personal look on, or view on that, unfortunately.
Any reaction or question from the audience? No, so I will reverse to last two panelists on, because you presented your project on shunting at port, and we both, Giacomo already mentioned one of the output on telematics, but one of the other conclusion and output from the report was that most of the ports had plan or intention at least to improve the rail modal share in ports. During last conference it was even stated that the battle of the ports will be won on land. So what do you think are the key elements, strengths to reinforce rail position into the ports, considering that we are, and we have said that many times, we are in Hamburg where the situation is pretty positive, and if we see especially the evolutions in the last 20 years.
So what we showed today were the means of last mile, another mean of last mile, the shunting locomotives. We as Alstom are there to build and maintain those locomotives, also to build the signaling infrastructure, but what is key for our clients is really certainty about the other input factors into alternative drives, like supply of hydrogen, supply and cost of electrical energy, what is the price of CO2 emissions. This is something that we cannot influence as such. We need political support for this, and also we need for the infrastructure ready-made filling stations, refueling stations. This we can support with, but we hope that there's a standardized initiative, for example, from DB Netz or whoever needs to be put in place, maybe on a European level even, to put in place a standardized recharging infrastructure so that we can ensure our green shunting locomotives.
Okay, thank you very much. Still no question from the audience?
May I walk to the audience to raise a question, or can I stay here?
I still have one actually, that because terminals, we really heard about it during this panel, and it's a key aspect. There was a big study a couple of years ago mapping all terminals existing in Europe and the potential of new terminals for helping the sector to grow. So what you mentioned, it was 5 years and it was quite a fast process, quick lane. So what were the constraints you faced, the barriers to accelerate the process when you wanted to build this new project? How could we make it faster?
If I had the answer to that. I mean, building a terminal is actually easy. The first terminal we at Cargo built, that was during COVID. We weren't even there. It was in France, in Calais. That took us 11 months or something. But the permitting in Germany now, and in Italy, it's very similar. It's very difficult. And in Germany, we're building in a place that is actually, locally governed by the Green Party. And out in the open, everybody says, well, this is such a great project. It helps everyone. It's a win-win for society and for everyone. And behind closed doors, they say, well, it's not really my backyard. Then we have all these extra trailers here and all that. You're so efficient, we don't want more trailers here. So that makes it very difficult. And then you have different stakeholders and then all these big questions and constraints that you have to solve. And that just makes it very difficult. And then, it's hard to go to someone, it's hard to, on a federal level, to get the support to really accelerate such a project. So if, as long as these bureaucratic processes are not streamlined, it's going to be very, very difficult. And as long as there's no clear directive from the top to accelerate these processes, it will just be very difficult. And we've seen it in LNG terminals and so on. Like, if that happens, it's actually possible. You can be quicker and everything.
So it was quicker in France.
Well, it's
That's quite unusual.
We're a German company. We had to build our first. We didn't have to. We had to build our first terminal in France because it was so much quicker, and that's kind of sad.
So yeah, please.
May I give a statement on that as well? Because we collected several topics today which we have to take care on, and we discussed it briefly during the coffee break. We didn't touch the terminal story. If we really, if our customers would come say, yeah, we want to do more in intermodal transport, let's start tomorrow. No, yeah, sorry, but we do not have any terminal capacities because they are already today, there are more than full. So if you discuss with Professor Schlippköter from Duisburg, he has his own story on that he said, I need places around my transshipment terminals to park containers, to park trailers, I need more space, and not only the space for new cargo beamer terminals we need, where do we have the opportunity to build new terminals? This is a real bottleneck. From time to time, we wagon leasing companies are asked, hey, you want more intermodal transport, you do not have enough wagons. Said, that's our task to provide the market with enough wagons, and believe me, we all together could deliver enough wagons. But the terminals really have no lobby. Josef Doppelbauer mentioned the rail business has not such a lobby like the automotive industry. The terminals within the intermodal sector have less lobbying in the member states, but also in Brussels. So if the team of Ralph Charlie would not be there, there is no one else who could go out saying, hey, we need more terminals. And this is a real bottleneck.
I fully agree with that. And one extra point, and when you look at funding, you will need a lot of extra terminals. And one thing we're currently facing, unfortunately, is in Germany there's this great intermodal directive that allows you to get subsidies up to, I think, 80% grants for building new terminals, which in theory is great. Now, we already applied for that. We want to build a new terminal. Unfortunately, I think the budget for that is something around 70 million for next year, and over 50 million is already reserved for maintenance projects. Like, how on earth are you going to build new terminals, and how are we going to get a modal shift at scale if that's the level of funding we're dealing with? That's just ludicrous.
The same as with the infrastructure. First, maintain the existing infrastructure. Here we have the 30-year-old cranes, which need urgent maintenance to be continued to use, and then we can think about new builds.
Thank you very much. I think that was a very important point to make. We are quite close to the end of this panel. So if there is no more question from the audience.
He has a question that I have a question.
You have a question.
Sorry, I need to use the opportunity and have to come back for 2 minutes for my most beloved duck project. When I have two guys from a local producer sitting next to me, and you talked about retrofitting new shunting locos, do we see in 2030, 2033 all your tracks shunting locomotives with a duck and with a hybrid duck? More seriously spoken, what are you currently doing? Because in the large European project, everyone is on board, but not the local sector. So can you give me some info?
I start on the new build, and then I hand over to Andre. So on new build, those locomotives are going to be built provision for the duck. So at the moment, we do not have the final design, so we can only do the provision for, but it's mandatory, and we identify certain key clients, and everybody tells us the duck readiness needs to be there. So it's non-debatable. We need to be ready for the duck, and we're doing it, yes, for sure. So as soon as duck is ready, we can start to implement on the new build. Retrofit is more interesting.
And I can say to you also on the retrofit side, we think about our site director. he would like to start maybe next year already, but we say now as a first DAC, I think the DAC project, the main DAC project is around 28 around to get it on.
We want to start with 100 trains in 26, 27, so they shall transport real cargo. And I believe for the one and other train, we also need something for the last mile. So,
so we work on this already. So we take a look on the old frames, on the old, we have to take a really close look on it because they were not, many of them they were not preferred to use it, but some of them they are, and we will find a solution. We work on it.
So now you can close it, and they have made my day.
When I do audit, I always finish. Is there a question you would like to ask and respond? So that's perfect. So we are reaching the end, and as for panel 2, I would like to ask you all to have a final statement, 30 seconds, 1 minute, on multimodality, future expectations, conclusions, basically. And I would go on the reverse order. So I will start with Mr. Albrecht. Sorry, yeah, I was with the same order, sorry, I said reverse, but so Mr. Albrecht, please, final statement, conclusions?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that one could say, but I think in line with what you said before, looking forward, we at Cargo will remain very optimistic. We think it's highly challenging, but we think there's a lot of room for innovation, and there is so much potential in what we're all trying to do here that I think it needs a number of players and everybody to keep pushing and to keep using technology to the best extent to continue to make rail more competitive. And if that is the case, I think regulation policy will definitely follow because it is in everybody's interest. So I have, I think, a more positive outlook than many others.
Thank you. Yeah.
So I take over. So for new build shunting locomotives, I would say it's really about the competition of subsidies. Like you mentioned, it's the same for shunting locomotives. There is a shortage of money, and if the bigger companies are getting the subsidies and the smaller companies don't, it's a mismatch in the market, and we need to supply everybody with those tools. And like I already mentioned, the supply of the infrastructure and in the long run also of the green energy is really key to make that shift.
Yes, and on the retrofit side, I would say, we'll come back to Nicola, what you say at the beginning. We could be much quicker if there wouldn't be an easier way for homologation and all the other things around the laws. I think we spent up to 70 or 80% not on the technical solution. We spent up mostly of the time for the homologation. And if we could find there an easier way for existing product to get it back on the road, also the DAC will be difficult to integrate it in an existing frame. It can work from the technical side, but homologation will be.
I'm sure our director will have a say on that. Yeah, vehicle authorization, not homologation.
Okay.
You, last final remark, concluding?
Final last words? Okay. Yeah, we also today have heard and seen so many good ideas how we can bring our sector forward. We should be self-confident, we should be optimistic, but I really liked your statement during your short speech. A change of mindset, a little change of mindset is also necessary. We grow up with the cars, with the lorries and so on, and I really like those freight forwarders who have a heart for road and rail. So this week, beginning of this week, I saw a small message in LinkedIn from a freight forwarder here in Germany who said, I will now go on intermodal because I have two advantages: a better carbon footprint and less LKW Maut. I don't know the English expression. And this, he only said this, he didn't say I will earn more money or I will lose less money. No, he simply gave these two examples, and we need more entrepreneurs like this guy who believes in
all modes of transport, and this will help more than 250 pages of European guidelines. Thank you very much.
So with these final words, I would like to applaud the speakers from this panel. Thank you very much for your input. Before we close, so thanks again for your insightful inputs and good speech. And before we close the panel, we have a last poll question for you. So we have seen that the EU objective by 2050 is to double the rail freight. So very open question. What do you think will be the modal share by 2050, the rail modal share by 2050 with this objective of doubling rail freight? So you have 45 seconds to reply. Nobody knows. Ah, ça marche pas, Cyrielle. Ah, ça y est. So 25, 30%. And between 20 and 30%. So, Mr. de Paul Bauer, what do you think is the correct answer?
Well, I have done a projection. I believe it is not so wrong what is there. So around 30% it should be. Well, we have come to the end of a long day. We had several presentations. We had 3 panels. And personally, I draw 2 conclusions. First conclusion is that we still have a lot to do. We have a lot to do in terms of digitalization, in terms of supply chain integration, in terms of applying best practices in order to decarbonize transport with the help of multimodal transport. But my second conclusion is we have a sector, we have people who believe in rail, who believe in multimodal, and who are willing to move the situation from where we are to a positive outlook. And with that positive note, I would like to thank all the speakers, all the moderators, all participants, both here in the room and online, the support team, the interpreters, and last but not least, the ERA communications and project officer teams for preparing this event. It has been a good discussion, it has been interactive, and I'm also very grateful to our hosts, Hamburg Port Authority, who have enabled the conference to be held in an excellent setting, always reminding us with the view of the harbor of the importance of transport for economy and ecology. So thank you all and see you next time. We need to fix another place, but it will be hard to compete with Hamburg. So thank you very much.